Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay, because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Reese2753. Okay, and Greenline.
Oh, did what? Yeah, I'm here.
Also, Footnum is here. Definitely not playing Palworld.
No,
and so,
not at all.
So it's Random 11.
Yeah,
I'm here.
Palworld.
All right,
He's not playing Palworld either.
Lot going on. It's been 2 weeks since we've done a podcast, and next weekend I am going to be in Orlando. So this is going to suck. Jumping right in. If you would like to support the OCA podcast, there are ways you can do that, such as the OCA podcast Patreon, where you will get billed monthly, or the Anime Collector Patreon, where you will probably be billed never because it's per video and I haven't done anything in a while. Also, support us directly at ocapodcast.com/support and buy yourself a goddamn Tenga. Isn't it about time that you loved yourself as we come upon Valentine's Day?
Come upon Valentine's Day the way we come upon you.
That's a good choice of words.
All right, so I couldn't help but notice, actually, before we jump in here. Actually, I want to do one thing. I want to do one thing before we go into this topic. So I'm screwing up a different timestamp. It's all right. So I would first like to say, because we didn't do a show we didn't do a podcast last week. That's what I meant to say. I would just like to point out that Cosmic Dawn dropped episode 1 while I was at working this event, so I didn't quite get to cover it or watch it until yesterday. This is the project that Jason was putting together that involved a bunch of professional voice actors. You guys remember? It maybe not that scene.
Get age restricted.
You said you watched it last night, right?
I did watch it last night.
Nice.
Yeah. So I would just like to say, yes, it looks a little jank, but holy fucking shit, am I proud of you, my friend? Because literally every person I went to school with, literally every artist I know, has a story in their heart that they want to tell. And so few of them actually make it to this level where they get it devoted to some medium where it can be told. So the response, almost 200K views from 8 days ago, right? Absolute, like, stellar feedback. Great work. Love the characters. This is fantastic. Quite honestly, dude, you've really got a great community here. So I just wanted to give you a shout out. I wanted to encourage everybody else to check it out. I put it in the doc. I'm also going to put it here for you guys to watch later. What happens if you click your own podcast on YouTube? I can watch it. We can streamception it. Do you want me to do that? Let's not, though.
Get double watch time.
Yeah.
Infinite watch time.
So we've got a couple people here right off the bat asking, are you guys going to talk about the Reasonable Rangers guy who got himself in trouble this past week? I mean, I wasn't planning to cover it, but since you asked, and it's only 2 minutes long, why not? So let me just stop screen sharing and share it with audio. There it is. You know, it's my favorite Vic YouTuber, Metz, who looks like John Bernthal having a real bad day in this clip.
Jamie, you can say you have a vagina and we have to deal with it.
Can you guys hear it okay?
Yeah.
I heard vagina.
It's a little low, but we can hear it.
Shoved up your fucking ass. Why not admit your depravity? Or better yet, how about this? GalaxyCon Raleigh's about 6 months from now. So why not you let Vic in, although he would need a ticket to get in, and he and I face you and Mars Girl in a tag team match. Stipulation is my choosing, my choice. And the match is buried alive. How are you going to like it when not only are you put in a grave, but Mars Girl is put in a grave, and then Vic and I take shovels and wheelbarrows full of dirt and dump them on your fucking corpses. And then once your bodies are fully covered and you're 6 feet under.
In Minecraft,
How are these corpses going to be gasping for breath?
Are we gonna get in trouble for sharing this on our own stream?
This is
one hell
for
of a
entertainment
fanfic.
purposes only.
We are not condoning it. We are just watching it.
And mud get into your throats, block up your stomach, clog up your stomachs, clog up your lungs, and with no way to escape.
I just want him to list every individual component that can be
Or
clogged
better
up.
yet, we make it a casket match.
Can we get a
And we'll get a
psychopath
double
rating
wide
on him?
casket. And when I lock that when we lock that casket,
You know what really makes
This guy needs a hobby.
Do you know what really makes a threat even more threatening is when you stammer through it.
oh, all the things I can do to the two of you.
That was very cringe.
It was already cringe enough, but then it just added
I don't
added to it.
Well, it's not over.
I lock that damn thing. The two of you inside it.
Stop talking.
Well,
what are you going to do if they're locked inside it? You can't get at them. That's the whole point.
Thank you for making us do that. So, yeah, I try as best I can not to watch Mets and experience this because, quite frankly, I mean, I'm not a doctor or anything, but there are a few screws loose, clearly, right? So
He's just an innocent man. He's an innocent man living out his fanfic, okay?
Yes. Look, all I'm saying is the Vic locks that got created because of Johnny Otaku.
Now I've brought on a secondary meaning.
Yeah, well, there are clearly more people than Johnny Otaku that those are necessary for. All right.
Multi-purpose.
Let me not waste any more time, unless you guys have anything you want to say about him.
Nope, we've said all we need to say. Cringe.
Is this that one guy? I don't know. Psychotic on YouTube stream. You're very welcome. I know you're all
L plus
down in
ratio.
Chino. Yes. Metz needs to be in a mental ward. The Cool2T says, are they pickled in cum jars? I think you meant cum. Right.
He said chum.
He says chum, but Where can I use those AI voices? So we built that from what was that called?
Fake you.
Fake you. Yeah, but most of the voices that we used aren't available anymore.
So we lucked out.
So
yeah, we really like
titty.
we jumped on that at a good time. You could use 11 Labs, which is even better than Fake You, but you got to provide it with voice samples and stuff. So it's just a little bit more work. Mirage says, we are on the 1-year anniversary officially today of Still No God Shard Chronicles. Well, shit. What do you know? All right. Let's get into this now. So, also, Jason told me to be aware that Cosmic Dawn is not the episode that's out there does not feature Vic. But just so that we're clear, Jason, I'm not sharing it because of Vic. I'm sharing it because I think it's awesome that you put it together. It takes a lot of passion to see something through, especially when you're teaching yourself how to animate and do all that stuff. That's fucking awesome.
Did you remember?
You will notice Chuck Huber in episode 1, though.
Did you mention how he rebranded? Because it's no longer just Cosmic Dawn. It's like that Barbaric Ape or whatever production.
Well, Barbaric Ape Productions, yes. Yeah. Anyway, so let's jump in here. I got a lot to talk about tonight. Wouldn't you fucking know it? Go Nagai Wonderland Museum turns out was in no danger. all this time, the exhibits were actually okay. So we sort of looked at it previously, and this building took a beating from the fire, but every other building in this entire place is gone. I'm guessing it's because this is like a concrete tilt up or whatever, and everything else is a actual wood home or whatever. So it survived, and seemingly just about everything inside of it also survived. So that's the state of that earthquake. Also,
just one quickly about that. I'm skeptical. I am. Call me cynical. I don't know. I think they're lying.
Well, Nagai did say I could always redraw everything. It's all right, everyone. Do you think they're currently over there all right, now, quick, redraw the Mazinger guy with the nipple lightning bolts?
That building was torched. I don't care that it was made of concrete or whatever. It was still torched. And if all of the stuff inside was good, you'd think they would have known that on day 2.
The thing is that they're not physically there.
I guess.
Well, were they just displaying them on LCD screens in the building?
They have staff members that can go there and check it.
I don't know. I think that it's basically a war zone.
Speaking of war zones, Pornhub. No.
Yeah, I should probably.
Speaking of war zones, Reese sounds like he's choking down a war zone.
Okay, you're not wrong. It looks pretty devastating.
Yeah, I'm with Random 11 on this one. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
The windows are all the windows are all gone. There's trash inside. But everything in there was
the structure itself is
fine.
But everything else, I'm sure, is torched.
That's why they got them professionally graded and slabbed, right?
Yeah. The plastic held up to the fire.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, all right. So since we're here, let's also
Reese, can you mute while you're choking down whatever the hell you're doing?
Something in my throat.
Okay, I'm gonna refresh this, knowing that it's gonna fucking log. Okay, cool. So just so that we're clear, oh god damn it! I'll wait till after we get out of the current section we're in. Actually, I don't think I'm screen sharing this window, am I? Where is it?
We are looking at Taiwanese donations.
Okay, I thought so. I'm wait a second. Here it is. Okay. All right, let me finish this first. We'll do a Pornhub update in a minute. Okay, so the earthquake occurred. That caused the fire. Taiwanese donations have topped 1.18 billion yen for the Japanese earthquake disaster relief. So Taiwan is based and helping out Japan, right? Meanwhile, can we get a baby on screen, by the way? Tell me when it's there. 'Cause...
We got the tiny baby. Do we need the big baby?
Oh, we need the big baby.
We got both.
Big baby's there.
All right, I'm going to trust you. Chinese smartphones censoring Taiwan flag and other country flags. So, can you explain a little bit about how emojis work?
What do you mean?
Well,
they're a UTF character.
Yeah. So
that's basically it.
The office biatch wanted us to. She came to my friend and I with a task that we had to complete by the end of the day to make our own emojis, so that we could send emails for different products, and it would have the emoji, and it would be obvious what it is. And it's like, yeah, that's not how this works. Like,
well, I mean, you could petition the people who decide the UTF characters set, and potentially get one made, and then have all the phone carriers, make the same image, because obviously they don't share images, and they'll make their own. I mean, that would be possible.
Reasonable. Yeah,
it would be.
So
it might take you 10 years.
The point is
definitely feasible for like an hour and a half task, right?
Yeah. So the point is that the way that emojis work is that it's a code that's like in like text or whatever, that the other end receives the code and puts the image there instead. And so that's why TikTok, Facebook, texting apps, they have different versions of the same code.
Yeah.
Right, or the same icon, right?
The thumbs up looks different in every single one.
Precisely. Right? Now, what China is doing is deciding on the phone itself that they sell, the Huawei's, to just outright get rid of the Taiwan flag altogether. So, as you can see, this tweet that has it is not here on this phone. And you can see it's removed. This is a different style of the flag emoji than this one. Depending on what device and what platform and stuff, it interprets the code to whatever one they use. So anyway, yeah. So that's where we're currently at in terms of the scale of, conflict and whatnot. In addition, 52.8% of Japanese feel that they're closer to Koreans. Only 12.7% feel closer to Chinese. That's the news there. Let's get that baby on screen again real quick.
Big baby?
Big baby.
Oh, we need
hold on. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Not quite. We're almost there.
Hey, can you link that article?
Don't worry, I got it. Go back.
What?
Go back. Go back.
No.
Go back.
What are you doing?
Go back.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you. Okay. All right, now it's compliant.
Good
All
enough.
right.
Sure.
1 in 4 Japanese who were married in 2023 met through dating apps.
The head almost lines up.
All right.
The proportions are a bit off, though,
Cool.
unfortunately.
I think we nailed it. Good job.
Good job, team.
All right. So Meiji Yasuda, Life Insurance, revealed the results of an online survey showing that 1 in 4 Japanese who got married in 2023 met through dating apps, right? So they're saying 25% met through dating apps, right? So naturally, the government has decided to release their own official dating app. Yes, 1/4. This is how we're going to solve the birth rate issue, right? Now, I'm going to read both of these, but I do want to spoil it ahead of time by mentioning the fact that the most popular dating app in Japan that's not run by the government has decided that young people aren't interested in romance, and they created an AI girlfriend app instead. Nice. So let's see how this works out. All right. So love, Tokyo style. Dating can be hard in this day and age with hurdles such as global pandemics and sold-out marriage vending machines. That's why more and more people are turning to the convenience of dating apps to meet others in the hope of making a romantic connection. Hold on, I gotta move this to the screen over here. I'm watching that GIF again, repeatedly, endlessly, of Ron DeSantis winning a participation trophy. It's been on my other monitor. Full screen. There we go. Okay. Anyway. However, these services themselves can be full of pitfalls, such as misleading profiles and straight up fraud. But now the Tokyo Metropolitan Government is here to help by releasing their own dating app with the security that only the world's biggest bureaucracy can provide. In this building, romance is done by the book. So the app is aimed at those who are 18 and up, who are living, working, or studying in Tokyo. It is also said to utilize AI to find suitable pairings of users based on their personal info and questionnaire, much like other dating apps. Japan, for the last time, you don't need AI. You just need their Dojin tags, make sure they're compatible. Done. That's it. Birth rate solved. What sets this app apart is the government-backed vetting process, which requires users to prove their marital status and income, as well as take part in an online interview to confirm their identity. While people might be reluctant to provide personal info, such as proof of income, to a private company, submitting such things to the government is nothing new. It's intrinsically better because you already trust the government with all of your data. The basic system for this app has been in place since last December in a limited trial using a browser version and the government employees and people who took part in the government matchmaking events. Their feedback will be used to make improvements to the service moving forwards. It also appears that the browser version is open for anyone on the Tokyo Futari Story website to register, while the app is still awaiting release. And speaking of feedback, online reaction to the news has been lukewarm, with many pointing out the government is once again trying to deal with the declining birth rate without actually tackling the obvious underlying causes, such as economic stability and less demanding work schedules. So this is what people had to say. Quote, is Tokyo tax money going towards this? If this is meant to tackle late marriage and declining birth rates, then even a layman like myself thinks other things need to be done. But maybe I am wrong, and a dating app is the last resort. This is pretty laughable, but if they want to be taken seriously, they should emphasize the fact that marital status, number of dependents, and income are all true. This is just like Psychopaths. Huh. Is it now? Watch Club.
Why don't they just make government-issued orgies?
I was literally thinking just saying that same thing.
I don't know how this matchmaking works, but the government should probably stay out of the weird stuff like this. I tried to sign up for the browser version, but they required a studio photo, so I never bothered. Times are changing. Older people might use this, but they won't help the birth rate, and this is too much hassle for younger people. Tokyo loves spending money on things that'll never work. Not being a resident of Tokyo, I'm hesitant to judge their fiduciary responsibility with tax money in general. Still, I can't help but be skeptical, because I'll never forget that this government at one point suggested holding the Olympic marathon in the blazing summer heat by making all the buildings along the route turn their air conditioners on full blast while keeping their doors open. I don't remember covering that. That sounds fucking hilarious.
Was the government going to compensate them for their electric bill?
That aside, a dating app with a certain degree of trust could be an attractive option for many single people. We'll just have to wait and see when it comes out later this year, pending approval from app distributors. All right, let's see what this one is doing. All right, so the designers for Japan's biggest dating app says young people are not interested in romance and creates an AI girlfriend app. So they're trying to get young people interested in romance by making them fall in love with a 2D AI instead of a real woman. They say, we hope that it can be a stepping stone to relationships with human women. Koisuru AI is a new smartphone app / game from the Tokyo-based Tapple Inc. The title is a play on words, with koisuru meaning to be in love, and I having a triple meaning as the abbreviation for artificial intelligence, I as one of the Japanese words for love, and I, a popular woman's name. So Koisuru Ai is essentially a dating simulator. It's framed like a dating app, and the gameplay consists of exchanging messages with a 22-year-old woman named Ai, whose responses are generated using AI technology. The designers say that this allows Ai to learn from her conversations with you, remembering your interests and lifestyle patterns, and allowing her to have progressively more involved conversations with you as a relationship continues and you grow closer together. Yeah, until she starts understanding your poop desperation fetish
and your masturbation habits. Oh, 3 a.m. You're late for your appointment,
honey. Don't forget you have a morning meeting tomorrow, so you might want to get started on your masturbation now.
Oh, 3 times in one night. You set a new record. Good job, honey.
So imagine if this was actually being made by the one that's actually the Japanese government one. The real purpose is to get you to divulge stuff to this significant other that you wouldn't divulge to other people. And now the government has more insight into everybody, knowing their sentiment, the curse words they use when they're, not around other people, what they say about different prime ministers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So aside from the AI aspect, that might sound like any of dozens, if not hundreds of romance simulator games that have been released in Japan every year. And yet there's something that sets Koisuru Ai starkly apart from the similar works. Even if you're pretty deep into the genre's fandom, you're probably thinking that you haven't heard of any other dating simulators by Tapple. That's because Tapple isn't a game developer. Instead, they're the company that runs what they claim is Japan's largest for humans dating app, also called Tapple.
I like how they
what? So,
for human. So it's like is there 4 animals?
Yeah, like
4 plants. Man, that guy. That's how that guy met that tree in the park.
I saw your profile on Timber.
I mean, Tinder would make sense too.
Beautiful.
That joke left my brain at the speed of light. I couldn't stop to determine if Tinder was okay.
Oh man, just the natural flow of things is always the best.
According to the company's internal statistics, Tapple has over 19 million members. Even still, the company says it's noticed that younger people in particular have become less active in pursuing romance and marriage. And so, while they're not shutting the for meeting humans Tapple app down, they've added Koisuru Ai to their service lineup. While some may see this as a sign of capitulation to young singles who ostensibly prefer the romance to be with a 2D partner instead of a human being, the company's intent is actually the exact opposite, saying that their, quote, purpose is to increase the total amount of romance in Japan, which Tapple believes will then contribute to alleviating the problem of the country's declining birth rate. It's like, listen, you fools. All we have to do is figure out the science to have children be born by the 2D people. The leap from exchange messages with a fake girlfriend to have a real-life baby might seem farcically long, but Tapple's theory is that by presenting a realistic feeling relationship for users to experience through Koisuru Ai, it'll spark a desire to form an even more realistic romantic connection with an actual person. Look, what they need to do is make it inconvenient to be dating the 2D girl, right?
It costs like 50,000 yen a month.
No, just things to where you're like, man, if only you were real, it would be like, it would be less of an inconvenience. Like still an inconvenience, but with the simulation of it is even worse. never stops nagging. You know, like just all the shit. You know,
how to say? I wish we could interact and have sex.
You have to buy like a special phone charger that vibrates when you stick it in.
Oh, honey, you're very hard tonight.
Ai's personality and level of familiarity and how she communicates with you change to reflect your evolving relationship with pure-hearted, tsundere, princess, and lonely, shown clockwise from the top left.
Oh.
Which one is Ronri?
I want the dummy one.
This is tsundere. So this is lonely? Oh, I guess. She looks like she was just drugged. Anyway, in other words, Tapple's hope is that Koisurai serves as an appetizer for what a happy, steady relationship feels like, and that after having a taste, players will want to try between humans romance for themselves, ostensibly using the Tapple dating app. I just like the idea that, I'm back with my on again, off again girlfriend, pulls out his phone, it's her, right? Like,
Babe, not in front of the guys.
Considering how many people have been motivated to take up things such as sports, performance driving, martial arts, or other activities after enjoying their digital versions, maybe Tapple is on to something. Are you going to take up sex after all the digital versions? Then again, there's the risk that the low-pressure, low-stakes relationship provided by Koisurai could serve to galvanize players' distaste for the potential drama and heartache of the human dating world, leading them to the conclusion that simulated romance is the more personally satisfying option.
They need to simulate like the arguments and everything as well.
So it seems to me in Japan, there's only like 2 levels. You're either a NEET who's never even seen another human female, or you're a Japanese man with 4 wives who plans on having 54 kids. They're all pretty ugly in their own way, aren't they?
Well, if you have 4 of low quality, that combines to make 1 of high quality.
By our powers combined, we are the thought.
If you're 25% attractive, you just need 4.
A Japanese man of Sapporo is living a polygamous lifestyle with his 4 wives and 2 girlfriends. Watanabe Ryuta is a 35-year-old man who currently is a stay-at-home husband for his 4 wives. He appeared on the internet program Abema News, where he explained his family and living situation.
We got a comment on Rumble.
Nice. It works. Oh, it doesn't.
You could have waited until after.
Sorry.
Watanabe's goal is to father the most children in the history of Japan. The current record holder would be Tokugawa Ienari, a shogun who had over 20 concubines and fathered 53 children. His 4 wives, referring not to Tokugawa, but to the other guy, range in age between 22 and 27, and at present he has 3 children. He says he's presently looking for more wives to accomplish his dream. Polygamous marriages are illegal in Japan, but Watanabe is allegedly using divorce as a workaround, possibly to add women to his family registry after no longer being married to them. But frankly, we're unclear how Japan's family registry works, so this is just speculation on our part. Well, fortunately for you, I have supplemental stuff here. You can see more of these people.
I was going to say, what happens if all 4 of them divorce him at once? Like, who gets the biggest chunk?
So it says here, despite Ryuta's plans for a massive family, there are legal limitations he has to deal with. Japan's marriage laws do not allow for polygamy, and Ryuta cannot be legally married to more than 1 woman at a time. So what he does is he marries whomever is next in line to become his wife, then divorces her, so he is legally able to wed the next woman again. Ryuta, his wife, and his ex-wives then live together, following the rules of an actual marriage. Aside from his 4 wives, Ryuta also has 2 girlfriends. Last week, he announced on Twitter that he has already picked out wife number 5, and they would have spent Christmas Eve together. Wow. This man is single-handedly trying to end the birth rate crisis. I, for one, think he deserves our applause. Brilliant con man.
The hero Abi would love to have met.
Right. Okay. Can I get that baby on screen?
Hold on. Aha. There's my comment.
There you go. Marry, impregnate, divorce. Repeat. All right. Whoa. Whoa. Gaijin workers in Japan surpassed 2 million for the first time. All right. That's good enough. All right. The number of Gaijin workers in Japan has reached a record high after exceeding 2 million for the first time ever. According to the Ministry
was low enough. I was right.
Labor and Welfare, as of the end of October 2023, there are 2,048,675 foreign workers in Japan. The majority of them are from Vietnam. Some are from Indonesia. Blah blah blah. So there's a lot of Gaijin in Japan. They're dealing with the birthright crisis. China hates Taiwan, and Japan feels closer to Korea. Here's the current state of Japanese identity. Quote, I am absolutely Japanese. Ukrainian-born model sparks debate by winning Miss Japan pageant. This must be how those women feel who lost to Caitlyn Jenner for Woman of the Year.
Yeah.
The face of Japanese beauty is now a Ukrainian-born model.
That didn't sound good.
At least
sorry, that was my phone. No, I was going to say like, maybe she's like half Japanese and it won't really show. Oh, she's white.
White as
fuck.
Racist.
So the face of Japanese beauty is now a Ukrainian-born model, at least according to pageant judges who sparked a debate on cultural identity by naming 26-year-old Carolina Shino as Miss Japan on Monday. The annual Miss Nippon contest, which takes its title from the country's Japanese name, awards the tiara to the contestant representing the foremost beauty of all Japanese women, according to the organizer's website. The decision to pick a winner with European heritage has raised questions about beauty standards and what it means to be Japanese. Quote, I wanted to be recognized as a Japanese person. Shino, a naturalized citizen who has lived in Nagoya since she was 5 years old and speaks fluent Japanese, told CNN in Tokyo. Shino said she has faced difficulties being accepted as a local because of her appearance and hoped her win would change minds about who can be considered Japanese.
It won't.
I don't know.
That would irk them more.
We'll have further discussions about this later in the podcast. After all, we live in an era of diversity where diversity is needed. No evidence of that.
Not.
There are many people like me who are worried about the gap between their appearance and who they are. I kept being told that I'm not Japanese, but I am absolutely Japanese. So I entered Miss Japan genuinely believing in myself. I was really happy to be recognized like this. I only fucked 4 out of the 5 judges.
Oh.
Japan is an ethnically homogenous country with comparatively low levels of immigration, which in recent years has prompted authorities to push for more foreign residents and workers to plug gaps left by an aging population. The country has struggled to balance its conservative views on immigration with the need for new and younger workers, though a 2018 Pew survey showed that 59% of Japanese people believed immigrants would make the country stronger. Carolina, I don't even know, is Japanese by nationality, so there's nothing wrong with her victory, wrote one person on Twitter.
So we're like her father Japanese or mother Japanese?
No, they're both Ukrainian. They moved to Japan.
Wow.
And then when she was 5, like both her parents are Ukrainian. And then when they were 5, her parents moved them all to Japan.
Others commended her love for the country. Many Japanese people do not value Japan. So why is there a problem that she has cherished Japan where she has lived since she was a child, so much that she became a naturalized Japanese citizen, took on the challenge of becoming Miss Nippon, and was crowned Miss Nippon. How do you become a naturalized citizen? I thought that you couldn't get citizenship in Japan unless you were born there.
I don't know.
Supposedly,
it said that she just did it, just recently.
Supposedly, the only way that you get citizenship in Japan is that you have to be born there. So if for example, your parents, like your mom was pregnant with you and she visited Japan and had the baby, while you were in Japan, you would have dual citizenship in Japan and whatever country you're from. But when you reach
like an anchor baby.
Yeah, but when you reach like 18 years old or whatever, Japan forces you to choose one citizenship. So you have to revoke your U.S. citizenship and become fully Japanese or whatever in order to be considered Japanese at that point. So
I mean, she might have just married someone.
Well, that's possible.
She's old enough now, I think.
Anyway,
now what's the qualification to even enter as Miss Japan, though? Like, maybe you just have to live there for 5 years or something. I don't know.
I mean, it is weird seeing her win the contest when it's like, but you're not Japanese. But then also, like, eventually they will start getting more ethnic diversity
Gaijin.
in their country. So this will become less a thing. Like in Canada, if you were to win, or America, if you were to win Miss America, no one gives a shit what your race is, right? True. It's going to be, I mean, we're getting into whether or not your gender is even, female or not.
Can't wait till a man wins.
Yeah, I think maybe.
Yeah, next one is gonna be Miss America is gonna be a man.
I think it might make sense to look at the rules and say you have to be born in Japan to qualify. But I mean, again, that's not going to stop. Eventually, that's not going to stop this from happening. Eventually, it's like the ethnic diversity is coming.
Jordan says, "I'm glad this wasn't me," referring to Mets. No. Oh, buddy. I'm glad it wasn't you either. Government assigned wife soon?
Yeah, as we all know, forced relationships totally work out.
That is why they feel closer to the Koreans.
So this actually reminds me of, did you guys see, I don't remember which African country it was. It was like Miss Ethiopia or something. And it was like a white chick who won. But it's like she was I don't know if she was born and raised there. Like, it's a pretty similar situation to this. So that's kind of what I was thinking. But, I mean, if you think about it, they're voted on. So clearly the Japanese people are really horny for Miss White Women. Or
no, the judges.
Sorry, judges. Or
judges
hold on. It could also be that this is their version of being progressive because it's a non-Japanese person. They're like, look at the diversity. So, that's their version of a black woman that they just were like, she's the best, she's diverse.
I don't know. I think I'd go for 7 or 12 myself.
By 7, you mean this one?
Yeah, green dress or pink dress.
The only one who's not a disaster is 12, and even her is still not quite not quite the level you feel like you deserve.
Not hitting the strike zone for you, huh?
These are gutter balls, you know it. Well, actually, if these are who she's competing with, maybe they had no choice.
Did win.
Go back to the wide shot.
Turns out the reason they gave it to her is because they were all ugly.
I think
the tallest.
One of the ones on the right in the red dress, I think I determined was good looking.
You talking about this one over here?
Sorry, on the left.
On the left. Oh, that doesn't even look Asian.
I think it's hard to see on the StreamYard whether or not who it was.
Don't worry, I got you.
Put this thing on StreamYard in full screen, then look at it.
Don't worry, I got you.
Miss Nippon, more like Miss Nip.
Zoom and enhance. Which one's the best?
This one's all right.
Yeah, I like those two.
Well, good for you. I don't think they're gonna sleep with you.
Shucks. Shucks. Ah, no.
You know, that one is looking right at her like
I was prepared to move to Japan and everything. God.
Man, don't deflate him. He was gonna solve their birth rate issue.
I'll just take them all then. You know,
you've doomed Japan. Anyway, I don't think there's any reason why we need to read.
Oh no, the whole thing of them picking is to bow down to Ukraine because of current.
I thought that might be the case,
but she got in there before it was cool, and now it's after it was cool because the new thing is the conflict in the Middle East, right?
In Israel.
Turns out she's also Jewish.
Wow! Is there a yarmulke on that tiara? All right. Anyway, let's move on. We'll have plenty of time to talk about the Jews later.
Oh no!
All right. Instead, let's talk about the Kyoto Animation Arsonist is being given the death penalty. What? Who could have foreseen this?
Literally all of us. Are they going to burn him again?
I think as just come up is he should be set on fire.
Burned to death.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Then,
yeah,
and
I think
set on fire and then hung.
He's definitely getting cremated.
Yeah, he's already immune to fire after his last ordeal with it.
No, they should set on fire again and then find a new technology off of his skin while he's still alive, and just like keep
take his remaining skin. All right. Anyway, so Shinji Aoba was handed the death penalty on Thursday for setting a Kyoto Animation studio on fire in 2019 and killing 36 people in one of Japan's deadliest mass murders. The Kyoto District Court found the 45-year-old man guilty of setting the 3-story building on fire because of a grudge he had against KyoAni. He claimed the studio had stolen his ideas after it rejected his novels in an annual contest the company hosts, and there's no evidence the company plagiarized any of his work. Well, that's not what evidence was presented. Alba also sustained heavy burns over most of his body in the attack. On Thursday morning, 409 people lined up for a chance to secure one of the 23 seats available to listen to the court's ruling. Some members of the bereaved families were also present. The focus of the trial was on whether he was mentally competent enough to be held criminally liable. Now, missing most of his eyebrows and wearing a mask, can't you just feel the contempt he has staring daggers at the camera guy right now? Like
He's
this
like,
is
if only I could burn that guy holding the camera.
You know in Berserk when you see Griffith's like death glare, it's like that's it. Like
I don't know what I was expecting, but he looks different than my head image of him.
He looks like burnt.
Presiding Judge Keisuke Matsuda said Alba was not mentally incompetent, nor in a diminished state at the time of the crime, judging that he is criminally liable for what he did. Okay, everybody hear that? The judge says he was not mentally incompetent or in a diminished state. He was top form. Do you hear me? This man right here was at the top of his class, the peak levels of mental acuity at the time of this attack.
Apex of humanity.
I mean, considering it was all premeditated, of course
the ruling said that Alba headed to Kyoto from his home in the city of Saitama and set the studio on fire to stop number 2, a figure from his delusions, from following him. Damn! Mentally not diminished at all, completely competent mental state. Believed the shadowy figure known as number 2 was following him. But the impact of the delusions on the crime is not large. He only did it to stop this delusional, shadowy figure from following him, but that shouldn't be seen as enough of a reason that he, like
is number 2 in the room with us right now?
Right. The liability of taking the lives of 36 people is extremely grave, so there is no reason for the death penalty to be avoided. Prosecutors had said he was competent enough and had argued that the death penalty was the only option given the gravity of Alba's crime. The defense team, meanwhile, had argued that he should be acquitted or receive a reduced sentence due to his diminished mental capacity or mental capability. 2 psychiatrists who testified in court were also divided over his mental state. This is just a recap. A survivor who had testified in court said she escaped from a window after she was splashed with gasoline. She sustained burns over 94% of her body and had to undergo surgery 49 times. 49. How does that work? I feel despair whenever I look in the mirror. It's grueling to live with this body, she said. In a December session, he apologized to the victims and their families and said that he should atone for what he did through the death penalty. Well, hold up. I guess nobody told his lawyers because an appeal has been filed to block the death penalty for the KyoAni arsonist. We'll come back to that.
I like to think that it's going to take so long for the proceedings to go through that he's dead while they're still appealing it.
It's like, come on, stay alive. We have to kill you.
I was going to make that joke, but I didn't want to interrupt you.
Okay. All right. So anyway, they said he also said in September that he didn't think so many people would die. Prosecutors also revealed during the 22 trial sessions that a month before the 2019 incident, Alba had plotted a mass stabbing spree at the Omiya station in Saitama Prefecture, but that he decided against it at the last minute. That's a sign of sanity, right? When you plan a mass murder, but then say, let's not. Before the ruling was handed down, Judge Masuda asked Alba, who was in a wheelchair and wearing a blue tracksuit, if he had anything to say, to which he replied, "Nope, I don't." KyoAni President Hideaki Hata said in a statement afterward that although he thought the ruling was appropriate, his feelings of frustration remained strong, and nevertheless, Hata said he hopes to continue making anime at KyoAni, so the works of the victims will be passed on into the future. All right. So let's see what the defense had to say about this. So the defense maintains the defendants should not be held responsible for his actions. So he was sentenced to death by hanging.
Set on fire first.
Alba's defense lawyer has now filed an appeal in an attempt to block his execution. Whether or not Alba set the fire is not in question, as he was apprehended fleeing the scene and has admitted not only to starting the fire, but that he chose this specific method because he chose his specific methods because they would allow him to kill a large number of people. The appeal instead focuses on whether the now 45-year-old Alba's mental condition at the time allows him to be held legally responsible for his actions. The defense's argument is that Alba was in a delusional state at the time and so should not be punished for his actions. Alba himself has stated that his anger at KyoAni stemmed from submissions he had made to the company's periodic novel writing contest. Blah, 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 blah. These are just recaps. In its initial ruling on Thursday, the court asserted that Alba is legally culpable. The court cited the scale of his crime, the arson attack, the largest mass murder on record in the history of modern Japanese criminal justice system, as well as its calculated, premeditated nature. On the morning of the attack, Alba purchased a large quantity of gasoline in order to accelerate the fire and wheeled it to the studio using a hand cart, during which the cart noted that he had ample opportunity to abandon. I'm sorry, the court, not the cart. during which the court noted that he had ample opportunity to abandon his plan. In addition, the court stated that, quote, the defendant has shown no sign of sincere remorse, which perhaps isn't so surprising considering his initial reaction to learning that he killed 36 people was a nonchalant, oh, is that so? Anyway, so the appeal is likely going to hinge on trying to convince the justice system that no one who chooses to kill because of a perceived personal slight can be considered of sound enough mind to be legally held responsible. That's a tall task, though, as societally, Japan, for the most part, is not of the belief that legitimate mental illness is the root of all violent crimes, and so it's likely that the appeal by Alba's defense will do nothing more than delay his eventual execution. Yep.
What I read out of this is like, Your Honor, they only hijacked Flight 93 because they thought the World Trade Center owed them money. You should hold them responsible. Like, come on, it's obvious that, like, no matter his mental state, he still did it. He still intended to do it. He planned it out. He deserves what he gets.
Listen, who's really at fault here? Is it the terrorist who flew the plane or the CIA who put it in his hands, right? Like, I'd love to see that happen on court. So anyway, I've also got this. The mother of the late Naomi Ishida, a color designer at Kyoto Animation who is credited for The Melancholy of Haru Suzumiya, Silent Voice, Liz and the Bluebird, and more, stated to the NHK today, quote, "It took a long time, but a verdict was finally reached. I was finally able to announce it to the family altar, which holds Ishida and her father, who passed away in 2023. Just when I felt like my heart had some closure, I was saddened to hear the news of the appeal." The mother of the late Mikiko Watanabe, who is credited as the art director for Violet Evergarden, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, and more, also spoke to the NHK, saying, quote, "The defendant knows what he did was wrong, and I hope he will stop the appeal." Well, he did say, I deserve it. I deserve to die. All right, so then I've also got this little bit here. During his trial, Alba apologized to the victims and claimed that if he had received the kind of support he'd received in the Osaka detention center where he was held, he may not have committed the attack. Because there was a nice nurse that was kind to him.
Showed them half an inch of cleavage by accident.
Kyoto Animation president had this to say. Oh, and the arsonist attending physician commented. So this is what they had to say. So this is what Hideaki Hata said. Quote, "In accordance with the rules of law, we have received the appropriate response and judgment. To the judges who carried this heavy responsibility for such a long period of time, and to the investigators, police, court clerks, and all others who were engaged in conducting a fair investigation and trial, I wish to express my deep respect. Even after the judgment, the sadness I feel has not changed in the slightest. I feel nothing but pain in my heart when I think of the members of Kyoto Animation who lost their lives, those who were injured, and of the sadness of their loved ones. I pray that remembering the animated works that they put their hearts and souls into, and the surviving members' efforts every day to continue making such works will connect their spirit to us, including those who have joined Kyoto Animation since the incident took place. We will devote ourselves to continuing to value our workers, display their individual talents, and create animated works from here on." Blah, 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 blah. So here's what the attending physician said. Well, they say Alba himself sustained heavy injuries. Heavy injuries from the flames he set, with burns covering over 90% of his body when he was taken into custody. Over the next 4 months, Ueda served as Alba's attending physician, performing an extensive series of skin transplants using cultured copies of Alba's remaining skin. Knowledge gained from the procedures has since been used to save the life of a burn victim elsewhere in Japan who was injured in a separate incident. So this is what they had to say. Quote, "I believe you could say that saving Alba's life was meaningful, as it allowed for him to stand trial. I'm sorry, though, but I have absolutely no sympathy for him, and I want him to feel the weight of the crime he committed." Well, I saved him, but fuck that guy. Anyway, okay. Any new that I just wanted to close out. I think we're at the end of this.
Yeah.
I think the appeals.
I like to think like the orderlies or who served him just kept not serving him his hot food and kept it cold and just waited until it got cold the entire time. He never got a hot meal.
Possibly. All right. Who's ready for pickups?
Me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Discord.
Hold on. Not pickups. Stop. Everybody, rewind that. In an update,
Oh.
it is currently, what is this, 4 weeks into 2024? We currently have 4 pending uploads on PornHub. None of them have been approved yet.
That sucks.
That's the current update on the system here. All right.
Hey, wait a minute. I have pickups. Okay, so first up, could we get the baby on screen?
Oh.
I invoke the baby.
Invoke the baby. So from Reese stuff, I have Fujiko Mine. Now, when Reese said he was sending me something, I tempered my expectations like, this has got to be like fucking candy or something, right? Like for the podcast.
Or a dick coloring book.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, so the fact that it's a figure is nice. You know, a Bondi figure, but a figure
holding it by the important piece.
Exactly, the very important piece of her ass that just sticks out like a sore thumb.
So what's really cool about that figure is it has a variant. If you have it under a black light.
Ass, but
that's a variant if you put it under a black light. What?
So,
that was a joke.
That's Fujiko. No, the variant was like leopard print, right, Reese?
Yeah,
It was like leopard print. It was like, ugh.
Yeah, you get the cow print under the black light on this one.
Gundam, fighters, right? Or G Gundam, my bad.
Mobile Fighter G Gundam.
Mobile Fighter G Gundam for my Toonami watch along.
Yeah. Watch
and then I have an old pickup that I've showed here on the podcast, but due to a discussion we've been having in Discord, I thought I'd bring it up again. That's why I have the baby on screen. Is Witchblade.
Oh.
Which
I have let's see the that image that turned out.
I have the box. Well, here's the interesting thing. They don't have that image that Footnum on the box. On this box. But we have up top, we have this image. And then on the back we have that image, and on the bottom we have this image. Something well crap. We don't they didn't put the image on the thing. Well, they did on the insert, if I remembered correctly. That came with the CD. And I was like, oh, I must have gotten rid of it. No, I'm a fucking hoarder. Because you guys are a terrible fucking influence. We're all just hoarders. We're all just organized hoarders is what we are. So, on the box.
What are you doing?
Jesus Christ.
What is going on?
Do you want to get banned?
I think you're looking at the other.
There's nothing explicit.
You're looking at the wrong part of the box. Okay, so there.
I'm not looking at any part of the box. That's the problem.
Is that the part that goes in the like the spacer?
It's the spacer.
The filler box.
So that's
green line.
So
hold on.
Yeah.
This needs to be 100. Like, be careful when you lean over. All right.
I know. I tried. That's also why the baby's on screen.
The baby wasn't covering it.
It wasn't trying to be fast. Okay.
Those women are wearing skin-colored leotards.
Okay.
Yeah. Degenerate.
Sorry to interrupt you. I tried not to.
No, it's fine. It is there, and if it really matters to him that much, I can pay Brad the amount through PayPal that he lost in this podcast.
You lost Wyndham.
Uh-oh.
Rip.
But yeah, I thought I'd bring up the Witchblade insert that has plenty of artwork on like the box sets and stuff. That is rather like weird. It's weird that they would censor the classics collection because like I said, the artwork is uncensored in the insert, but or the filler box. So it's weird that they censored it later.
Yeah. So we didn't really get to see much of it, but what he was showing is that particular image, which we did get to show. She's, it's uncensored. I don't have it in pickups. I think Footnote put it in the mods chat, but I guess the Anime Classics box set of that uses the one where she's wearing black pants instead of like the bare ass one. So
yeah, they covered her ass with like black.
So I want to address a couple of chats real quick just to get caught up before we get into the next thing. So Old Man said, if anybody who identifies as a woman is a real woman, then eventually it'll be hate speech if you point out that an AI can't be a real woman. You laugh now, but wait till 10 years.
That's about the timber junk.
Yeah. Imagine in a few years, AI love interests will be $1 billion industry. You thought phone games had predatory microtransactions. Wait until guys are terrified of losing their girlfriend and will pay any amount to keep her attraction points high. I don't like this.
Oh, like the longer you have the AI girlfriend, the more wrinkles show up on her face.
No. Maybe she got more votes because judges thought she was exotic. They will sometimes idolize Western women. Yep. All right. You should have taken old Prime Minister advice to have sex. Shinzo Abe advice? Just do it. Nike. Just gotta do it.
Let's put that on a shirt. Shinzo Abe face with "just do it."
No. We have merch for that one guy we read about. He just said you just gotta do it. So I was gonna do the Nike swoosh, but as a calligraphy brush stroke, right? And it just says just gotta do it. In the States, there would be people pretending to let him free, protesting to let him free. And in California, he probably spent a few years in a mental hospital and then be let go. Screw your monetization. Give me fan service. Well, you heard the boy. All right. So yeah, in my pickups, let's do these first. Okay. Where are we? So Seb picked up Bakemonogatari? No. Owari Monogatari, right?
One of the Gatcharies.
Gate, Tribe 9, Burn the Witch, and Wicked City and Demon City Shinjuku together.
Nice.
One of these is not like the other.
AIDS?
Yeah. He says, I know you all want to burn the Witch, Ellie. Reese picked up Berserk, the Golden Age arc movie collection in 2016.
Yes.
Paid a pretty redemption for the
paid a pretty penny for the Berserk trilogy, but
yeah, it's oddly out of print for whatever reason. But I imagine we're gonna get another printing for it for the series.
I think Viz lost a license, and I'm expecting Discotech will probably pick it up in a couple of years.
Yeah.
So Random 11 picked up Gunbuster.
You think they'll pick up the series too? Actually, I think Crunchyroll could grab it with the whatever TV version.
The Memorial Edition.
Yeah, thank you.
Glad to see you got Bloodlust like you've been wanting.
Yes.
Yeah, nice.
El Hazard.
Yeah,
I need to pick that up. So many people have been picking up El Hazard.
Well, I picked
my
it up
influence
because,
has spread.
Yes, someone posted some screenshots that look pretty cool.
That's not my name, bitch.
Goku Midnight Eye Crying Freeman and Cyber 6 on Blu-ray this time.
Yes.
And Street Fighter 2 4K Ultra HD.
Ooh,
I don't know what I'm going to do with my Cyber 6 DVDs, but whatever.
Footnote picked up Vinland Saga.
Yeah, I got the final UK order second part or whatever. Bit the bullet, if you will, for Vinland Saga because the Sentai one's so expensive. This one was way cheaper, but the difference is it doesn't have foiling, and it's slightly thinner. But I mean, honestly, it's completely fine. And as I pointed out, it's like Crunchyroll has season 2, not Sentai. So at best, you're going to get a mismatched limited edition, whereas I'm going to get a matching one from the UK from my first one. So get wrecked.
You also
then we got
picked up Boogie Pop.
Boring Pop Phantom.
Yes.
Limited edition. It was
Boring
cheap,
Pop,
so I'm
yeah,
like,
you bought it.
Whatever. What? It was cheap.
It
like
was
It was cheap. I'm a cheap whore.
Hold on. I don't remember if it was a 2-for-1 thing.
Fill the holes in my shelf.
But I was like, either I can get King's Game, which I already own, or I can get something I don't have. which is Boogie Pop.
That I'm never going to watch.
Anti-Magic
says
Academy,
cool.
the 35 Test Platoon.
Yep, that
35th
one.
Test Platoon, okay.
Yep, and then I got a 2-for-1 Gundam, which was Gundam Reconquista in G and Gundam 0083. And then there was Fireworks.
I can't help but notice you thought that was worth actually buying, despite my tremendous warnings.
Well, I knew you hated it, but like it was so cheap. It was like, I don't know, 4. I'm like, whatever.
I think you paid $4 too much.
I don't know. It was.
Do you know what's really cheap? Jumping off a bridge.
Man, that must have been really bad. Like KyoAni bad.
I'm just saying your reasoning. Like, look, I know what you're thinking. The worst decision I've ever made in my life. But hold up, $2.
Dude, there's been so many years between the last time you complained about it.
Yeah, at least have some excitement going down.
All right.
But hold on. Don't forget, buy one get one free. It was there, so I'm like, whatever. So, and then after that, do Rah Rah Rah, which according to Reese, apparently it's out of print anyway. So, I had 2 reasons to buy it because Aniplex pricing sucked balls even when it was in print. So I finally have do Rah 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 now, and Heroic Legend of Arslan Season 2. Which is why I got that DVD version of the OVA. Because I was expecting it to go on sale, but it didn't go on this sale for this one because it has a limited edition in the UK. So I was waiting for that.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Mega Mug picked up Sailor Moon S, the movie? No, Heart Collection 1. Yeah, the original uncut version. Oh, nice. Good find. Magic Knight Rare 2 and the art box for possibly the whole collection of standalone complex. Good for you.
Wait a second. Do you have Ray Earth 1? Because I'm selling
for only
the
$29.
First one.
Stellar find. Yeah, it's a complete collection on it too.
But I don't know why he didn't pick up Sailor Moon on Blu-ray instead.
Because it's pink.
Because it's not pink.
No, it is pink.
Whatever.
I picked up 9 of the Berserk Deluxe editions.
No, you have to list out each individual one. Because
Volume 1,
correct.
Volume 3, Volume 5, Volume 7, Volume 8, Volume
Just
9,
say the number.
Volume
11,
11,
12,
Volume
13.
12, and Volume 13.
There's a lot of redundant volumes.
Well, you said I had to read them all out, so there you go.
Oh,
Reese.
You got a
I want to go to
JPEG.
the doctor for that.
Yeah, I got
Wow.
a JPEG
Did
for
you
all
buy
your
an-
damn food posts.
An NFT.
No, I bought a 2D waifu in a gotcha game.
All right, so now my pickups. So I picked up JoJo that arrived.
Oh crap, that
Dude,
exists.
you got how? I'm still waiting for mine to even ship from freaking Crunchyroll.
Really? Because I got mine like several days ago.
From Crunchyroll?
Probably from Amazon. I'm not sure. Anyway, and then back in the here, I had to send this one back because I didn't realize it was absolutely fucking destroyed. Right? Yeah. So Patreon exclusive tip. Now this one's in mint condition. How'd that happen?
That Patreon exclusive tip is super handy. I used that this
It
last
is.
week.
It is. If only it was real. All right. So, I have something else, but I need to bring us back to understand where I'm coming from. Park your backside on a Princess Mononoke face mask cushion.
So I get to sit on Sone's face?
Yes, I was gonna say like. So if you've ever wanted to sit on her face. Also, I like how they put a couple of glory holes in it.
I think we got our priorities a little bit in reverse.
Those are Tanga slots.
Yes.
Those are tiny Tenga slots.
Are they?
Yeah, they are kind of small.
Compared to her hand?
Yes!
I mean, maybe not to fit the whole Tenga, but like the whole.
You're getting your dick in there, buddy.
Tonight I learned that Randy is Korean. Randy is short for Randall.
I mean...
I mean what? I mean what? Go on.
I'm looking at my hand, okay? And I'm looking at how big a circle that is.
Yes, you have girls' hands, is what you're telling me.
And I'm saying, I'm thinking that circle is like, let me get an inch ruler here.
Okay.
Get an accurate measurement.
Is that as long as you need just a 1 inch?
By my estimation, I'd say those are at least 2-inch holes. And if you have a dick that's 2 inches wide, like girthy, diameter wise, that's pretty big. I don't know.
You're not Korean, is what you're telling me.
I don't think I've ever seen a reasonable dick.
You've never seen one that
Wow!
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Oh!
I'm comfortable enough to say that I do not have a 2-inch diameter dick.
I'm just saying, those are girls' hands. All right, look. Fine, I'll buy the cushion. I'll find out.
We must know.
Thank
And
you
now,
for the 5 minutes of dying laughter.
for a segment.
That was great.
I'm literally dying.
For a segment I like to call Random 11 was wrong.
Do you have a ruler?
I do.
No,
Did
he
you
just
haven't
needs
opened
his
it.
dick.
I could be right.
Did you like how I used the Crimvale ruler? All right. My friend.
That's a tiny hole.
All right, how many dicks can you fit in there?
First of all, after you refresh my memory with that amazing clip, you were the first one to say it was used as a glory hole.
All right.
The eyes are.
Ladies and
different
gentlemen,
size.
that is 2 inches. I'm just gonna say. Oh fuck.
Well, if you have your thumb in the same place, it doesn't matter.
All right, I'll do it this way. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that is 2 inches.
Hey! You're that's 2 inches and a quarter inch.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you thinking of the eye hole?
No,
They're all the same.
that's more than 2 inches.
Are you serious, you fucker?
Look at the figure. Everyone knows.
That's like an inch and a half.
Well,
You're
hold
like,
up.
"Oh,
What
I'm
is
not
the
getting
brown
my dick
radius to the other brown radius?
Yeah, the brown radius is longer than 2 inches.
Maybe just the tip is going
Or
in there.
diameter, not radius.
Yes, the brown diameter is in fact almost 2.5 inches, but the black diameter,
Whoa.
which is the one we are all thinking of, is an
penile
inch and a half
diameter.
on the eyes and an inch and a quarter on the mouth.
Oh, there is a. Wait, why would they make the mouth smaller?
That's to simulate anal.
Was
All
that worth
well,
$50?
Yes.
Was that worth doing literally nothing else all yesterday but trying to get Premiere to work? Yes, it was actually. Yes.
Oh.
Best use of my time ever. All right.
Well, I will repeat. You were the first one to call a glory hole.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a Tenga wouldn't fit in it. Oh well, I guess I was wrong.
Look, all I'm
now
saying
you're
is
gonna have to buy a Tanga to measure that.
I don't think a dick would even fit now. I'm just saying. I'm waiting for the standard edition with Stone Ocean. Don't know why it takes them so long to put those versions out, especially nowadays. They used to have all of JoJo's limited editions, but they got destroyed in the flood. No! So I just bought the normal editions. Well, joke's on me, because I wish I had been buying the normal editions from the beginning. All right, anyway. JT Vega says, I buy my anime at Walmart at times. Well, stay tuned. All right. Japan Internet Bill Amendment aimed toward reducing libel cases. Oh no. Last week in Japan, the subject of online harassment and libel... The subject of online harassment and libel posted online became a hot topic when an internet bill reform aimed towards putting the onus of responsibility on social media providers to take down reputation-damaging posts as swiftly as possible was revealed. The proposed reform will target platforms like Twitter and add support windows where people can apply to have online posts taken down and, if approved, would have the government directly contact the social media providers to take the offending post down. Japan's Twitter has long turned into a toxic wasteland, with supporters of the reform showing off instances where targeted harassment via untrue hate posts has led to suicides in the past. Meanwhile, a gaggle of politicians opposed to the proposed changes discussed how having the government be the judge of what passes or not is exactly like turning Japan into a communist society. Oof! This guy kind of looks like Elon. He has a very Elon-looking mouth to me.
Mm-hmm.
Put your thumb up. Cover the top of it. That's Elon.
Elon Moshi.
Elon. All right. In Kickstarter news, they're past 401k. So Macross 2 Lovers Again ended at $404,396. Enjoy your UHD. Moving on.
Oh, you bet I will.
Let's find out about volunteers and former senior staff boycotting Ohayocon. Something about that anatomy doesn't look quite right. Dating back to 2001, the cleverly named Ohayocon is Ohio's oldest and longest running anime convention, attracting an estimated 13,000 attendees in 2023. Whoa, so much. It's without question one of the larger anime conventions in Ohio as well, rivaled only by Colossal Con, whose latest reported attendance of 17,374 people comes from 2015. But longevity doesn't necessarily mean that all's well at Ohayocon, as over 91 individuals, including former senior leadership members and year-round volunteers, are boycotting the convention following the termination of Cody Markham. Nice name. The convention's former con chair, who's been with the con since 2009, and Aaron, last name withheld by request, the former director of marketing. Ohayocon is currently scheduled to take place January 19th to 21st. Wow, that just passed. Actually, I saw Jordan Eshelman went, and he's like, I don't get it. This con wasn't shit. Formed in late 2022, the Conventions of Ohio Volunteer Event Network, or Coven, that doesn't sound like a cult, is, in their own words, a collective formed by former Ohayocon volunteers who seek to address concerns related to volunteer representation and accountability within Ohiocon's new governing body, Cultural Exchange Societies, Inc. Recognizing a historical trend of volunteer voices going unheard, Coven aims to serve as a platform for collective bargaining with the CESI Board of Directors. So it's a union. You made a union to get your way. Good for you. Furthermore, in October 3rd, 2023, Reddit post by former Ohayocon gaming director Ben Chulun N-word alleges that the nonstop abuse Ohayocon executive director Melissa Phelps rains down was also a significant factor of the formation of Coven. Okay. When asked about her previous involvement with the con, Ohayocon executive director Melissa Phelps claimed to have held various positions within the con since 2000, though she wouldn't become an owner until 2011, and even then, she wouldn't become sole owner until 2022. She told Anime News Network about her involvement with the con between 2011 and 2021. Quote, during this time, the partnership was split in half where I was focused on the show, and Alan Shaw handled all business compliance issues. Phelps stated her roles have included convention chairman, programming director, and co-senior director of relations, among others. How long is this fucking article? What have I done? Holy shit. No. 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 All right. Chat GPT. Give me the Cliff Notes version of this. Vox script. Give me just the juicy details.
Oh.
I would also like to point out that the model's hands must have just been small, in that picture.
What he said.
I think you just assumed it would be a grown woman and not a child.
Well, it's probably a Japanese woman, so maybe they have small hands,
That's what he said. So he
smaller than yours.
Ooh.
I guess so.
Look, at the
didn't
very
account-
least,
He likes the small hands. He thinks they're great.
look, random
Small hands
11.
are better than
I
small
don't want
feet,
your
right?
hands anywhere near me, Reese.
You can say what you will about Random 11's dick, but you cannot deny that he has at least 2-inch girth hands. Okay.
Blueberry Pitbull says, in 2020, Amanda Wynn Lee slandered Vic Mignogna and other VAs at Ohiocon's late night roast. That embarrassing display is on YouTube. Ohayocon silenced people on Facebook for speaking out. Well, of course they did. All right, so it looks like either it fit. Oh no, it's good. We got it. Wow, look at how much ChatGPT has condensed it. Let's just read this. All right. Ohayocon, Ohio's oldest and longest running anime convention, has faced major boycott from over 91 individuals. Blah, blah, blah. We already read all that part. Cool. All right. Financial disagreements center around Melissa Phelps' proposed compensation and allegations of financial mismanagement. The situation highlights tension between volunteer representation, financial transparency, and governance in the context of a growing anime convention. Here are the key insights and questions. Volunteer representation rights. How does the situation of Ohayocon reflect broader issues? I don't fucking care. Vox script. Don't ask me these questions. So it sounds to me like we could have read that entire thing and literally not one thing beyond what we've already read would be interesting. Wow. Truly dodged a bullet there.
That's a nuke.
Yeah, dodged a nuke. Wow. I can't believe somebody actually sat down and compiled this whole article. All right, moving on. All right, cool. Studio Ghibli signs a cooperation deal with Chinese company Alibaba for animation production and immersive exhibitions. So, the full version of the article says various projects, including animation production, immersive exhibitions, and business plans for Hayao Miyazaki's latest feature film, The Boy and the Heron. Alibaba Pictures president Li Ji traveled to Japan on January 5th to meet with Studio Ghibli producer Toshio Suzuki to sign the deal. They reached a preliminary strategic agreement for immersive exhibition of Miyazaki's works with Creative Corporation managing on-site implementation. They're planning an exhibition in Shanghai later this year. So do you think they're just getting the rights to do like Ghibli Park in China?
That's what it sounds like.
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
All right, making up for some lost time here. So let's go past this. Let's talk about the Shinto Shrine Naked Festival ritual that is asking men to cover up for the first time in 3-century history. Look at what they've taken from you.
At least they're not asking the women to cover up.
Something tells me there aren't any women. All right, now would be a great time.
It's like, was that?
It's like all the old ladies who don't even give a fuck anymore.
That's what I was gonna say. It's like the hot spring episodes where there's the mixed bathing, but they're all old ladies, and they're like, "No, ew."
Where would this even be from? Fuck. Oh God, where would I even have? Oh wait, here, over here. Okay, I got it. All right. So I don't know. There's just never ever going to be an opportunity for me to ever share this ever. So I'm going to throw it in now.
You could not cover it too. That is an option.
Here it is. Katsuka tweeted out this GIF. Happy 83rd birthday to Hayao Miyazaki.
Whoa.
Hayao Miyazaki, mosaic blurred genitalia. Good night, everyone.
Things I never knew I would see in my lifetime.
Yep. Look at what they've taken from you. I know what I like to do on my 83rd birthday. Get filmed in the bath. Yeah. Where the fuck did I put
standing in front of my garage naked and just jerking it? I'm senile. I can do what I want.
He's probably like, I've gotten enough success. The fans have earned it.
I lost StreamYard. What? How does this keep happening?
Here's StreamYard. Hey, boy.
What window is it in? Oh, here. Okay, I found it. All right, we're pulling it apart. It's got its own window now. Okay. All right, anyway. Loincloths, at least, gentlemen, says Shrine, in change of policy and how to ask the gods for a good harvest and plenty of fish. Japan, you've just doomed yourself.
Yeah.
The gods want to see naked genitalia.
They want to see you helicopter that thing,
yes.
Okay?
Yes.
That's what gets a good harvest, if you helicopter it.
This is why political correctness cannot stand. The life of everyone in Japan is dependent. Why is there like a fly on his thumb? You see that? I thought that was like a spot on the screen, but it's not. All right, anyway.
I see that in a new light. I didn't realize harvest meant infants.
Spreading the seeds?
Come on, man. All right. Every year, Owase Shrine in the town of Owase in Mie Prefecture holds its Yaya Matsuri. That's a great name for it. Or a Yaya Festival. As with many Shinto festivals, part of the proceedings include prayers to the gods, asking for abundant harvest for farmers, and bounteous catches for fishermen, ensuring the health and prosperity of the community in the year to come. Part of this request to the divine powers involves a purification ritual called korikaki, in which male festival participants plunge into the waters of the ocean and nearby rivers after nightfall. A startling side note, though, is that these nighttime dips don't take place during Japan's sweltering summer, but at the start of February, when overnight temperatures can dip down close to freezing. What's also startling for those unfamiliar with the Yaya Festival, is that the men jumping into the chilly waters are completely naked. Still, for nearly 300 years, Owase has been able to find men willing to strip down and jump in. Oh. Good thing they put the censor with the mosaics in this for us to watch it.
They got bonus blessings if they can still helicopter it in that weather.
Yeah. It's like inverted at this point. All right. I don't know why they would want to stop that. As of this year, though, that tradition is ending. Last year, the Owase Shrine Parishioners Associated Last year, the Owase Shrine Parishioners Association was cautioned by the Mie Prefectural Police about the potential online diffusion of photos from the event showing naked participants. Are you fucking serious? So you're saying that you're so hell-bent on not letting anybody ever see Asian genitalia that you have to shut it down for them to see it in person, just in case somebody snaps a pic and uploads it to the internet and says, look, unmosaiced, rare, $20,000 only. You know.
Do you think VPNs are very popular in Japan?
I think it's legal for them to view. It's legal for them to view porn that doesn't have censorship. It's illegal for them to make it.
Are they making porn at these hot spring jump dips?
See, as soon as the camera comes out, it's technically porn. Right? Listen, I hate to do this, but the law is the law. All right, so the Parishioners Association has come to the decision to require Korikaki participants to wear shorts, swimsuits, loincloths, or other articles of clothing which will conceal their manly bits before jumping into the water. I hope they wear clothing that has dicks all over it. This policy will remain in place going forward. In order to preserve our traditions, we want to make sure we want to make what revisions that we can, says Atsushi Naka, head of the Parishioners Association. We hope that the people of the community in which the festival takes place will understand. I don't understand. I think it's prudish. And the helicopters, how else will they fly? As evidenced by the above video, the naked portion of the Yaya Matsuri isn't a secret. There's officially sanctioned media coverage, and private photography/filming doesn't appear to be banned either. The concern raised by the Mie Prefectural Police, though, involves photos of the festival being posted on social media platforms where regulations regarding censoring and privacy clearances may not be as strictly enforced. Bunch of prudes, seriously. It's worth noting that the decision to require clothing doesn't appear to be something that local residents are clamoring for, presumably because the surrounding community has had 3 centuries to get used to the annual midwinter skinny dips. Ostensibly, the Yaya Festival may have been able to continue with the naked korikaki by banning photography/filming during that portion of the festivities, though that may have negatively impacted the visibility of the event as a whole, and reduced its ability to attract visitors and contribute to a sense of local pride. Well, I can't take pictures of wieners. I don't even want to go. Like. This year's Yaya Matsuri is scheduled for February 1st through 5th, though we'll likely have to wait a few months to see if the lack of nudity is still able to convince the gods to grant their blessings to Owase's field.
Now they have a new tradition. It's masturbating in the field at sunrise.
That's actually an old tradition. They're just shining new light on it. All right. Also, just because this is a shit show of a podcast and I have no idea where else to throw this shit in there, Japan is gaining awareness over Western critical race theory. So, a recently rediscovered Japanese TV program discussed one of the ways in which the West is trying to influence other countries, with critical race theory being a controversial but recent method. The 2021 released Taronoman News segment with Tokyo University professor Kaori Hayashi was re-uploaded by Twitter account Asian Dawn. I read about them in Time magazine. Right? That's a Die Hard reference. Cool. Where Hayashi talked up critical race theory. The re-upload of the segment came with English subtitles and discussed the topic at length and how Japan will seemingly not be so easy to convince with this political topic. Quote, Japanese people speaking Japanese while living in Japan are a privileged class, and they must be aware of it. Bitch, they aren't even privileged enough to win Miss Japan. Non-Japanese people living in Japan who don't speak Japanese are at a disadvantage. Nobody made them live there, though. That's the thing. Japanese who speak Japanese, being a privileged class, are committing the crime of discrimination.
They're committing the crime by simply existing? What the fuck, dude?
Yep. How dare you? How dare you speak your own language in your own country as your own nationality? God damn it. You disgust me. You may be doing nothing, but you are committing discrimination just by existing. It's this kind of argument. It's almost like original sin. This is the critical race theory that is popularized in America. In America, it's white people. A white male that speaks English is considered the most sinful. Fuck! Forgive me, Father, I have sinned. She added, quote, so white males are committing the great sin of discrimination since being in the mother's belly. So he must pay for his crime since he was born. So she noticed the local Japanese governments and schools are taking action to block critical race theory. In the schools in Japan, there have been a lot of leftists, she said. They consider this a problem, so each state is forbidding the teaching of critical race theory in schools. There are places doing some countermeasures. The professor gave a warning on the spread of critical race theory. Quote, these people are trying to bring this weird logic here, and it's considered a huge social problem in America. They are trying to bring the social chaos of America to Japan. In closing, she said, when you hear stuff like this, you must realize, oh, that's the thing happening in America. You must not be deceived. Some users, however, brought up the fact that the TV moment is from a few years ago, which is rather important as such things change over time. Some natives to Japan said the ideology hasn't gained any traction since. Much like with modern-day feminism and political correctness, critical race theory is commonly viewed as negatively manipulating how others think, with most critics noting it revolves around disparaging white people. Thanks for noticing. All right. Cool. Not even 2 hours in yet. We're making good time. No, we're not. We're still in live action news.
You fool.
All right. So Warner Brothers Discovery partners with Tom Cruise to develop a new slate of original and franchise films. Studio reportedly hoping a deal results in Edge of Tomorrow sequel. I feel like we just can't get away from the topic. So skipping all this, though both Warner Brothers Discovery and Cruise have yet to provide any details regarding their future project plans at the time of their partnership announcement, Masters was apparently able to glean from her sources that DeLuca and Abdi have also hoped to lure Cruise back for a follow-up to the 2014 film Edge of Tomorrow, which the studio already had in development before they took over. But in light of the radio silence regarding the deal specifics, whether or not this desired sequel to one of the few good Western live-action adaptations of a Japanese work, in this case, Hiroshi Sakurazaka and Yoshitoshi Abe's I think it's Yoshitashi. Why does that look like it's spelled wrong? Yoshitoshi Abe's light novel, All You Need Is Kill, ever comes to fruition ultimately remains to be seen. So, anyway, follow-up. Moving on. An older guy's VR First Love manga gets live action series in April. Naoki is 40 years old, single, male, and a temp worker. But in the world of VR, he takes on the form of a lovely young girl. There, he meets his first love, the cheerful and beautiful Honami.
Oh, I can't wait for them to have an IRL meetup and they're both neckbeards and they'll have their gay love.
Real life for Naoki was a failure. The VR world is where he escapes to is coming to an end too. But in those final moments, he finds her.
In air quotes.
Yeah. All right. Also, let's get that baby ready. Thank you. So live action Oshi no Ko adaptation coming to Amazon and movie to theaters. So they're making a live action series and movie simultaneously. It says here, Amazon and Toei suddenly reveal an already cast adaptation of the ongoing mega hit anime/manga. Usually, there's a long, gradual build-up to the launch of a live-action adaptation of a popular anime/manga series. First comes the initial announcement, maybe with a redesigned logo and a pleasant but platitude-packed statement from the original creator about how they're surprised and excited, and that even though there's no release window yet at this early stage, they hope that everyone is looking forward to it. Quite a bit later comes the introduction of the actor or actress tapped to play the protagonist, who also will make some broad statements about how they fell in love with the character and are happy to be portraying them, followed by a slow drip reveal of the rest of the cast, with the live action version finally releasing months after it was first announced. So it's pretty shocking to see Amazon Prime Video and Toei say, we're making a live action version of Oshi no Ko. Here's photos of the main cast in costume as their characters, and the series will be out by the end of the year. Oh yeah, we're releasing a movie too. That's precisely what the two companies have done, though, with a surprise announcement made on Wednesday in Japan. Oshi no Ko's story of show business, murder, and reincarnation is centered on the idol industry, and several members of the cast come from musical backgrounds. Cast in the lead role of Aqua is drummer/actor/fashion model Kaito Sakurai. Cast in the lead role of Aqua. Is Aqua the guy?
Yeah. Top left, top right.
Okay. Because that's the son of a J-pop band, Mr. Children vocalist, Katsutoshi Sakurai. And playing Aqua's twin sister Ruby is Nagisa Saito, who until last January was a member of the idol unit Equals Love. Asuka Saito, no relation to Nagisa Saito, a founding member of Nogizaka 46 and a 10-year-old veteran of the group, will play the twins' mother, Ai, with the remaining cast announced so far consisting of a bunch of other people we don't care about. The live-action Oshi no Ko drama series will stream worldwide exclusively on Amazon Prime Video, with a premiere date sometime in winter 2024, ostensibly meaning December of 2024. Toei says that it will also release a live-action Oshi no Ko movie in theaters following the drama streaming. So you think they're probably just going to edit the drama into a movie?
I don't know, but I initially had this same thought as Enriv, that the movie would be the first episode of the anime, which is like the prologue of the series.
But it says it's going to release the live action film in theaters following the drama.
Now that hearing that idea is completely wiped off the table, because they definitely would not have the prologue come out after the series.
Yeah.
So I have no idea.
Well, here's
what if it's an epilogue, like the series builds up to a series finale, and then this finale is the movie.
I mean, I guess. I mean, it could be like the last arc of the series, of like the first season, which was the concert.
Yeah. All right, let's get this baby up here again real quick as I.
Talk
God damn it! God damn it!
Talk about that good shit.
That good shit.
I don't think we can. We're getting blocked.
Just hold on. Fuck! I picked the wrong choice. Just 1 second while I swiftly turn off explicit. Oh dear God!
Yeah. That would make so much more sense, having the movie be the prologue, and then have the series be like this the rest of this first season.
Is the baby on screen by chance?
Both of them are.
Good. All right, let's talk about this. The Japanese. Oh. Oh, come on!
Scroll down, hurry up! Scroll down. There we go. A little bit better.
All right. Nobody saw anything. Just gonna scroll down a little bit more. Okay, cool. That's what the baby is for the sustenance nursing, all that's okay. All right, the Japanese share their favorite parody adult videos to diss Oshi no Ko live action for some reason. All right.
Including us.
Yeah, we're a parody.
All right. It is completely covered. Okay. The surprise announcement yesterday of the live-action adaptation of Oshi no Ko caused some Japanese otaku to compare the cast looks to a parody adult video, a conversation that took a somewhat wholesome turn as people began to share their favorites from over the years. The first viral comparison was made by Twitter user Akikun1124, who garnered over 19,000 likes in a short period, comparing the live-action adaptation to the parody adult video Oshi to Kozukuri, with some replies talking about how even the parody version of Oshi no Ai looked closer to the manga and anime than the adaptation. It's really funny how people forgive the adult video, but not the live-action adaptation. No matter how you think about it, the adult video is more true to the original. The adult video has scenes where Aqua and Ruby are conceived, and breast milk drinking as well. You could say that this one's the more faithful to the original.
Yeah, you know, when the brother and sister were plowing each other, that's more faithful.
Look, I'm just saying
that comes later in the series.
I hope you're joking.
The fact that they didn't even try to match the hair color makes it unbearable. It can't be helped. The adaptation doesn't even try to adapt the hair color, and the faces aren't even similar. In the first place, the art isn't suitable to be adapted to live action, such as with the star eyes. That's true. Yep. Have to say I agree. Akikun and others soon began to spread the word about the parody AVs, with parody AV even trending at one point on Twitter. Star Wars left. Some piece of media resembling a Star Wars sequel made by the entertainment world's largest for nothing but profit, right? Right. A parody adult video that assembled Star Wars X American Comics Arrow Pyro Wars. Are we not allowed to show anything down here? Like,
I was worried. I don't know.
I think we're okay.
We're good.
That first one was the only one on this one.
The Oshi no Ko live
11 trust issues.
To be clear, we could have showed literally all of this. There's nothing bad in this article at all. It's all a dramatization for comedy.
It's a shame you were on. I got you off screen on that right as you did.
It's artistic.
I thought it was perfectly timed, actually. The Oshi no Ko live action is being compared to a parody adult video, but hey, parody adult videos can be high quality. These are the leaders of a new school, Atarashi Gakko no Fuki Incho leader. Okay, whatever that means. Oh, that's safe. Good.
I'm surprised they got a Yuki one for the Haruhi.
Yeah,
series.
so here's Faith Stay Night.
That's your favorite AV.
Higurashi.
Look at all the different ones on a single DVD. Wow.
It's because it's one person's costume play drama collection. Parody adult videos seem to be trending, but did you know that cosplay AV maker TMA actually released an 8-hour collection of the cosplay drama sections of their parody adult videos, cutting out all the sex portions? Wow.
That's the greatest hits. Greatest nuts.
Oh my
god. Shibari rope bondage version of Your Name titled Your Rope. Watch party win. Speaking,
I think that will ascend into a crotch party.
Is it both of them that are in the ropes, or is it just the one?
I don't know. Remember the red?
We don't need to know if
rope
the
of
other
fate?
one's in the ropes.
The red rope of fate is tied around his dick, right? Speaking of parody adult videos, this one came to mind in a flash. Your Rope, and then also D-Saw. That's all.
I was surprised that there's a freaking Saw parody. It's like, Jesus Christ.
My favorite adult video is titled "They Saw" or "I'm Gonna Go." Oh,
hey, the Jujutsu Kaisen parody.
Oh, you
It's
mean
never where I
Chainsaw
think-
Man?
I'm gonna come.
Is it an Edward Dildo Hands parody?
I was thinking what was up with the parody adult video trending. Turns out it was people making fun of Oshi no Ko's live action drama. For someone like me who uses fans daily, that's a shame. Dildo Man, Jujutsu Kaisen, or Chijutsu Kaisen, Kitsume no Omeko. If we're talking about the look of the cosplay, then of course a sexy actress will pull it off better. All right, there we go. Let's talk about kaiju history. Godzilla once teamed up with Jesus to devastate humanity in an insane, unmade proposal.
Is that a Godzilla Ohayocon?
Yes. This looks like that article we never covered about the fish that they stuck the googly eyes on. You know what I'm talking about?
It sounds funny, but I'm not recalling.
Do I have my bookmarks? Is there a way to search bookmarks?
I don't know. Depends on the browser, I suppose. In Firefox, there is.
Yeah, there ain't no way I'm gonna find this. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's pretend it is. Okay, cool. All right, I'm not gonna find it. All right, anyway. All right, so let's start this over. So, kaiju history. Godzilla once teamed up with Jesus to devastate humanity in an insane, unmade proposal. Previously in kaiju history, we explored Godzilla's apocryphal duel with the devil. So this month, we go from the Lord of Darkness to his sworn enemy, the Lord of a Sword. I just want to see Godzilla crucified on a cross-shaped building. You know?
Or Jesus riding Godzilla. Like, that way.
It says here, from the Lord of Darkness to his sworn enemy, the Lord of a sort. Anyway, or in a manner of speaking. In any case, I mean in the least conventional, most bonkers way imaginable. To do that, we have to go back to the late 1970s again, when the culture was at its most experimental and psychedelic artistically and socially, which is a nice way of saying everyone and everyone was totally baked. The culture had an effect on the G-Man like no other influence before or since, by begetting the most insane pitches ever submitted by anyone who was seeking a studio's approval. Toho, eager to a fault to push the boundaries with their giant monster, had an open door for these ideas to be heard. Many of them shared an environmentally conscious or spiritual quality that echoed trends and concerns of the age. But while they may have been timely, they often didn't get a farther than a meeting or the circular file. They often didn't get farther than a meeting or the circular file. What do you mean by that? Like it? Okay, whatever. There was one case where such a film was made, one that painted pollution as the biggest threat on to the Earth and mankind, which was Godzilla versus Hedorah, the smog monster, which divides the fandom to this very day with its tone and messaging. It is pretty awful.
You'd think they'd remake that nowadays.
Oh no, it's pretty fucking bad. In all likelihood, it was divisive within Toho as well, since the director, Yoshimitsu Banno, never got to make another movie with them. A sequel to Hedorah was being developed, only to be canceled, leaving the monster in limbo for decades. But that's a story for another time. There was no shortage of treatments similar to Banno's, but Toho may have reached their limit with hearing them out as they got weirder and more absurd sounding. On that note, I want to introduce you to the one that went further than any of them, even Banno, and Godzilla versus the Devil. God's Godzilla is the name of a treatment by sci-fi and alternate history author critic Yoshio Aramaki submitted in 1979. It was a nugget in a pile of rejected proposals seeking to take up the task of reviving the King of Monsters into a new era. That is precisely what Aramaki's treatment did. It began when aliens arrived from deep space, specifically the null space of the continent of Mu, like they often do in tokusatsu pictures, and landed in Peru. The destination is no coincidence, as the South American nation is home to the infamous Nazca lines that ancient alien theorists believe were made so space travelers could see them from the sky and find a worthy runway waiting their ships if they ever returned. Well, they do, and it spells disaster for humanity. With some flashing lights, the aliens wake up a dinosaur-shaped figure that you can probably guess is Godzilla. Under their control, he rises to do their bidding as their weapon, or god, as the proposal says, of mass destruction. According to Aramaki, in a translated preamble to his treatment, this new Godzilla would wipe out the image of a grotesque future Godzilla, and I believe that this Godzilla must be both aesthetic and modern. He added the new Godzilla will be developed for the future of the 21st century and should carry forward with it a sense of postmodernism. Wow. Everything about this is terrible.
What this should have been was this should have been a origin story for Godzilla, where he was just Zilla before they added the God element, where he fused with Jesus.
So far, it just sounds like he needs to clean his room. That sense of the postmodern carries with it a tendency towards assembling a pastiche of multiple influences. Some mentioned, like King Kong, are perfectly in line with Godzilla. Others, including Tarzan, Frankenstein, and the French pulp anti-hero Fantomas, are as disparate as can be. Aramaki wanted to imitate characters that thrived each time they were shown to the next generation, which is a timeless mandate. However, his intro gets trippier from there, as he calls upon everyone involved to recognize the discrepancy within the grotesque, i.e., between supernaturalism and surrealism. They then had to exercise their imaginations and take their thoughts to warp speed. Why is that in quotes? How would you do that? The staff shall be trained to be able to immediately allow four-dimensional images to come to their minds, Aramaki explains. Horizontal and diagonal thought, as well as reversals in thought, are already behind the times. After all that, he gets to the story and somehow still urges Toho to keep it simple. For the story, the simpler it remains, the better it will likely be, he wrote. Holy fuck. Anyway, back to his Godzilla. Aramaki describes his Gojira as akin to the Hindu god Kali. This Godzilla is not an ally of justice. In other words, he is a malevolent god, a god of destruction, he says. Just as Kali is a dark god, this Godzilla is truly dark. This is Godzilla like you've never seen him before. In the hood. There is an awkward...
I was thinking of the one with me with Godzilla wearing the Air Force Ones. What are those?
There is an awkward and uncomfortable mixing of religious traditions that goes with this idea. Aramaki blends aspect of Hinduism with the ancient alien theory and doesn't stop there. After the aliens arrive in Peru and reawaken Godzilla, he brings in a Christ figure to carry out their agenda. Oh, is that where the statue in Peru is? Like the one of Jesus in like Buenos Aires or wherever that is? You know what I'm talking about? The huge one of Jesus with his arms out? I've never been to South America.
Is it that's in Brazil, isn't it?
Brazil. Is that where what I say? Peru? Whatever.
Where did they
Portugal.
go? Like this?
Portugal.
No. Where they went in Helsing episode 3.
I want to see Godzilla crucified on the statue of Jesus.
Oh, it is in Brazil. Okay.
So while the UN scrambles to do battle with the kaiju menace, the alien's humanoid emissary, who identifies himself as Jesus, descends, but he is not the Messiah in Scripture. Rather than calm storms and heal people, he causes chaos and plagues from nightmares. It was Jesus this whole time. No, from Peru. What a clickbait! False Godzilla. Holding all the cards, he also controls Godzilla, who is creating tsunamis to terrorize coastlines. But his bosses up in a spaceship take it upon themselves to go further and eradicate the Van Allen belt. This leaves the planet without protection from solar radiation. Godzilla and Space Jesus then go to Egypt, where a seed of the future is depicted in the skies. It shows that life will go on, but the descendants of modern humans will be horrifically mutated and squirming. At this, Aramaki's Christ booms, "Behold your future!" All is lost for humanity. Godzilla crouches like the Sphinx. The humanoid poser Jesus, golden and shining, ascends back to the heavens on a stairway of light. And that's how the movie was supposed to end. Holy shit.
And then in the sequel, he faces his arch nemesis, Satanzilla.
No, Godzilla fought the devil already.
But no.
That's a real movie. Godzilla versus the devil.
Watch party when?
We were just reading about it, right?
Yeah, but no. In the same way that in the Hollywood movies, they bring him back with a nuke, they bring back a mutated previous one to make him Satanzilla.
So it says here, naturally, Toho passed on this proposal. No reason was given, but it's not hard to imagine that they thought the narrative was too chaotic and that it would offend the religious sensibilities of markets they try to show it in, such as the U.S. The whole thing first appeared in the Japanese publication Godzilla Toho Special Effects Unpublished Material Archive, producer Tomoyuki Tanaka and his era. You can find it on Toho Kingdom blog. Wow. Holy shit. Oh, that was a gamble I wish I didn't take. All right. Let's talk about streaming news. 2 hours in. Nice. Okay, Monsters 103 Mercies Dragon Damnation by Eiichiro Oda is streaming already. Right?
Yep.
And it just so happens that the main character is voiced by Chris Sabat.
No.
The narrator.
Incorrect. The narrator.
That's what I meant. He's the main character.
Yeah, that's the localization creep. They add narration everywhere to make him the character. It was on this day long ago that I was a young swordsman.
Well, like narrate on the level of the Hunter x Hunter narrator.
So the premise of this series is it's a one-shot from Oda before he made One Piece. And then he made One Piece and he decided to reuse the character in One Piece as like an ancient character, like a historical character that is canonically in One Piece. And Zoro is a descendant of this historical character. And there's a scene where he comes back as a zombie and he fights Zoro and gives him his sword. And
who voiced him?
Who voiced the zombie?
I don't remember.
It wasn't Chris Sabat.
That's not good enough, Random 11.
It's. I think it was the voice actor for Brooke that voiced him because it was Brooke's shadow was like controlling the zombie, if I remember. It was the same voice. I'm not sure, but anyway, so they play that scene, which took place in Thriller Bark. They play that at the very end of this episode, and so they start it with Zoro's narration. They play the episode, and then they go and play the scene with Zoro talking to the main character here, Ryuma, as a zombie. So
the point of bringing this up is that last podcast we were talking about Netflix getting a more recent version of One Piece than even Funimation / Crunchyroll had released yet. And we were speculating because historically Netflix has had their own dub cast for things such as Vinland Saga, right? Or is that's Amazon?
Yeah, Vinland Saga.
No, you're
well,
correct.
Okay, so Kakegurui would be an example. Okay,
also Kakegurui also.
Yeah, so Kakegurui is on Netflix. It has Erika Harlacher and other people, right? And then when Sentai releases it on disc, they have a whole different dub.
Yeah.
Right? So we were speculative that because it looked like Netflix was jumping over the portion of One Piece that Crunchyroll had been doing, that they were going to then dub it themselves with a new cast. But they dubbed this with Chris Sabat voicing the narrator, so it seems that perhaps they can get the legacy cast from Funimation.
Like they're just gonna hire Okratron 5000 or whatever.
Okay, so correction on a couple things. There was a question since they were cutting to Egghead and skipping a bunch of episodes of whether or not that they were going to dub Egghead themselves. It does not appear that they have done that. So in theory they could though. And then the same thing would apply that you just said. But the other interesting thing to keep in mind is that they are going to be having the One Piece, the new remake series. And that series will be done by a different company other than Toei. And so the question would be, would that series, because that's going to get a dub for sure, would that series be dubbed by the original cast, or would it be a new cast?
Or will Wit be like, nah, bruh, we don't like these actors?
So DTG says the Black Clover movie kept the Crunchyroll cast, and that was Netflix.
Yeah.
I guess something else to keep in mind is JoJo Rohan OVAs. Also, essentially, there's at the very beginning, you see, what's the small guy's name again? He had the same Zach Aguilar.
Yeah.
And it's just Vic that was changed.
And also Stone Ocean.
Okay, but hold on. There's
Sentai then?
Hold on. There's a complete difference between all of those and what's happening with One Piece. Okay? With all of those, it's like, okay, the show changed people, right? And okay, when it changed to Netflix, it's now they went back and rehired the same actors. With One Piece, the original One Piece is still airing and still being dubbed by Crunchyroll. So these actors, if they are going to be reprising their role in either a Netflix dub of the Egghead, which I don't see happening at this point, or the One Piece dub, they're going to be dubbing that while still doing their role in the Crunchyroll version of the standard series.
So they're either going to have a packed schedule or just won't be able to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, Enriv says the Sentai dub thing happened because Netflix dubbed the show first, but the rights were too expensive, so Sentai did a redub because it was cheaper. Correct.
Which is crazy.
I guess in the past that Netflix to sub-license out the stuff that they did that most companies just pass on it.
Yeah, but then Discotheque can't afford to dub at least part of, Hitman Reborn. But, that's it is what it is.
Only 4 episodes. But...
Only 4 episodes.
So in other news, Toonami is going to air both the dub and sub for the Ninja Kamui anime. So this is the anime that's coming out from the director of season 1 of Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh, it's at the tail end. Okay, I was like, they're doing the sub and dub? What?
Yeah, so the English dub is going to premiere at midnight.
Yes, I'm aware. I will be there.
The sub will be at 3 a.m. So
yeah, it'll be after I'm like, okay, I'm going to turn this fucking off. I'm already wanting to turn it off when we get to IGPX. I'm like, I'm so fucking tired.
And Toriyama's Sandland CG anime adaptation was sentenced to Hulu prison.
Oh.
Yeah, not surprising because it's on. They mentioned Disney Plus, and everything that goes to Disney Plus internationally goes to Hulu in the U.S.
Yeah, so it says here that
which sucks.
the anime
Disney Plus on Hulu.
The anime follows an old general called Sheriff Rao as he asks the Sandland demons for help in finding the legendary spring that will help solve the dying world's water supply problems. It apparently is a retelling and sequel to the story of the movie, which released in Japan in the summer of 2023. So I guess this is Sandland the series, and I guess we already had a movie that must have been what we were looking at up until now.
I mean, we covered the movie. We also covered when the series was announced. So
I don't remember doing that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
we've done it. Don't worry about it.
Here's a little bit about what you can expect from it. If you like Toriyama, you'll love it, I'm guessing. Anyway, cool. Moving on. And other things you might also love. Manu Scroll is streaming on Crunchyroll.
Uncensored, even.
Yeah, that's the shocking thing.
So I want to give you a few moments to adjust your eyes real quick. And then I would like to showcase this tweet at Chibi Reviews. I know this is an old anime, but I got to share this. This anime has never been licensed before, and it was released all the way back in 2011. And out of nowhere, it's on Crunchyroll and fully uncensored. Just the first 5 seconds of episode 1 and full-on booba, which I will not be showing.
Aww. Boo!
All right. In other streaming news, the imaginary...
They found that adhered to their standards. I'm sorry. I had to say
exactly.
Yes. Thanks, Crunchyroll. The Imaginary anime film and Studio Ponok land a new global distribution deal. So future Studio Ponok films are going to stream exclusively on Netflix. That's the news. Good riddance. Who cares? So Netflix has Ghibli and Ponok. All right. Rob Pareda launches Henshin anime consulting practice. Whatever the fuck that means. Former Crunchyroll, Viz Media, and Netflix executive Rob Pareda announced on Friday that he is launching his company Henshin, which is as the first dedicated management consulting practice for the anime industry. Henshin, which is the Japanese word for transform, aims to strategically help organizations with anime industry insights, business growth, and content innovation with a focus on the intersection of anime, games, manga, and related fields. Service areas include market entry, business acceleration, executive producing, and mergers and acquisitions. So that's pretty much all there is here on the news for it. I don't know what the fuck this is for or why they thought this was needed, but there it is. Let's talk about a Thai man who got 50 years in prison for making fun of the king on social media. Look, this is why social media needs to take down the posts so that you don't spend 50 years in jail for saying a joke.
Or maybe the king should stop being, I am the king, 50 years in prison.
A 30-year-old Thai man has been sentenced to 50 years in prison. Just put that in perspective. He will get out when he's 80.
That's a life sentence.
The king is long dead by then. After making fun of King Maha Vajiralongkorn. Whoa, what a name.
I'd make fun of him too. Fuck that
Seriously. Guy. Vagina Longhorn.
more like vagina shortcorn, all right?
Who is protected by Thailand's Lèse Majesté law, which protects the royal family and friends from criticism and is considered one of the strictest in the world. According to the local media, online vendor Mongkol Busbaz Therakot was arrested in 2021 for posting a series of comments insulting the king on social media. He received a 28-year prison sentence for 14 violations of the law.
Look, just make fun of his name and call it even. Like, come on.
Therakot paid bail and was released on bail, but then continued posting more criticism about the royal family on social media. On January 18, 2024, he received an additional 22 years to his initial conviction after the appeals court found him guilty of 11 more violations for a total of 50 years in prison, the longest sentence in the history of Thailand's lèse majesté law cases. According to Thai lawyers, 262 people have violated the lèse majesté law since 2020.
What is this?
Thailand's King Maha Vagina Longhorn has been a controversial figure since serving as the prince of the country, with antics ranging from making his third wife dress in a G-string to celebrate his pet poodle, Fufu's birthday, to promoting the dog to the rank of Air Chief Marshal in the Royal Air Force.
What a fucking loser.
Thailand also threatened to prosecute
Reese, you're gonna
Facebook.
get 50.
Facebook in 2017 after giving the social media platform an ultimatum to remove a video of the eccentric king in a crop top at the mall. Why would you want that removed? I don't understand. He looks so good. Anyway,
any leader of a country is not above criticism, should not be above criticism from their own subjects or people.
And certainly not from us.
All right,
Nobody's
don't go to
above our-
Thailand.
All right. You know, it's hard enough to tell the pronouns of the people in America. I don't think I need to go to Thailand. All right. So SAG-AFTRA signs deal with AI tech company Replica Studios to allow the use of digital voice application in the video game industry. We covered this last podcast. Here are the details that we didn't previously know. Per the agreement, developers who seek to use such digital replications must not only agree to pay actors a situation-specific minimum recording fee, with 4-hour-a-day sessions costing almost $1,000 and 6-hour-day sessions sitting at almost $2,000, but also abide by a new set of protective provisions regarding the use of AI voice technology in the creation of both digital voice replicas and foundational voice models. In terms of the former, it's subject defined by the agreement as a voice model trained on recordings of specific individuals and has individually identifiable unique characteristics such as sound, tone, rhythm, or cadence that remain consistent and recognizable when used to synthesize speech. Developers seeking to create one such replica must both obtain informed consent from an actor to use their voice and provide performers and, if applicable, their professional representatives a full and forthright description of the recording session and the development use prior to negotiating compensation for the developmental use.
So I think what that means is, I could be wrong, if someone voices, like if someone puts on a voice for two different characters, I'm blanking on people who do that now, but anyway, like Chris
like
Sabat,
Piccolo
right?
and Vegeta.
Yeah, Chris Sabat. Although arguably they're the same, but
the guy we were just talking about, like
Yamcha and Vegeta.
Yeah, that the actor would have to get paid twice, like once for each version of the voice, even though it's the same person technically.
So those people voicing multiple characters in One Piece were like getting triple paid, quadruple paid.
Remember how whiny and complainy they were last podcast because they couldn't read fucking anything? Notably, should a developer wish to use an AI replica as a principal character in a video game, must pay a modified 4-hour session fee per 300 lines of dialogue or 3,000 words, and also provide voice actors the same secondary additional compensation payments required by the IMA when their digital replica is used in a video game.
So that is weird because I guess they assume, no, never mind. I was going to say, like, so they're going to get paid that dialogue no matter what, right? So if the voice is being used in a dynamic way, that in theory could be the entire game, they're not going to get paid any more for that voice, but they get that minimum of the 300 line worth of session. Seems weird to me, but
yeah. So real quick, the Kotuchi says, didn't Ice Poseidon go to jail in Thailand? Yes. I believe he had his girlfriend simulated like a lap dance or something, or he did or something, and he was arrested for public indecency or something, and it was just a guy being goofy, and he went to jail. Old Man says, game companies will get their AI voice data sets for free from the players. Gamers will give away their rights in perpetuity for free stuff in game.
So they're gonna like take your Xbox Live voice messages saying the N-word and use that as your voice clips.
Gaming's gonna be lit.
No, just they don't even use AI. They just take those recordings and that's your GTA dialogue. It's like, oh my god, shut up, you stupid.
Oh.
Further, a developer will only be allowed to digitally replicate a given voice for a single year, at which time they must again pay the actor the above fees in order to extend their license. And
so
while
this is scary.
Yeah. While the same guideline regarding the informing an actor as to how their voice will be used also applies to the latter, defined as a voice model trained on large volumes of anonymized data files that does not have individually identifiable unique characteristics such as sound, tone, rhythm, or cadence that remain consistent and recognizable when used to synthesize speech, which is not intended to be user-facing. Its licenses are valid for an extended 3 years, while its renewal fee is only 1/2 of the four-hour session rate.
So if with companies already being like taking away your media because the license for the music in the video game or the license for the car or the license for the NFL team goes up, and then they're like, oh well, we can't sell this game anymore and we're going to take it off the store. Are they requiring game developers to pay yearly just to keep selling the game, or is it, I pay once and whatever audio I generate through that year is what I get to keep at that rate and I don't have to pay again? Like, are they licensing the result of the AI, or are they just licensing the use of it to generate audio clips? And then for games that do dynamic scenes where they have the AI constantly just generating ChatGPT dialogue, how would that work? Because it's not going to be generating a fixed number of audio clips. It's going to be live generating. So those
are
ones
going to be
would
non-union actors.
yeah. But if they signed a deal with like a video game union where they agree that this is what's going to happen with all AI, I don't know. It could that could get complicated.
So, in a statement released alongside the news, SAG-AFTRA President Fran Drescher explained of the guild's reasoning behind the deal. Maybe asserted an explanation of the guild's reasoning behind the deal. Quote, artificial intelligence has dominated the headlines, and for most performers, the best protection against the unauthorized digital simulation of their voice, likeness, and or performance is a SAG-AFTRA contract. We are so happy to partner with Replica Studios because this is a great example of AI being done right. Likewise, the Guild's National Executive Director and Chief Negotiator Duncan Crabtree Ireland asserted, quote, recent developments in AI technology have underscored the importance of protecting the rights of voice talent, particularly as game studios explore more efficient ways to create their games. With this agreement, we have achieved fully informed consent and fair compensation when it comes to the use of our members' voices and performances. We are proud to work with Replica in leading the way to make it easy for these companies to access SAG-AFTRA's world-renowned talent in an ethical manner that ensures consent and fair compensation for their contributions. This agreement also paves the way for other companies to follow their lead. So anyway, there's just a little bit of extra details about that. I want to try to pick up some lost time here real quick. Warner Brothers Animation executive Sam Register and Hollywood insiders don't want voice actors or storyboard artists to worry about AI taking their jobs. So I'm not going to read this, but effectively what it ends up saying. Hold on one second. Oh, shit. Night Shift isn't even on. Oh, I thought that hideous look was because of that. Fuck. All right, whatever. Apparently, I can't fucking turn up the brightness either. Okay, weird. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So I was wondering why this looks so jank, but apparently it's not my computer doing that. Anyway, so long story short, Warner Brothers is sort of saying like, "Don't worry, we love artists. We aren't going to let anything happen to you. We aren't going to use AI," which tells me that when Paramount and Universal and all the other companies start using AI and they like slash their, staff because they're using AI, that Warner Brothers is thinking to themselves like, we see the writing on the wall, and audiences, they don't want content made by robots. They'll virtue signal buy tickets to go see movies that are still 100% human made, right? So they're like banking on this. But what's going to end up happening is that when all the other companies start utilizing AI and slash their staff, those people will now have to seek employment at Warner Brothers, the only place that is left for them, kind of thing. Just seems like a disaster.
Well, I mean, I think they'll just get different jobs within the same industry, right?
We'll see.
Half of them will cry, "I'm out of work. I can't do anything else."
That really would suck if you were playing GTA and the next patch they patched like a different AI voice on Jerome or whatever.
Like I can't imagine there's a person that out there working that's like 100% all I do are storyboards and that's all I know how to do. And if you take away that job, I won't be able to draw anything else because I can only draw storyboards.
Were you not around with the SAG strike? Like nobody was working at all. Nobody had. I'm on the streets.
Yeah, but that was partially because the union was preventing them from working.
But they couldn't work outside of the voice actors industry. They couldn't get a burger flipping job. Was the union stopping them from getting a job as like a handyman or whatever?
Look, the only job you're allowed to give when you're on strike is blowjobs.
That is a little different.
All right. Anyway,
are you speaking from experience, Randy?
I was talking about your comment. I was ignoring AC's comment.
All right. Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. Final Fantasy VII.
Ruining this timestamps.
Me. Final Fantasy VII Advent Children complete its U.S. screenings ahead of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So just a confirmation here. It's coming out in U.S. theaters February 21st, dubbed, and 22nd subbed. If you wanted to go see the complete version, it has all those additional scenes of Denzel. All right, continuing. Aniplex and Crunchyroll announced Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba to the Hashira Training global theatrical dates. So
this is just another excuse to say, for those in the back, this is not a new movie. Green line.
Go see Final Fantasy instead.
Bitch, I'm not the one who wanted to go. My friends were the ones who wanted to go, and I'm like,
well, now you know, and you can correct course.
Yes, now you will be informed.
Now you have informed consent when going in.
This is just the last two episodes of the Swordsmith's Village arc, and then first episode of the Hashira Training arc.
Cool.
Sorry.
So, original anime film, A Few Moments of Cheers, announced for summer 2024. So, the story is about a guy who... This guy...
That's it, a guy who?
That's the guy who voices, what's his name in Demon Slayer?
Yes, Tanjiro.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it says here, set in Ishikawa Prefecture, the story follows Kanata, a high school boy who becomes inspired to create music videos after watching a live street performance by Yu, a teacher who had given up on a career in music. So he sees her sing on the street and decides, whoa, I gotta make music videos where she's wearing thongs. No. Anyway, it kind of vaguely reminds me of
your boy Kang
Pompo the Cinephile.
Oh. I'm reminded of your boy Kang Ming. Like he hears your voice and he's like, I want to be your producer so you can get big.
All right, let's read about a Colombian graphic designer who scammed the national media into believing that she worked, quote, hand in hand with Hayao Miyazaki on The Boy and the Heron. Oof. So Hayao Miyazaki's The Boy and the Heron will premiere in Colombia on January 25th. Ahead of that debut, the film is getting an unplanned and likely unappreciated marketing push as a local woman has gone viral for convincing major media outlets that she drew around 25,000 frames for the film's production. Geraldine Fernandez is a graphic designer at Tecnoglass, a Barranquilla, Colombia-based company that produces architectural glass and aluminum products. In a series of recent interviews, though, she convinced several major media that she was heavily involved in the production of Studio Ghibli's latest film. Most of the stories corresponding with her claims have been removed by their publishers, which include outlets such as El Heraldo and El Tiempo. But some interview clips are being re-uploaded on YouTube, like the ones below. Many in Colombia were quick to embrace Fernandez's story, and she was even invited to give a speech at the Universidad Sergio Arboleda.
You see, I also took the video of Miyazaki's dick.
When her story started spreading online, however, animation professionals immediately began questioning the highly suspect narrative. One dead giveaway that Fernandez was fabricating her story was that her
She's
name
not Japanese.
her name didn't appear in any of the film's promotional materials or credits.
Sorry, I gotta ask one question real quick.
Go ahead.
How many frames per second would a Miyazaki
24.
24. It is 24 seconds. So
it depends. It depends.
I was thinking maybe 60 frames. So if it's 24.
Hold up. You're on crack if you think there's any 60 frames.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was being generous.
Hold up. Much of it is probably closer to 12 frames.
Yeah, generally anime's at 12.
Max 24.
Max
the maximum
film.
output she could do.
So she's saying
any theater film is 24 frames per second.
So with her claim, what was it, 25,000 frames?
25,000 frames.
That's like over half an hour of the movie.
Yeah.
Like, is she kidding? How would that not be so obvious that she's lying?
Do you see how jank these fingers are? It looks like she's drawn 25,000 frames. Cartoon Brew spoke with the film's American distributor, G-Kids, which told us they have a full official credits list for the film from Studio Ghibli and that Fernandez's name does not appear anywhere in the credits for The Boy and the Heron. Adding to the improbability of her already tall tale, Fernandez claims to have had direct contact with Miyazaki 3 times over the course of production and says that he affectionately referred to her as the Colombian when praising her work, but offered no evidence of those meetings. In an interview shared across her now deactivated social media accounts, Fernandez said, quote, over 20 months, I had to deliver 25,000 frames, and those 25,000 frames corresponded to a 10-second scene, so to speak.
Bro! 25,000 frames a second. We're doing some slow-mo, guys, like animation here.
That'd be 2,500 frames per second. So that's not entirely. So think about it this way, though. When you draw a frame of animation, you could consider one single frame of frame by frame on the remote could have multiple frames of drawing within it, because you might have a character in the foreground and a character in the background. Each person drawing those people would consider that doing a frame. You might also have like fire animation or something, secondary animation of some kind is on top. So you could theoretically do, especially having seen Boy and the Heron, if you look at the scenes where he's like running through fire and whatnot, that might be 25-ish thousand frames per 10 seconds, like depending on how you divvy up what constitutes a frame.
I don't know. I feel like per frame, like I don't know, you'd do a lot of details on one layer, and then you'd have like the character layer, and then maybe you'd have 3 or 4. But I can't really see 25,000. That seems like a bit much. Yeah. However, I do think there is one plausibility that you did deliver 25,000 frames, is if it was physically via courier. Like she took the other people's drawings and she delivered them. Yeah. She didn't actually make them, but she delivered them.
Had to deliver 25,000 frames. Here you go, boss.
She's credited as the courier.
Turns out her job was just to collect the done pile and stick them on the desk for dailies the next day or whatever. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
So she said here, I had to deliver 25,000 frames, and those 25,000 frames correspond to a 10-second scene, so to speak. It was a lot of work, but it was worth it, especially because Miyazaki was there. You know that he is a master not only of life, but also on a professional level. Most people don't know him as the one you led with. Like Miyazaki, master of life. What is he, 83, not dead yet? Damn, he's got it down. The trick is to have your dick out when they're filming you in the bath.
I'm sorry, but that is like ingrained in my mind ever since we saw that. Jesus Christ.
Just his head above the water is probably not going to leave my memory.
When she said master of, that was the picture that came in my head. I'm like, no.
Anyway, so he is a master not only of life, but also on a professional level, and working hand in hand with him was quite incredible, and it was a unique experience. I'm having his child. My son is the true heir. Step aside, Goro.
She's like, wait, hold on. Hidetaka Miyazaki made Dark Souls, not Ghibli. Damn it. Wrong one.
As skepticism mounted, Fernandez was also accused of stealing other artists' work for her digital portfolio. Available here. Yes. Oh God, I gotta see this. I don't know if babies are going to be necessary, so I'm just going to pull that off screen for a second.
Get the preemptive baby up there, Justin.
Hold on, I got a way back machine. This bitch. She took her portfolio down.
There you go.
Yes. Yes. It has only been archived in 2024, but that's all I need.
You just need a little tease.
Ow! God damn it. Can't seem to find the page you're looking for, huh? All right, let's go to archive. Come on.
Back to the Wayback Machine. Give us that one from 2023.
No, there weren't any from 2023. That's the problem. Oh, there's one from archive. Damn it. It's the page not found one again.
Ah, man.
God.
I don't think anyone had the foresight to archive it.
But clearly not. Some people were downloading her. Let's see, what else is there? There's there's Ghost Archive and there's Google Web Cache. Don't burn me. Come on, we got this. We definitely got this. The document has moved here. Okay. 302 moved. Okay, whatever that means. All right, let's try a different Wayback Machine. The level of sadness in my heart may never recover. We have one other shot, and I don't think it's going to work.
You want to see her furry fan art that badly?
I just want to see what she was pretending was hers. God damn it.
Turns out it was Steamboat Willie.
Fuck. All right. Well, I guess there's no point in showing any of this because we can't see it.
Oh well.
What a shame. Man. Many of the images appear to have been lifted directly from DeviantArt or taken from publicity campaigns executed by Colombian ad agencies. On Monday of this week, as speculation about the validity of her claims went viral on social media, Fernandez was interviewed on Twitch by Spanish streamer and video game journalist Pablo Gonzalez, whose online alias is Keith Sith. During the extensive conversation, they talked for nearly 2 hours. Fernandez doubled down on her assertions. Fernandez reiterated time and again that everything she had said about working on the film was true, but that she couldn't offer any proof of those claims because she was bound by a confidentiality agreement. She told Gonzalez that she would ask the studio for proof of her involvement with the film, but the host seemed reluctant to believe that such evidence would be forthcoming. During the interview, Fernandez also addressed accusations of plagiarism in her portfolio, maintaining that all the artwork in it was original. The illustrations are entirely mine, she asserted. The thing is that the portfolio is very old, but those illustrations are 100% mine, she said, before backtracking and admitting that one of the images wasn't created by her. Wait a minute. Does that mean that when she was interviewed on Twitch, that I can see this portfolio? Or is it just going to take me to his Twitch and not to the video?
Look at the video. Oh.
No.
Maybe not.
Come on. Man. The level of disappointment I'm suffering tonight is a whole new level for me. Cartoon Brew reached out to Fernandez for a comment, but has not received a response. This week, she has deactivated her Twitter and LinkedIn profiles. Her Instagram was set to private, and her personal website is no longer active. Since running its original story, El Heraldo has issued a retraction which explains the story of Barranquilla's Geraldine Fernandez, who had supposedly participated as an illustrator in the most recent Golden Globe winning film, The Boy and the Heron, turned out to be false. El Heraldo, in its attempt to highlight the artists of the city of the Caribbean, trusted Fernandez's claims in the good faith, although they ended up being lies. This publishing house apologizes to its readers for all the information published regarding this graphic designer who deceived the media. El Tiempo ran a similar retraction, which reads, El Tiempo apologizes to its readers for the failures of its internal data verification process and confirms a desire that this type of story not be repeated in the future. In a radio interview today with Colombia's Blue Radio, Fernandez admitted to exaggerating her involvement in the film. You mean fabricating it whole cloth? But still maintains that she was a part of the Boy and the Heron's production, saying, I worked on a couple of scenes, not the whole movie, which were part of the composition of 25,000 frames, but I didn't make the 25,000 frames.
So I was right.
I bought a movie ticket and saw the movie. That's what's going to be.
That was a part of its success.
Yeah.
They credit that.
Here's another update. After it became clear that Fernandez was not involved was not involved in production of The Boy and the Heron, she distributed an apology letter to traditional media sources in Colombia and on social media. In the letter, she wrote, "I alert the public, the media, my friends, and my family that I never participated in the illustration and design of the film The Boy and the Heron, directed by Hayao Miyazaki. In fact, I've never picked up a pencil in my life."
I'm surprised she didn't claim that she came up with the idea and, lit some
it's based
fire.
on my original story. You remember how much I hate parakeets? Everything that happened was the result of a bad faith exercise that I now recognize and for which I am sorry. I love and admiration for illustration, and my profession as a graphic designer led me to make comments in closed circles about working as an illustrator in some scenes. I recognized that was a mistake. The digital press contacted me, and from there, everything went viral, a situation that was far beyond my expectations and which placed me in the eye of a hurricane in front of the most important media in the country, influencers, and colleagues. You should have just had it. It should be, here's her statement. It's just a prank, bro. I acknowledge that the situation got out of hand and it became increasingly difficult to retract my comments, which had a negative impact on my friends, family, colleagues, bosses, co-workers, and society in general. You're lucky to be alive.
Doesn't mention she got fired.
Today, after exhaustive reflection and advice seeking, I drew on my inner strength to address you and say that it's time for the truth to come to light, that everyone deserves to know. The truth frees us. This experience would have an impact on anyone. I'm aware of this, especially when the media did not act with rigor to verify the sources. Fuck you! Oh my God! Her and the media are so quick to say, well, it was their fault after all. We took her out of her word. Didn't know she was a lying bitch. It's like, well, shit, if the media had just done their due diligence. Holy shit. They did not act with rigor to verify the sources, which took me by surprise. I did not have the maturity to recant and felt I had to continue with the story that I had participated in the production. I reiterate that I feel remorse and express my apologies. I appreciate the support of some internet users, bosses, friends, family, and company to which I am linked. They have all provided moral support and strength at this time, for which I am very grateful.
More than you deserve.
I would have liked to go viral for something real, but today we wake in a country with important stories that affect the integrity and daily life of all Colombians, but these stories don't become viral. I apologize 1,000 times for everything that has happened. From now on, I will work hard so that my professional talent as a designer precedes me. You're done.
I wouldn't want to hire her.
I believe this is the formula to follow. Away from controversies with loyalty, simplicity, humility, kindness, and love for my profession. Wow. That was a dump truck load of dog shit. My disappointment is immeasurable that I don't get to see her stupid gallery.
Do you remember the airline crash or whatever, where they were like reading the names of the pilots and they were saying like something wrong?
Yeah,
we too low. At least those guys had an excuse that they like confirmed with they tried to confirm with the airline people, and they said they got a confirmation or whatever.
Something wrong. We too low. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
We going down.
All right. Anyway.
Did you see this?
Oh, yeah, buddy. All the best. I'm going to just open these. Fuck! I opened that one twice.
There's also this comment. Boy and the Heron did have a very small number of foreign animators working on it. So her story is plausible in that regard.
What if it turns out she was telling the truth the whole time, but she got bullied into saying it was a lie?
She got credited as the Colombian in katakana.
That would be a true tragedy. Maybe she could make a masterpiece animation about it. About her story.
Geraldine Fernandez, if you would like to animate the intro to the OCA podcast and get the recognition you deserve, I will hold you to those 25,000 frames.
You remember in the death beak?
Man, I don't remember what painting it was, but there was a famous painting that was getting restored of Jesus Christ, and they and they tried to restore it, but they did a terrible job. That's what I picture your opening theme would be like if you got her to do it.
All right. So just because I will look at this every chance I get, what Random 11 is talking about. My favorite thing about this too is the defense of the person who said basically, well, they didn't let me finish. Boy, I opened too many tabs, huh? For fuck's sake, open.
It's there. We're looking at Google now.
Open image address.
Oh,
I'm trying to just
zoom
get it
in. Yeah.
There it is. Yikes. Yeah.
Yeah. That's going to be the opening theme.
All right. Anipplex's latest anime teaser is literally just the letter O.
Big O.
Are they making another mystery anime? This time with the letter M.
I guess it's not a remake of the Big O.
Nope. Monogatari series returns with Off and Monster Seasons anime adaptation for 2024. So that's a Ofu Ando Monsuta O and M.
So it's going to be called Monogatari Monster or whatever.
Yeah. So is it not?
It's a shame there's not Monogatari.
Okay. So it is 2 seasons then. It's Off Season and Monster Season.
That's what
well, you've seen how they have the 6-episode volumes, so it's probably going to be like 6 episodes and then 6 episodes.
Yeah, it's going to be one color probably. That was like, it's funny that they don't have a Jack season, so it's a Jack Off Monster season.
What season of the podcast are we in? the smack season.
28.
All right.
Oh,
so
shit. That's a good question.
In another topic here, Kizumonogatari Koyomi Vamp film runs an 8-minute longest ad in Japanese TV history on New Year's Day. So they spent all their money on the Koyomi Vamp film ad, doing the longest ad in the history of Japan that only aired once, and you had to be there to see it or watch it on YouTube like a schmuck. And so when they got just put the letter O and the letter I don't know. Fuck it.
Yeah. We're not gonna, we can't even afford to hire that Colombian graphic designer to make for us.
Yeah. So this is literally just a compilation film where they cut together the other Kizumonogatari films.
Yeah.
Like that's all this fucking is. Then they're going to show you 8 goddamn minutes of it in the ad. Like, all right. Anyway, so moving on from here, Rising of the Shield Hero season 4 announced. Whoa!
Nice.
4 is a big number for anime seasons.
Space Brothers author says the anime is planned to continue after the manga ends. Maybe I missed something, but I thought the anime ended.
Yeah. Also, rip that art box idea.
Mm-hmm.
It's further expanding.
How are Sentai gonna? I mean, It sucked that freaking Sentai never dubbed it, never re-released it after those initial like eight sets or whatever. And
Oh
now
my-
they're out of print.
Oh, hold on. No, that's right. The anime adaptation of his manga is planned to continue after the manga ends. He explained during the program that the previous anime had caught up with the manga at the time. So are we announcing season 2 or like what the fuck? Like,
basically, yeah.
How many
Yeah.
years later is this?
10. Like the original anime ended in like 2014.
So you're telling me there's still a chance for No Game No Life season 2?
Yeah.
It's always been out there. Like, you saw Devil is a Part-Timer season 2 come out.
And 3.
Anyway, Lord knows what they're planning to do. Space Brothers Watch Club win. Why does nobody remember me?
99 episodes. You have trouble getting through 22 in 2 months.
Reese, that's what I've said every single episode, and now you're finally catching on instead of adding to the pile of here's another 60 episode thing.
How dare you? Am I the only one who actually watched Psycho Pass for our watch club tonight?
I watched it.
I watched it for myself a couple of years ago.
Ditto.
I rewatched it for the watch club. Thank you very much.
Good job. Proud of you.
Yeah.
So why does nobody shut the fuck up? Why does nobody remember me in this world? Anime reveals teaser trailer, teaser visual main voice cast members. By the way, you can make a note 3 hours in, leering eyeballs for thumbnail.
I make the notes
I
myself.
thought the thumbnail was just gonna be Miyazaki's head over the water.
So I'm not sure what's going on here, but
Nice.
Is that a woman?
It's on the edge.
All right, moving on.
Would you edge to it?
The strongest magician in the Demon Lord's army was a human.
Basically the same premise of that. I was like chilling in my 30s after I got kicked out of the Demon Lord's army.
Mm-hmm.
Why would he betray his kind like that?
Because he was a human.
Been chilling.
Oh. No.
Oh.
There it is.
Wow.
There's my reason to watch.
Yep. All right, cool. All right, you guys remember Unnamed Memory? I want you to conjure in your mind the worst dragons you've ever seen in anime, and then open up a
Fate
slot at
CG
the top.
Dragon.
At least it's a dragon and not a wyvern.
I think this is worse than the Fate Dragon.
It's got the front legs.
I'm gonna need to see this in motion, but holy shit, does this look like it's gonna look terrible? She sticks out like a sore thumb too. Like,
oh,
Yeah, the compositing did not do a very good job at making it look like she is on that dragon.
she's not riding that dragon.
no, seriously.
How bad
what?
is
No,
that
what?
dragon that she's riding?
Zoom in and enhance.
Is she side saddling it?
Yep.
Oh,
holy crap!
She's got both feet in one shoe.
Daredevil over here.
She's like riding it. She's riding it on her knees. It looks like.
She's only holding.
Well, I mean, it's better than barebacking it, right? That would be uncouth.
Yeah, I suppose so. You wouldn't want to stick your cooch right on the pointy dragon dildo.
You sure?
Yes. Moving on. Dragon Raja Donghwa's Japanese version previewed in main cast reveal. I guess another dragon thing. Looks marginally better.
Smoke monster dragon though.
This
Is
looks
that the
like
420
Anarchy
dragon?
from.
Yeah, she does.
She looks like Anarchy from what is that show called?
Magical Girl
Death
Destroyers.
to Magical Girl Destroyers. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you actually watch that one?
I started it.
I watched like 2 episodes.
I'd love to watch Club It. What does
I
it
don't
say
think
in her
it's
shirt?
got
No,
dubbed
no. Probably can't
Yeah,
make that shirt.
it didn't initially have a dub, and I guess they never came back.
And here's the aristocratic prick. And here's their child. Or is he like the arch villain? Like
he's the 2,000-year-old dragon human.
Of course, it's a child.
All right, chilling in another world with level 2 super cheat powers.
Reese, what was the name of that chillin'?
Chilling in my 30s. Chilling in my 30s after I got kicked out of the
There's 2 chillin'. Is this a sequel, or is Crunchyroll just really botching the localization? Or is there a Japanese word for chillin'?
Someone needed to trademark chillin'.
Chirin?
Why are you like moaning?
Further.
I'm just thinking of these Japanese titles. And
I'd like to chill with her.
Netflix and chill, am I right?
Netflix and chillin' in another world.
This looks like if Princess.
How are you going to get to the other world, Footnum? Come on, think of the logistics.
Princess Peach and Princess Zelda had a fusion dance.
I'd like to see that fusion dance.
Fuse these nuts to her face.
We've gone furry.
Okay, let's go find out what the Japanese title is.
Level 2. Let's go to my anime list.
Hold on.
Hey, seasonal.
Level 2 kara
Spring.
cheat da. God damn it. I can't see the whole title.
Oh, we were counting on your weeaboo-ness.
Level 2 child beat data moto yusha.
I'm not seeing chilling. I'm not seeing chilling. All right, it's not there.
Let's Google translate this shit.
Okay, A Nobody's Way Up to an Exploration Hero TV anime sets a 2024 premiere with its first visual trailer. Oh, let's not watch the trailer though.
Translate. Japanese.
What a weird weapon. Also, look at this guy with his like, I'm a tagger.
Why did they design the disc art already for it?
The disc art? Yeah.
Not the disc art, that's a cover art, you moron.
God damn it,
I've got the Google Translate for that. You want to hear it?
No, you're stupid.
For the other one?
Yes, please. Give me my chillin'.
A relaxing, different world life of a former hero candidate who was a cheat from level 2.
So you're telling me they made relaxing chillin'?
Yeah.
And it's chillin', not chilling, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes, it was an apostrophe. Failure frame. I became the strongest and annihilated everything with low-level spells to get a light novel to get an anime adaptation. I love the sheer amount of like, I got dealt a terrible lot in life, but fuck you anyway that we get from Japan.
Yeah.
You know, like the Rock Lees of the world.
I'm OP at level 2. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I can't do ninjutsu, but fuck you anyway. Like anyway, all right, continuing. All right. Hananare TV anime reveals main cast and new character video. All right, so I know what you're thinking. What the fuck is this? Are any of these waifus bangable? The answer is no. The answer is no. They're 2D.
Are they 2 inches in diameter? That's the real question.
Yeah, what's the diameter of those holes? Wait, what?
All right. Interesting.
Oh, the wheelchair one.
Yeah.
Probably the best girl.
So first of all, just have to throw out here the absolute dog shit perspective on these characters' heights. Like, this girl's a goddamn giant over here. Like, the horizon line is what? Like right here?
On her skirt?
Like,
the skirt
holy
line?
shit. Oh my
not even
God.
a foot and a half in front of the other one, where she goes like 3 feet.
Yeah. Like, this girl in the wheelchair is in front of this girl. Like, oh. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's just not very good. Also, she's standing. Like, she's scared. It's a miracle, right? Like, is it okay to draw a crippled character in the character sheet standing up?
I was gonna say, like, damn, give me what she's having.
They just gotta have her sitting on the floor in the thing.
I've fallen and I can't.
Just
get
holding
up.
herself up by her forearms, like. Oh my gosh. Anyway, all right, enough of that. All right, 10 count BL anime canceled due to production issues. Holy shit. If there was ever a sign that the tide was turning, the official website for the anime of Rikka Takarada's 10... Oh, fuck. I'm not a fish. No. Sorry, I've got the hiccups.
Did it work?
Yes. Okay.
Good.
The official website for the anime of Rikka Takarada's 10 Count Boys Love manga announced on Friday that the anime has been canceled due to issues relating to its production. The anime was originally scheduled to premiere on television in 2020. The anime was then postponed because the staff was reconsidering the series development form. In October 2022, the staff announced the staff re-announced it as a theatrical anime that would open in 2023, but the anime did not debut last year. So Toyama, from the Pokemon movies, was directing the anime and writing the screenplay. Tomomi Shimazaki was designing the characters, and East Fish Studio and Synergy SP were producing the anime with Pony Canyon on distribution. In the story, Shirotani Tadaomi, secretary of the company president, meets Riku Kurose, a counselor. After he gives Shirotani a diagnosis for mysophobia, Shirotani ends up attending his counseling sessions. Wow. That couldn't get made? It sounds like a nail biter. What could have taken this from us?
What's mysophobia?
I'm afraid to look it up.
Oh.
Fear of dicks in your ass?
You have a phobia of whatever that is.
Big girl F.
Mysophobia is
Wait,
an
this
extreme
guy
fear
in
of
anime?
germs. Yes. Plus-sized elf anime. Confusing cultural Puritans on both sides. So I condensed it down to one article, but the other news is it's got an anime now.
Yeah, because what is it? I bought one volume just because the synopsis said she liked fries or something.
Is it good?
I don't know. It's only one volume. There's only so much I could grasp of it.
You weren't compelled to buy volume 2?
Yeah, well, I have, I think, 4 volumes, and then I just stopped. I was like, oh.
So the recently announced plus-size elf, Elf Sanwa Yasebaranai anime has got some online culture war Puritans up in arms, and for opposite reasons. Plus-sized elf is an upcoming anime series featuring Tomoatsu Naoe, a dietitian who meets an elf that needs his help. El Fuda, oh dear lord.
Wait.
There's
I forgot the synopsis. You're about to read it.
Elfuda is stuck in the human realm after discovering a love for French fries that's made it so she can't fit her tummy into the portal back to the fantasy world.
Was it 2 inches wide?
There you go.
Naoe's encounter with Elfuda opens the door for him to begin regularly encountering fantasy women who come to the real world, seduced by the allure of greasy food and modern comforts.
Nice.
Some social media users are taking issue with the series. Some accuse the series of normalizing fat and being woke. Meanwhile, others are accusing the show of body shaming and are upset that the VA for Elfuda, Ito Ayasa, isn't plus size herself. How dare you not hire fat actors?
Dude, they want to. Oh my god! No, they want the Giga Monster from that whatever podcast to voice her.
Everyone can agree on one thing. Apparently, this show
Hold
just
on.
brought everyone together in hate.
Gorlock the Destroyer. So here's what they had to say. So woke ideology infecting anime. Never thought I saw the day. I wish they didn't give her hentai boobs. Looks like fat fetish more than body inclusion. When are we going to stop openly objectifying women? Male characters aren't treated this way throughout anime.
Yeah, they are. Moron.
You just butthurt that Boys Love got canceled. Damn, American media is gonna mauled over this anime. What does that mean? My body positivity though. Cast someone plus size. What the fuck? Westards will never like this. I'm sure of it.
Oh my god, the dub's gonna suck because they're gonna try and find someone that's super fat to.
They're gonna have freaking Monica Rial do it.
Yeah, seriously. There's plenty of fat asses.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that's.
I don't know what you're worried about. Oh no, the dub's gonna suck because checks notes. Any one of the normal voice actors is capable of playing their.
Fair enough.
At least the ones we don't like.
The dub's gonna suck because we already know who's on the roster.
It's gonna be accurate.
Now, to be clear, I like at one point, I don't know why I didn't instantly think that. I mean, it was a while ago actually, so I wasn't really thinking about localizations. But I realized I'm like, I don't think plus size is a term the Japanese use, and as you see in the title card, that's what the original like name is translated. Elf can't be on a diet or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be curious if whichever company picks this up actually uses the normal name. Because I can guarantee you people are probably seeing plus size and they're thinking, oh, woke or whatever. But as you can tell, they're poking fun at her being a fat ass. So
I've got a feeling Sentai is going to pick this one up.
Yeah, I have a feeling that as well.
And Monica, they're going to cast title. Monica, and Monica's going to be like, hey, Lucy, do you want to take the role?
I like the idea that no matter who they cast, just simply because like the vast majority of the old guard of Funimation voice actors are overweight, that no matter who they cast, are like, oh, do you really think I'm the fattest one here? Oh my god!
That's the thing. It's a paradox because they'll be like,
right?
oh, no, I don't want to voice it.
No,
because
watch
I'm
just
not
catch
fat.
That's like when the showrunners or whatever, the casting director for The Witcher hired that one girl, and it was to challenge beauty standards. Like, what the fuck does that mean? You think I'm fugly?
Now watch that whoever they cast is anorexic or something.
It's pretty great that this is already so polarizing, so I'm looking forward to it.
I'll watch it.
Say what? No, they're not holes. My wife is disappointed that she can't shove the
can't
tangas
fist
in the
it?
eye holes. All right, so originally launched back in 2016, the plus-sized Elf manga ran for 8 volumes through 2021 and was released in English by Seven Seas Entertainment. They described the original manga as such: the story of the elf struggling to lose weight after she discovered human French fries. Naoe-kun, a massage therapist. Whoa! He's a dietitian, according to a massage therapist is about to head home for the day when he's saddled with a rather strange patient. This lovely lady has emerald eyes, pointy ears, and grew up in the forest. Everything about her screams elf, except for one thing, her bodacious body. It turns out she left her world, but loves junk food in this one. And now her obsession has caught up with her. Can Naoi-kun help this lovable elf girl lose the weight and keep it off? Well, not if he's a massage therapist. He's gonna massage it into the tits.
Look, they're gonna have a lot of just watch. They're gonna have all these nightly workout routines with each other, and I mean inside each other.
I like how at the top of the article you have the fat elf and then the skinny elf right next to her.
Mm-hmm. This one, who looks almost identical to her.
Yeah.
From Delicious in a Dungeon, where they also eat good food.
Oh my god!
There's one,
this is a sequel.
there's one thing you mentioned in here that gives me hope for this, that the manga is done and it's only 8 volumes.
Well, here's the problem: sequel manga, plus-sized elf second helping, localized as plus-size elf supersized.
No.
I'll take it. Thanks, localizers.
No.
The diet didn't work.
What the fuck?
The original 7Cs, like, I hate the title they gave it, and I hope that Crunchy or Sentai doesn't use it. But now they're using supersize. It's like, what? Are you leaning into it or what?
Nuts.
Yeah, so that's been running since 2022, and to coincide with the new plus-sized elf anime, the manga will be re-released in new editions with brand new covers. Further details on the plus-sized elf anime, like a production studio and a film and a firm release date, aren't yet confirmed.
Okay, the second one's still going. At least season 1 might be full adaptation of the first manga series.
Zom 100 localization inserts coddled snowflakes dialogue. I really need a list of terms that are not okay to exist. Like, if you used the exact word for word Tyler Durden speech that includes the word snowflake in it, do you think it would still draw ire? You know, like. So yet another anime has been subjected to an incorrect localization, as Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead was found to contain dialogue with the words coddled snowflakes. A Twitter user provided a screenshot of an English sub version of the show's 11th episode. Lucas just can't keep the triply online phrasing out of the anime subs. And it's supposed to say, Viz Media, great episode to be honest. I have one complaint though. On episode 11, Toko said you coddled snowflakes are the ones at fault, when she actually said this, which means to be raised in a spoiled upbringing. You commies are at fault. You champagne communists are the ones at fault for the zombie apocalypse. Could have just said you spoiled brats are the ones at fault or something. Using coddled snowflake is a bad translation. Please fix it. Okay, so I've heard your point, and I guess I'm okay with them changing it, I suppose. They should blame society for raising a bunch of lax snowflakes. Oh, apparently Viz Media localization apparently uses the same wording. So the manga localization by Viz also said snowflakes. And we could hear it.
Says snowflakes.
As noted by the highlighted user, spoiled or spoiled brats would indeed be a more accurate translation. In the same thread, a different user mentioned another equally absurd translation for Mashal. I stuck this line to the subs.
What's the Mashal line?
Forgive him, Abyss calls girls females. That's how little experience he has with them. He can hardly utter the word girl. Wow. Oh man. That mattered so much.
That's not far. That's not too far. It's not that far off. I mean, it's basically.
Once again, just
like
saying,
non-issue.
Fan of localization, not a fan of vocalization.
Well, hold up. I think I understand the second one. Females feels more like distant from like a human interaction. When it's girls, it's like that actually sounds normal. So I see why it defeats the purpose of the line.
So I don't want to have a discourse over the localization shit forever, for all eternity, continuing forever, unless it's warranted. I don't think this one matters that much personally. I can see the argument they're making that maintaining an accurate thing versus just throwing some internet lingo in there, so to speak, isn't a bad.
I feel like the pitchforks are better used on some more egregious.
How I feel it is painting the micro villain as conservative.
What?
Like snowflakes is like more of a conservative term used to describe the weak-minded, and painting like this is a villain character. So having her use that language paints her as like more conservative.
Yeah, so it's kind of like in I think it was like season 1 of Punisher on Netflix, when they made the one guy wearing the NRA hat who was like a stolen valor guy, and it's just like constantly punching the actual
Jews on the internet,
right, of the Punisher series. All right, so in other news, resurfaced video shows former Funimation scriptwriter Jamie Marchi proudly touting wild changes made to Panty and Stocking English dub. Quote, "You want it to be different and original." So once again, just because I feel like there's always the chance that somebody will say like, haha, you chuds, look at that. You can't even blah, 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 whatever. Once again, fan of localization. Fan of it. Love it. Change things. I like that shit. Makes it more entertaining. I can watch it sub and dub. Not a fan of localization, which is different. However, in this article, they talk about the fact that I guess Mars Girl said, man, you'd think writing a word you didn't like was akin to war crimes. Whoa! Reduce it to the absurd. If they're really so upset about literal translations, can you imagine how much they'd freak out if they ever watched Panty and Stocking? And then they go on to talk about Ghost Stories and all this stuff. And then Jamie Marchi says, Ghost Stories, Shin-Chan, Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt. Probably only the last one, since that's the only one I worked on. Okay. So that means that Jamie Marchi is now taking credit for this line, which I will now play for you.
Thank you so much for coming here tonight. We've both been looking forward to this day. Some might say we're just in it for the money, but that's only partly true. We do it for you guys.
Can you believe it, ladies and gentlemen? Roman Polanski was released from prison just so he could direct this risque film. Sex in the Dutton City is a real hit.
Okay. First of all, we do it for the fans. I can't not notice that line in there. Also, Roman Polanski was released from prison to direct Panty and Stocking's film. That is not what is said in the Japanese. And it really raised my eyebrow when it came up as we covered this all the way back in 2020 here, right? During the pandemic. So as I mentioned, partially it's weird because Polanski never actually went to prison. By the way, Roman Polanski anally sodomized a 14-year-old girl, and Whoopi Goldberg said it wasn't rape. Literally all of Hollywood came out to defend Polanski over sodomizing this girl, right? He fled the country and has been a fugitive from the U.S. criminal justice system while he was awaiting a sentence, and he pled guilty to the statutory rape. And I said, why am I surprised that this joke would be in a dub helmed by the people who tried to Me Too Vic, then half of their fellow actors in Hollywood that share their warped ideology have spent decades defending Roman Polanski after he admitted to drugging and raping the 13-year-old girl. Pardon, I was wrong. 13-year-old girl. Not 14. Makes all the world difference, I guess. Anyway, the subversion says the godfather of the film industry, David Shyamalana, which I thought might have been an M. Night Shyamalan reference.
Yeah, a combination of like David Fincher and M. Night Shyamalan.
No, I thought it, at the time at least, there was a controversy that M. Night's like team tried to pull where they pretended on the Sci-Fi Channel to be a fake publicist named David Westover. So I thought David Shyamalan, I don't know. It's a very strange scene in the original regardless. But just the fact that they pull out Roman Polanski of all, it's just weird. Anyway, also, I just want to point out once again that she has had to say, I enjoy how they always pluralize these lines when they can only come up with one example. Once again, it is not difficult to come up with examples. You even in the one about the patriarchy line, there's 3 fucking lines in that scene. You only address the one. Anyway, we're gonna skip right past that. Oh dear Lord.
Oh God, I forgot about this part.
Yep. All right. Anime News Network wrote an article titled "What is the Anime Localization Controversy?" in which they try to reduce it to the absurd and make it about things it's not. So we will instead read Niche Gamer's take. Anime News Network article on bad localization, unsurprisingly dishonest.
Fuck,
Is that a real
So the
one?
Western anime website Anime News Network has posted a discussion on the localization controversy that gained traction recently, and it wasn't well received due to its dishonesty. For those unfamiliar, localizers have been inserting politics into video games and anime and or mistranslating them for over a decade, with Niche Gamer having a large article revealing a bunch of them. So just recently, Niche Gamer put together a 8 years plus compilation. We didn't cover this because we have individually covered each and every one of these on the podcast, but all of them combined are in here from what Niche
That's
Gamer had
exactly
covered.
what I was looking for.
Yeah. With examples of all of them. Original text, Nintendo's translation, all this different stuff. Okay, so if you're interested in it, that's there. Anyway, so the Anime News Network article attempts to discuss the matter, but one comment rather perfectly described the whole thing. Not going to give Anime News Network any clicks, but I'm guessing this is just another garbage diatribe that deliberately avoids addressing any of the criticism against objectively bad localizations while using deflection and misdirection to try to discredit it. Oh, there you go. That's the whole of it. The article is dishonest as it boils down the topic by calling anyone criticizing translation/localizers insecure chuds. I am a Chad stud. Thank you for noticing. Without actually addressing the more genuine criticism. I got to take that was a Kiwi Farms comment that made me chuckle. The discussion has several individuals addressing the matter, and they started by saying one of the main arguments for AI is the fact that it will possibly be more accurate to the original text. The article does accurately note that AI isn't yet at a dependable level and is more at the level of Google Translate, with it sometimes producing garbled results and missing important context. However, those speaking in the article decided to insult the opposing side by saying they're merely trying to, quote, earn points in the culture war, when this is exactly what localizers are doing by inserting political references when there were none in the original Japanese text. Who wrote this? Primal. Preach, Primal. You nailed it. Just like those who push modern-day feminism or gender ideology, the people in the article merely projected themselves onto those criticizing dishonest localizations. And I don't even want to read their shit. Like, it is so trash. They do this stupid thing where they pretend they're in a text thread. Then the article moves on to once again berate critics, telling them they don't, quote, actually care about the subject matter due to, quote, bringing up the same examples. It even goes on to suggest critics of bad localization, quote, don't understand what translation actually is. The reason why people keep bringing up the same examples, even though they bring up all examples, as noted by the Niche Gamer article chronicling 8+ years worth of doing this, is because localizers never give an actual answer to them. Any normal person cannot comprehend how you go from everyone was always saying something to me to those pesky patriarchal societal demands and act as if it's not blatant manipulation of the script to push fabricated Western ideological nonsense that wasn't in the original Japanese script. Similarly, the article doesn't bother to provide an answer either, merely excuses, such as recycling the same argument of localizers not being paid enough. Well, if the budget only allows for so much, then I guess AI it is. As if that is meant to be justification for inserting nonsensical politics and memes into the script. As noted by another commenter, it doesn't help that the translators act like moral arbiters and purposely change scripts to fit Western sensibilities instead of just preserving the creator's original intent. The sheer amount of anime being released was also blamed. As the article said, the poor quality is often a law of averages problem as opposed to any sign of malicious incompetence, which is absurd given the provided example. Yeah, so once again, they don't even see, like literally, they can't even fathom the argument being made because pesky patriarchal demands is in line with their worldview. So it not being the same is the argument that they see and think it's not that far off, rather than, hello, this is egregious. Putting Gamergate Creepshow into prison school is absolutely egregious. But when they're on the side of anti-Gamergate, then they hear the line and think, like, they don't even see the issue. You know what I mean? Because they align with it too much, right? The article wants to convince people that inserting a reference to social distancing into the script was because the localizers were too busy, and it was not at all their attempt to make the script their own, as opposed to simply translating the Japanese, which is their job. Most of those in favor of AI translations are tired of official English localizations due to the insertion of politics/memes where there were none, or from just horrible mistranslations in general. In many cases, those same localizers then mock anyone who dares criticize their questionable work. Here are some notable examples of criticized localizations. So we could watch these, but we've already covered literally all of these. This is the one from Hajimete no Gal,
which I really don't count as one of the localizations, but
here's a line where they inserted oh wait, no, is this okay, no, it is a switch over to
what
this
did
one.
the Japanese context say?
For which one?
For First Girlfriend as a Gal, because Green Line say it doesn't count it.
Well, this is the one where he says oh fuck, goddamn, you're killing me. You're killing me.
Just watch it.
I'm going
30
to.
seconds.
Jesus, I'm trying. Holy
shit. You gotta turn
Hold
the
your
audio
goddamn horses so I can share it with audio.
I forgot you had to share it with audio.
Line. You can't make high school girls read that crap.
Oh, come on. They're just some light novels.
They may be light novels, but they're heavy on the creepy sex stuff.
Of course. Where's the fun in forcing these jailbait tricks to read something decent? Plus, most of the freaks who come in here hate women, so seeing girls degraded gives them boners and makes them happy.
Well, maybe think about how these girls feel for once. Maybe they don't want to be debased just so you can sell a few more chicken wings to only losers with mommy issues.
Check out the balls on this kid. Come in here and lecture me, you dickless cuck.
Yeah. Tell me that the White Knight character didn't need to be put up against the what terms would they use? Well, he called him a cuck, and it's like
there's also
So
the line that was chopped off
one?
is like another win for you SJWs
it's
or whatever.
It's this one. Another win for you SJWs, yeah.
Book day's been canceled, you guys. Another win for you SJW millennials.
Millennials! Oh my god! Icing on the cake.
Yeah. The last thing I need to make my dub not timeless.
Are you
All right, so
sure that
is that
doesn't qualify, Green Line?
the entire show is like ghost stories. It's like filled to the brim with like
some kind of social justice
localizations.
warrior?
Yeah. So anyway, there's just a lot of this. A lot of this.
So it's gone so far beyond to the point that it's ascended beyond
I think so. I count it as like similar to Ghost Stories in the regard of like it's just talking about sex.
It's a parody
like,
dub.
Not almost parody. It's borderline parody.
So once again, I don't like to use the Hajimete no Ga one as an example, only because Prison School is a better example because it's more egregious. You're always going to use an example of the worst one because walking people down the line of, okay, look, this might not seem so bad, but when you have it stacked up across all the other dominoes, then you realize how bad this is. It's easier to just say, yeah, listen to this one from Dragon Maid, listen to this one from Prison School, because they're so fucking egregious that you're like, yeah, there's a problem.
And they don't pop up again, especially with Dragon Maid. It's like it's like an insert joke for Jamie that was never brought up like ever again.
Yeah, and it was the same thing with Prison School. Fortunately, Funimation got them to change it before they put it out on disc.
By the way, this list is way shorter than I expected. You said it was like the last 8 years or something.
No. This is the article about that Anime News Network article. The 8 years one is a completely different article over here, and it is extremely long. Anyway, we've covered this too. Trails of Cold Steel, team bragging about censoring. This is the that's misogynistic instead of that's so old-fashioned to wanting a wife who can cook. Anyway, back to here. Okay, so there are over 100 different examples, all of which were pointed out by people on the internet at one time or another. Anime News Network is no stranger when it comes to being part of that contingent, as their reviewers often complain about problematic elements in anime. Those critics will lambast things like fan service with underage characters in Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, or the fake rape accusation in Rising of the Shield Hero, or the body shaming in How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift. The site also began preemptively censoring discussion before the airing of rape revenge anime redo of Healer, called the anime Darling in the Franxx right-wing propaganda, banned the use of the word trap, even though literally Trap and Address is a manga that's in their database on Anime News Network. And the website CEO even called critics alt-right dorks. Whoa. Christoph McDonald. Oh, how dare you. I thought that was just, I guess it was Christoph McDonald who said that. I thought that was Mike Toole for a second. Anyway. More comments about it. Anyway, I think to the surprise of no one, they can't even see like the shit stain. They're so covered in it, that they can't even see it.
Okay, this other article's way better.
Making good time, right? Making tremendously good time. Only 3. Fuck, I'm so tired. All right. Here we go.
I hate to slightly extend this segment, but I just kind of want to reiterate to the Snowflakes one is that while it's still valuable to point out when a company is like taking liberties, by giving such a big reaction to a smaller offense, it will make everyone on quote unquote this side seem like they're insane and like, oh my god, you're just like making a what is it, out of an anthill or whatever,
mountain out of a molehill.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Close enough.
So
that's my localization.
So this is the problem though. Like once again, total fan of localization. I think it's absolutely wonderful. I think that a lot of the arguments being made against it currently are a little silly, right? There are some egregious examples, right, that we should not tolerate. But there's also the problem of giving people an inch and them taking a mile. If you allow them to not be raked over the coals for a little bit of internet lingo, where it's like, it's not that bad, then the next show comes out and it's nothing but. You know what I mean? Like legitimately, we do have a problem here that is unfixable in the sense that we have people who are just fucking bad at their job in the driver's seat, We
so it's like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
We also have so this is primary reason I'm a fan of localization, because occasionally you will get localized dubs that make the show better than the sum of its parts in Japanese, right? Black Lagoon, for example, that dub brings so much more to the table than what it had when it was just straight up Japanese, right? And they did things with it that actually make the story different in some aspects, with the one character who doesn't speak the same language as Revi, right? That they have entire conversations going in the dub that aren't even there. Am I remembering this wrong?
You're remembering it wrong.
There's like the shootout at the end of the second season.
Yeah, it's
right?
more apparent in the dub when Revi's actually speaking broken English, and
in the
that's
sub.
Right, because it's like
in the sub.
In the sub, Revi is speaking English to somebody who only speaks English.
No, she's speaking English to someone who speaks Japanese.
So
because in the show she can't speak Japanese. So to show that in the subtitle version,
yeah, that's what it was.
She starts speaking in broken English for the scenes where she's speaking to someone that speaks Japanese, so that the Japanese watcher knows that these two people aren't actually communicating.
Right.
But in the dub, they just both speak English.
They both speak English, and it actually changes things, in how you perceive it. But it's a fair trade, I would say, in terms of like how they handle it, because otherwise it would be even less immersive for me for them to start having her talk like a 5-year-old in order to convey to my English speaking brain that she actually can't speak the language that he's supposed to speak or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's not very good the other way, right? So anyway. But yeah, I think there are plenty of examples of localizations that I absolutely adore, right? And I think that the problem is that it's hard to quantify why something is good. It's easy to quantify when something is really bad. It's hard to quantify when it's on the line. You know what I mean? Like in terms of like articulating exactly specifically what about it isn't something that should be repeated, because it's very nuanced, right?
Philosophical moment. I got a pizza the other day from a chain restaurant called Pizza that's in Canada, and normally their
That's a registered
pizzas.
trademark of Little Caesars. How dare they?
Yeah, I don't think so. Not in Canada anyway. But so normally their pizza is like fine. It's average pizza, for a chain. But this one was bad, and I don't know what it was, but just looking at it, I could tell it was bad. I didn't even have to taste it, and obviously I started tasting it, and it was bad. But I don't know what actually made this pizza bad. But it was just giving off a look.
Yeah. So the point is, you don't always know how to describe it, but you know it when you experience it. Bad localization.
Or bad pizza.
All right. So the Cool 2T says, why is Monica never chastised for voicing petite characters? Shouldn't only hot people voice most anime characters by that standard? Isn't supersized a McDonald's trademark?
No. Shouldn't
You're thinking
actual
of
like
the
5-year-olds? Shouldn't 5-year-olds voice her characters?
Right.
Her bio has been like putting child actors of work for like 10 years or whatever it was.
I say we bring back child labor so that children voice all the children's characters.
What's going to happen with that in AI? Like you can make an actual child's voice.
You make up their birth certificate and says it's 5 years old.
Guys, this is a really dumb tangent, but there was this video that was talking about how Steven Crowder voiced an Arthur, and I looked it up just to see like whatever on Wikipedia the voices to see when and how long, because I'm like, did I grow up with that? And then I found out that DW was never voiced by an actual girl. It was always little boys.
Wow.
No, it's an old guy. It wasn't little.
What?
It's an adult.
That's
an
even
adult
worse.
male voices DW from
That's
the
even
show
worse.
Arthur, from the PBS
Well,
show.
I saw like 3 or 4 voices for every character. But the point is, there wasn't a single female that was credited for DW. I'm like, what? How does that happen? It's like the reverse of anime.
I gotta
like
close the door because the light is like blinding right behind my head.
It's like the opposite of anime, where they take grown women to do little boys, and it's like, okay, let's make the little boys do a little girl.
Well, so that's been the whole thing with casting females as little boys, or whatever, adults.
They grow
cast
up
as
and
kids.
then they mature.
Well,
So
yeah,
that's why they have to constantly replace them, which is why Crowder was only what's his face,
Which is why we need Aaron Dismuke to exist only as AI in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
In Minecraft.
Well, so that's what I'm saying. Like with AI, you can get a voice print of a child actor, right?
Permanently.
And then just use that going forward.
Yep. Anyway,
and then your children can actually sound like children instead of high-pitched squeaking females.
I'm so glad for all the articles I said we wouldn't cover. Licorice Recoil creator Asaura launches Double Helix Blossom manga. So this is a thing. Wow. Jeez.
Look at those legs.
Could that skirt be any shorter? Like, holy shit.
We have the technology.
It's practically non-existent with those legs. Anyway, also, Rascal does not dream of Siscon. Idol light novel gets manga adaptation.
How many spin-offs of this are there? Jeez.
Double Trouble. Sakuda is eager to finally have a chance to spend time with Mai again, but instead he's greeted by a stranger who looks just like her. Apparently, adolescence syndrome is paying Mai another visit and has forced her to swap bodies with Nodoka Toyohama, a flashy up-and-coming idol who also appears to be Mai's half-sister. With no resolution in sight, each sister must pretend to be the other and go about their respective lives as best they can. Trouble is, it seems like Nodoka is preoccupied with something besides walking in my shoes. So in case you didn't catch, Siscon is sister complex.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, let's talk about games. Who's ready to discuss games?
Oh, no.
Ready to discuss games.
4 hours in. We got a lot more to go.
It's okay. Shut the hell up. Oh, no. All right. All right. A popular Japanese rhythm game sets cancellation record by announcing the release date and closure in the same tweet. I'm just going to go straight to the tweet because it's funny. Here you go, Random. All right. Stay tuned on the Clips channel for those.
No one knows what you're talking about.
I'm making faces in the corner for thumbnails. All right. So they said, we are excited to break the news to you that the global version of Love Live School Idol Festival 2 Miracle Live is launching soon in February 2024. However, we also want to inform you that the global version will close its doors on May 31st, 2024 and cease in-app purchases accordingly. Right? Like, we want you to get excited. We're excited to bring this news. Don't get too excited. It's short-lived, right?
At least they're being honest.
We appreciate the love and support you've shown, and we're committed to making these last few months as an unforgettable moment. Wow. You get 3 months with these. Don't have too much fun. All right. China regulator removes draft video game rules from its website shares jump. What a whirlwind. I'm choosing not to read this now, but previously we talked about how China had put limitations on gaming that caused Tencent's stock to tank. Well, now they've removed the rules from their website and the shares jumped back up. That's
if you'll remember, that guy got fired.
Yes.
That made the rules.
That guy is in the gulags.
China was like, "You fucked with our main company.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here."
Also, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is making the utterly bizarre decision to lock New Game Plus behind a $15 upgrade. No, not utterly bizarre. The financially sound, obvious way to charge $15 more for your game, because nobody is not going to buy New Game Plus. That's part of the reason you play the game to begin with.
I hate New Game Plus. It's so annoying. I go through the whole game and then you say, "Well, why don't play it again?" And you usually lock like a platinum trophy behind it, and it's like,
well, okay, but in old RPGs, it's a great way to relive the experience of playing the game, but without any of the difficulty and grinding that you had to do the first time around.
How
Well,
so?
it's basically just a victory lap. It's like you've maxed out all your stats. You go on your basically God mode. That's the enjoyment of it typically.
So like in Chrono Trigger, for example, you get to keep your items when you do New Game Plus. So you start the game over, and now you've got the best sword in the game. So you don't have to grind and purchase new items and stuff. You basically already have everything you want, right? And in the case of Chrono Trigger, you can now take items that are the best in the game and duplicate them, right? So you can get them again, and you can use them now on more than one person in your party.
Okay, I don't have a problem with it as long as they don't put it behind an achievement. Don't make me fucking play it twice for the
achievements are bullshit to begin with.
I found out the hard way, but when half of these, like, there's a bunch of games that's like, you literally can't get the achievements anymore. For some of them, it's like, oh, online only. Rip.
So I would like to introduce you to something. Synduality Echo of Ada shows off customization in a new trailer.
I'm listening.
Now, I have not been playing video games much in the last, decades, right?
It's a good thing we got all this games news.
Except what we were playing last night. So
but what I do get to see for modern gaming, I am not impressed with the graphical capabilities, especially with women. They look awful, except for Project Eve / whatever that game was we were talking about with the Korean from like 2 podcasts ago or whatever. But basically, like
Shadow or something like that.
Stellar Blade.
Thank you. Yeah. So anyway, the point is that it's been like abysmal. Like, and I honestly am at the point where I feel like they're pushing realism so hard that it is impossible to retain the aesthetic, right? Well, Synduality has shown otherwise. I'm not sure what engine they're using. It's clearly not Unreal or like a photoreal lighting.
The contrast is too high, though.
It is a little like harsh on the contrast on this video for sure.
They're using Sex Engine.
There's no audio to this, right?
There is music, but you don't need to hear it.
Okay.
Right.
Look at those coats.
So God damn it. Boy, this frame by frame doesn't work so good backwards. Okay. This blows my mind, the level of detail that I feel like they're getting here for like how accurate shading wise this feels to a real human without ugly Mary Jane Watson look of characters, right? I'm just really impressed with it. Like it's been a long time since I've had a refreshing look at at games that didn't suck ass in terms of their graphical capabilities. So anyway, we don't need to linger on this, but I was pleasantly surprised. Anyway, we covered this last podcast, the in escalation of anti-modding crusade, Capcom now adding Enigma DRM to the catalog. We released a clip on this on the Clips channel, and somebody has decided to tell me, / all of us, this was proven false, but not give us a source. So I just reiterate, what's this? Capcom reverses Resident Evil Revelations update with Enigma DRM. Oh, it is false. Wait, hold on. Capcom has rolled back a recent update to 11-year-old game Resident Evil Revelations, which added a DRM called Enigma Protector. The DRM was noticed after Steam players began reporting errors when launching Revelations last week, including a reduced and unstable frame rate as well as broken mods. Due to an issue observed with the latest update release, we have reverted to the corresponding update, Capcom said. Once the issue is resolved, it plans to re-release the update. Oh, shit. That kind of doesn't change anything then, does it? And what's this? Monster Hunter Rise, the next to be terrorized by the Enigma DRM.
No.
Man, all this fake news. Anyway, moving on from here. All right. Valis, the Phantasm Soldier Collection 3, criticized for lazy censorship. Wow. Much wow. So it's a compilation of retro games for the Nintendo Switch, and it's been criticized online for lazily implementing censorship over a moment where a female character is nude. It contains 5 games from the Val series. There's a moment in one of the games where a female character is nude, and since nudity is usually not allowed on most game consoles, they censored the nudity.
I mean, Nintendo gets pretty close. I don't know if they actually have any nude ones, though. Like, on the Switch, they have, like,
Senran Kagura,
some pretty risque stuff. I mean, if you rate it at X rating, it should... Actually, I say that, but didn't Last of Us have boobs and it wasn't rated X? It was rated M. I don't know. As long as it's rated fine, I don't see why people have problems with it.
No, boobs is you can put that under M. Like Far Cry has titties.
Yeah.
Keep going with these thoughts.
That's it.
Yeah.
Put it under M, and it should be fine. I don't see what the issue is.
I'll elaborate for you. In Far Cry, literally some NPC lady, when you get to some place, she looks a bit like a tribal, whatever, indigenous chick, and she just has no top. And when you go to talk to her, she just says some whatever lines, and then one of the lines is like, "Oh, you aren't old enough to be looking at my breasts," or something. Or
wow.
I don't think it was that line particular, because you're obviously an old ass man, but like, not
I like
mature,
the idea of a whole bunch of, like, a whole shelf of Nintendo Switch games that have X ratings on the spine. I was just waiting. You're like, well, you can show boobs in the M-rated one. I'm just waiting for you to say, like, it's the full penetration. You can't show, like, what?
Probably, yeah. I think that would get you
the Red Dead Redemption has. So like, oh, this has nudity in it. Neat.
All right. So Bandai Namco localization teams admit that they order Japanese devs to censor their female character designs. Quote, "We tell them that the cleavage is a bit too exposed or the skirt is a bit too short. Let's be frank, there is something fundamentally broken in an artistic medium when those in charge of its shepherding have begun to proudly censor and boast about censoring a given artist's personal work. Sadly, such is the case for the medium of video games. As the localizers responsible for bringing Bandai Namco's Japanese titles to the Western world, puritanical censorship of said works, particularly any sexy female designs therein, has become not just common, but the industry norm. This unfortunate fact was recently confirmed by representatives from both Bandai Namco and Bandai Namco Europe during a recent interview given to the Japan Times Matthias Sina. Asked for their thoughts on the local round of discourse surrounding English language localizers' ongoing self-important butchering of Japanese media. Bandai Namco Europe Senior Localization Manager Frank Gentry offered his support to this cultural imperialism and praised just how effective their censorious efforts have been, particularly regarding how Japanese game developers dress their heroines. We tell them that the cleavage is a bit too exposed or the skirt is too short, said Gentry. Before they weren't very flexible, but they've become more proactive on such subjects. All right, I'm going to jump over to this one, which has a great image for the title, and read this part. These proactive changes encouraged by their Western counterpart has led the Japanese developers anticipating the desires of localizers. Masayoshi Yokoyama, the executive producer of the Like a Dragon series, explained how they now seek out the opinions of localizers when developing the game. Quote, many representations which were normal in Japan in the first Like a Dragon games are no longer acceptable today. We ask our teams in the United States and Europe to read the game's script, and they tell us if they see things that wouldn't be acceptable in their country.
I'd like it if it was conflicting interests of the different localizers, like the European branch or whatever. They're like, more boobs, more titty. And then the US is like, no, you can't do any of that. And they're just in the middle. Like
I thought you were going to be like the Europeans are like, please, more titty. And then the Americans are like, bigger ass. Like, they're all fighting.
Yeah, the titty versus ass wars.
They create the ultimate woman. It looks like the Vroid character creator we did at the end of it.
Oh, dude, 3D VTuber models have to have come a long way, like with the technology. So, like, there has to be one we can find, like, that can actually use that model.
It's like back, 20 years ago when people weren't, well, maybe longer, 30 years ago, when people weren't on the internet as much. You could get away with, the Japanese people have, the skimpy version and America gets the prudish version, right? Mm-hmm. But now, when, it's so connected that you can easily find the trailer or, gameplay from Japan.
Yeah.
Americans know what you're holding out on them.
Mm-hmm.
So now, if you do release, a version in Japan and a version in America that's different, the Americans are going to look at that and say, what the heck's going on? And it's going to cause a controversy that you've taken it out. Whereas if you had just left it in, the controversy over, this character is too skimpy, that's probably not going to affect your sales number.
Yeah.
But
because most of the people that are arguing for censoring this stuff aren't playing the games to begin with.
Yeah.
Like, that's the bottom line, and pay attention to how often, you hired the actress. She's not fat enough. She's not also disabled and queer and, like all that kind of shit that happens whenever you bend over backwards to please the woke mobs, especially, it's never enough. Right. So it's like, stop trying to capitulate people that hate you and focus on making the people who are paying your salary happy,
What if they strategically made, like, the Cantonese dub have a fat lady? So it's like, okay, there you go. You have your option. Go ahead, listen if you want.
Yeah, just use AI and pretend that the person is overweight.
It's an obese AI, okay?
Crank the obesity meter on this voice.
No, that's an anorexic AI. I know it when I hear it.
People look way better in real life than shown in modern Western games. Yeah, is realism code for ugly. Japan has less cultural hang-ups about sex but hate violence, and the West loves violence but faints at the sight of sex, or mostly female around female sexuality. Let's see. So, despite this brazen admission from the company's European arm, Bandai Namco localization project manager Pierre Froguet still believes, without a hint of irony, that localizers are working to ensure that, quote, the player, whichever country they're from, should understand and feel the same thing as someone playing in the original language. Quote, efforts have been made to understand the needs of the English-speaking world, he noted. The English-speaking world needs titty. I have spoken. Further, the project manager revealed that the most common changes asked for by Western localizers related to such topics as alcohol, politics, or religion. Offering up an example, Forget asserted, when there are people dressed in black boots and big leather coats in Europe, that could bring to mind a Nazi uniform. That's the fucking point. Like, so we put them in rainbow gear. From there, Froguet closed out his time with Cena by reaffirming his belief that Bandai Namco localization efforts, at least those he has overseen, were all done in service of helping to create connections to Japanese culture and help Europeans discover its depth while respecting both the game and the player. I'm going to take this moment to play a clip of Katrina.
It speaks.
Gorlock the Destroyer has something to say.
That's mean. She is not even half the size of Gorlock the Destroyer.
Yeah, it's like at least Gorlock's right-hand woman thing.
So Katrina basically said the same thing regarding localizers having a say in what they want changed, including the visuals. She even laments she can't change anime as much because the animation is already set in stone. What a joke of an industry.
For example, like with game localization, you're usually doing it, there's going to be an English dub. None of the Japanese source material is going to be available to the player. So you can get a lot more creative with it. You can, adjust the cultural interpretations as you need to. At some cases, you can even contact the developer and be like, hey, I want to change this little visual aspect so it works better with our culture. So you have a little bit more control over what the player is going to experience as a localizer. With video content, especially animated content, with animation, you can do so many fantastical things. Like you can have crazy stuff popping in and out. You can have like almost like a music video as quality where there's like abstract things happening in the background, or they zoom in on an object that really shouldn't exist. Like there's a lot of really cool stuff you can do with animation, but it's on screen and you can't change that. So when it comes to stuff like cultural references, there's nothing much that I can do to change that. For example, like with game localization, you're usually doing it, there's going to be an English dub.
What is she even saying? Like, what the fuck? With animation,
Basically,
you can do cool animated music videos and zoom in on things.
I think what she means is that
it's already drawn. You can't just swap an asset or something.
Well, yeah,
I think specifically,
later,
like think about how in, for example, Death Note, when he talks about the drawer that he rigs up with like the lighter fluid and everything, like they do like a
potato chip and eat it.
They do like a X-ray view, and they kind of like showcase the inner workings of how the device would work and everything. I picture stuff like that where like you can, or like the world line splitting in.
Sure, I get animation has its advantages, right?
I think that's what she means by the abstraction of being able to.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything about what her point was?
Not even a little bit. She got hung up on the idea she wanted to convey.
She's just trying to compliment it so much, so then when she says, "I need to change it,"
I need to talk about how wonderful it is, so that when I discuss how much I want to be able to control that, you understand what I really want. All right. So from there, they I already read that part. Okay. While the actual act of a confession itself comes as a surprise, this information does not, as recent years have seen Bandai Namco adopt female character censorship as part of their standard operating procedure for some time. In 2018, the company removed the Phantom Remedy mission from the North American release of One Piece World Seeker Phantoms DLC, due simply to the fact that it featured a fan service scene of the female Straw Hat members enjoying a dip in a hot spring. Last year, data mining into their upcoming Amazon Games published MMO Blue Protocol revealed that US players will be presented with less sexualized and less feminized versions of the original Japanese character models. Look what they've taken.
Of what game?
Blue Protocol.
Oh, okay. Not buying that game.
However, in an example of life's many contradictions, it should be noted that though Bandai Namco is clearly leaning into American-style modern Puritanism, not all of their productions have been affected by this way of thinking. For example, 2021 saw the developer release Tale of Arise without any form of censorship, quote-unquote.
It's so weird that the Puritan stuff used to be all on the right, like 15 years ago, and now it's coming almost entirely from the left.
Yep. Imagine that. Remember when Joe Biden used to talk about securing the border and all that stuff? Oh my God, where did that go? Right? It's almost like most of the political aspect of all of this is fabricated, made up nonsense for the ability to create conflict, right?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. Like, can't you remember the good old days back when Joe Biden, stalling for time, can't find the clip, said, "I'm gay." You're welcome.
Oh, dear Lord. Oh, wow.
He's so progressive.
All right. Likewise, one of the main talents is Tekken series director Katsuhiro Harada, who is well known for his refusal to play ball with any and all attempts to shut down the fighting game franchise's identity, including those which have attacked its roster of female characters. Quote, a lot of times, the swimsuit was a good example. People don't even play the game. They maybe just hear that there are swimsuits in it, and then they say, whoa! You have these girls in sexy swimwear? What's wrong with you? You're such a male chauvinist, etc. Harada told Eurogamers. I'm not even going to try that. Wilson in 2016. What the fuck? Julie, how would you pronounce this name? A-O-I-F-E.
Aioli.
Oife.
Oh, there's an F there? Oh, damn.
Oif.
Aoife. Aoife.
Anyway, but quote, but what they don't know is that it started off in the arcade and it's a season like you do for Christmas, Halloween or whatever, he added. It's not just the women. Robots have them. Kuma, Panda, the male characters have swimwear. It's not like we're trying to sexualize the female characters at all, but they don't go and look for that info before they criticize. So that is pretty frustrating. Unfortunately, while Tekken has a staunch defender in Harada, it appears that no other Bandai Namco franchise has such a champion to defend against the tides of censorship. Thus, as of writing, it seems to only be a matter of time before Harada and likely members of his team finds himself as the company's sole island of artistic integrity. What kind of artistic integrity is that team responsible for? Well, the Tekken staff added boob jiggle into the games behind the director's back. The heroes we need. Bandai Namco Tekken series director Katsuhiro Harada isn't known to be one for mincing his words, and in a recent discussion of the latest game, Tekken 8, he openly admitted that the staff had snuck behind his back to add in boob jiggle to the game. Harada's words in detail, quote, in the Tekken project, there's a team responsible for creating backgrounds and battlefields. Somehow, they keep wanting to add aliens and UFOs since a long time ago. I'm sure those really into the series will know. There have been aliens in the background since Tekken 5. It happens even when I tell them to stop. They're adding it into the background without my permission. Now, I'm not saying this in a sexual, and it's very natural for a human body, but you know how breasts will move, right? Now, in some other fighting games, they move quite a lot, but we consider ourselves a tight, serious fighting game. When I say tight, I mean literally our breasts don't move. And yet, despite having no movement beforehand, during the mastering process, the boobs suddenly start jiggling.
That's a bug.
I'm guessing the modeler and programmers added that silently behind my back. I mean, it adds to the realism, so I'm fine with it, but the team is full of people who do stuff like that, even when I tell them not to. I like how he's saying, like, he's saying, like, my hands are tied. I told them not to, but the bastards stuck it in. And he's like, great job, guys.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's what it feels like.
Real worlds have.
We can't patch it out in, the next update. Sorry, guys. The titties are there for good.
Yeah, it can't be patched out. It's in the source code. Checkmate.
Screw you, localizers.
In other news, Sony CEO says PlayStation's gaming future will be on PC, mobile, and cloud. And Microsoft has allegedly laid off their entire Xbox physical game department. So that thing about buying games and physical media is seemingly being pointed into some not so good directions. Now, I will say I did actually read this article, and it seems like what they're actually saying in this case is that they're still going to make consoles, but they're going to expand to PC, mobile, and cloud. And they want you to be able to have a smooth transition wherever you're playing. Like you could go from playing on your PlayStation to stepping outside and pulling out your phone and picking up where you left off and that kind of stuff. However, Ubisoft touts subscription services as the future of gaming and says players need to start, quote, feeling comfortable with not owning their games.
How about you start feeling comfortable without my money in your wallet, bitch?
You'll own nothing and you'll like it.
Oh.
This one got into the bronze.
Oh, I'm not paying for her life.
That's what I told him. He said, this time you just die.
You just die. I'm still paying off that bill. Okay. If you would like my dog to not die, I humbly request $1,500 in super chats tonight, because that dog just ate the same kind of bone that previously cost me $1,500. That is the time when I discovered my dog is 69 years old. If you think that that is not a meme-worthy place to die, once again, $1,500 in super chats tonight, please.
Sorry, babe. We didn't make the goal. I guess he's dead.
All right. Anyway, so Ubisoft says players need to start feeling comfortable with not owning their games, which I thought this was great. If purchase isn't ownership, then piracy isn't theft.
Yeah, that's exactly what Louis Rossman said in his one video. I'm like, damn, son.
No, seriously, with the whole like Capcom DRM shit, it's like, the piracy people don't have to deal with this shit. They once it's cracked, it's cracked. They're not updating it. They don't give a shit. It's theirs. Capcom, Ubisoft, they're not going to take the game from them. And I mean, that's probably, to be honest, that's probably why they're going to subscription.
Oh yeah, they want the control back. They're going to wrestle it away from you.
Yeah,
they don't think you can quit games cold turkey.
Life will find a way. If everyone moves to cloud-based streaming, like, people will find a way to still get the game. Doesn't matter.
They have done their damnedest to control everything, to make it so that because look, we all know that if you just made a fucking good game, that didn't, capitulate to ESG grant stuff, all that crap, that it would sell like hotcakes, right? But they have ways of ensuring that it never gets onto a platform like Steam or whatever, and it becomes that much more difficult, because you got to run it as an executable file or whatever on computers, and they have done their damnedest to create an ecosystem in which they can reign supreme and control everything and nickel and dime every gamer, right? So in offering his support to the dystopian concept of you will own nothing and be happy, Ubisoft Director of Subscriptions, Philippe Tremblay, has opined that not only is the subscription-based service model an overall boon to the video game industry, but that the main factor standing in its widespread adoption by developers is the fact that players still prefer, quote, having and owning their games. Just wait until you hear what is stuck in this guy's craw. Tremblay shared his anti-consumer take on the medium's future following the announcement that Ubisoft's own in-house subscription service would be rebranded under collective banner of Ubisoft Plus Premium. As explained by the developer in a January 15th blog post, Ubisoft Plus Multi-Access and PC Access will now become Ubisoft Plus Premium, offering day one new releases and early access where applicable, alongside premium editions, monthly rewards, and more. Ubisoft is also introducing a new offer, Ubisoft Plus Classics on PC, a curated selection of popular back catalog and live games. Elaborating on the difference between these subscription tiers, Tremblay explained in the same post, quote, premium means day one access to new releases and in some cases, like Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, early access to upcoming new releases. This is on top of our extensive back catalog where you'll have access to premium editions, DLC, and monthly rewards. All of this is offered on Xbox, PC, and Amazon Luna, and you'll only need to subscribe once to have access to these games across all these platforms. Players can subscribe to Ubisoft Plus Premium for a monthly fee of $17.99. Alternatively, players can subscribe to Ubisoft Plus Classics, a curated selection of our most popular back catalog games like Far Cry 6, Rainbow Six Siege, and Watch Dogs Legion. This catalog will grow with time, is included for PlayStation Plus Extra and PlayStation Plus Premium members, and is now available on PC through the Ubisoft Store for $8 per month.
So you have to subscribe twice.
Yes.
Exactly the opposite of what's
later pressed as the decisions which led to his company's shift during an interview with game industry biz Christopher Dring, the Ubisoft director detailed, we looked at the consumer behavior and how people were interacting with our offer, and we saw an opportunity for us to evolve. We look at how gamers engage with our different games. We see that our back catalog is still very active and alive. Translation: people are not buying the new shit we're putting out, but are still playing games from our heyday, and we needed to figure out a way to monetize that. We needed to figure out a way to make you pay us $8 a month for that. We needed to figure out a way so that you get charged for what used to be free. So we saw an opportunity to offer these worlds to our consumers for a lower fee. And this is a response to the behavior that we saw from players. To this end, Tremblay then told Dring that the move was also motivated by the fact that Ubisoft streaming services have supposedly been proving to be a way for gamers to access our worlds who perhaps weren't inclined to purchase. These players are brand new, he asserted. We're shaking hands for the first time. It's been Ubisoft's strategy for as long as I've been here to try and reach more players with the franchises that we have. So I'm happy, as the leader of this product, to be able to deliver on that. From there, making note of the very noted resistance video game players in particular have shown to signing away their consumer rights to a variety of digital storefronts, Dring then asked Tremblay as to how Ubisoft sought to sell their subscription services to this hesitant demographic. Quote, I don't have a crystal ball, but when you look at the different subscription services that are out there, we've had a rapid expansion over the last couple of years, but it's still relatively small compared to other models. We're seeing expansion on console as the likes of PlayStation and Xbox bring new people in. On PC, from Ubisoft's standpoint, it's already been great, but we are looking to reach out more on PC, and so we see opportunity there.
PC Master Race, that's all I can tell you.
Then turning to highlight what he saw as the primary roadblock to players signing up for streaming services in droves, Tremblay opined, quote, one of the things we saw is that gamers are used to, a little bit like DVD, having and owning their games. That's the consumer shift that needs to happen, he declared. They got comfortable not owning their CD collection or DVD collection. That's a transformation that's been a bit slower to happen in games. As gamers grow comfortable in that aspect, you don't lose your progress. If you resume your game at another time, your progress file is still there. That's not been deleted. You don't lose what you've built in the game or your engagement with the game. So it's about feeling comfortable with not owning your game.
Bitch, I don't have to update my CD to listen to it.
Yeah.
You know why people don't give a shit about their CD collections anymore?
Because they have it. They have an MP3 that you aren't taking from them because they weren't stupid enough to buy everything on iTunes.
And also,
where they can take it away.
Those MP3s are literally everywhere. That's the key, right?
And
like,
you
even
can
if
just listen to anything on YouTube anyway.
Even if I don't have the MP3, right? I know that song is somewhere on the internet.
Yeah.
I can go find it. And even if they updated the version on iTunes to some like Green Day, if they updated American Idiot to put in the MAGA
agenda
shit,
or whatever.
You know, the old versions, you know, 1,000 million times on the internet somewhere. I can go find it.
On MySpace, even playing on your profile. Still.
Yeah. With DVDs, it's less so, and I think people are finally coming around to that. Like, oh shit, these streaming services are changing stuff.
Yeah, especially with that. Yeah, because although there has been in recent examples a couple of songs that have been altered, right? Like you said, the old version is still readily available and easy to get. Movies has been a different thing because, like you said, you know, we have seen the ooh la la scene from fucking Back to the Future getting outright cut in a jarring way that actually disrupts the immersion of watching the movie, right?
Yeah, or that Tom Hanks movie.
Yeah, with the girl diving into where they literally just stamp tooled the animation of her hair down lower so that it covered her ass when she jumped into the water. Like, people, this is fresh in my mind, you know, of all the shit they've tried to retroactively change to not make it offensive to any given person on the planet.
Or just taking out songs, like, you know, they touch DVDs, and DVDs are starting to get to the size where it's like, you know, that isn't going to be on the internet everywhere because it's a couple megabytes, right?
Yeah.
So it has to be stored intentionally somewhere.
It's a completely different thing. You're 100% right.
And so having that physical media is a lot more appreciated when you know, okay, well, at least I know it's here. I have a copy, right? And then games is even worse. People don't have game copies everywhere on their, you know, on the internet. Even like pirated versions, like for older games, retro games, there's some retro games you cannot find on the internet. Or if you do, it's like the sketchiest website ever, and like good luck on not getting a virus if you try to download it, right? So that's why you want your physical copy of the game, and you know, people, yes, in PC gaming land, they have kind of given up on, we don't need the physical copy anymore. But that's only because of the 30 years of trust that Steam has built up with people, or 25 years or whatever, where you know,
I'm gonna
99%.
1 second. I'll be right back. Keep going. This is the very end of the article, by the way.
All right.
Right here. Streaming is also a thing that works really well with subscription. He concluded of his thoughts on the topic. So you pay when you need it as opposed to paying all the time. No, paying once and never needing to pay your ass again is the one I choose. Anyway.
That's how Photoshop gets us, though.
Yes.
So with Steam, you know, 25, 30 years or however long it's been around, they've built up this trust with people that if the game gets taken off the store, you'll still have access to the game, you know. The one downside is that they added the forced fucking updates feature, which was stupid, but so a company can, you know, update your game and add DRM or whatever the fuck they want to. But and maybe you know, we might see a small movement of people that want physical PC games as well coming But where you go to the move of, well, let's make it all just subscription streaming fucking shit. That's the only reason that they're doing that is because they want to be able to bank on their they want to be able to bank on their good games in their past that they've had so that they can fund their new games and keep the company going, right? But it's like, just sell me the old games individually. Why do I have to pay a subscription service? Like, yeah, I'll pay, for the Prince of Persia remake that was going to get announced or that got announced and then canceled. And then I think it's back in development again, the Sands of Time remake. If you put out a decent remake of that, I'll buy it again. Sure. But like their new games are shit, so I'm not going to buy that game. You put out Splinter Cell Chaos Theory again. Okay, I'll buy that upgrade. But whatever Rayman Rabbids or whatever the fucking game is, no, I'm not. I don't care about that game. But with a subscription, it's like I have to buy all the games. Yeah.
Okay, I've returned. Sorry about the wait. I trust that you had plenty to say as I was gone.
You're dead silent for the last 3 minutes.
Oh, no.
What was Footnum saying just before you left?
I don't know.
I feel like I almost forgot it. But I mean, something I was going to say earlier is that with music, like they even have FLAC and WAV files, like you can buy.
Wow. Most of what you just said was cut off.
I said that you suck. No.
I heard it.
Okay. I didn't get to hear half of what he said. I just heard the start of it and then WAV files.
I'm saying.
Good.
I was just saying that CDs are 100% replaced online. But what is it? The other thing with the games, I feel like I had something to say about the games. They're so much more complicated. But yeah, it's like day one update. You don't have to do that with like your CDs, with your DVDs. It just works. Like there's so many different aspects that makes it strictly worse.
Worse.
Yeah, when it comes to we have to keep it up to date, or you have to rebuy a game that you already had before.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go over some comments?
Yes, I was going to say, let's, before we jump into this next topic, let's definitely do some comments. Let's see. Okay. Japan has less cultural hang-ups about sex. We already read that one. Okay. Of all tyrannies, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. It would be better to live under robber barons than under omnipotent moral busybodies. I think Thomas Jefferson, is that who said that one? The robber baron's cruelty may sometimes sleep. His cupidity may it sometimes be satiated. Oh, C.S. Lewis, that's right. But those who torment us for our own good will torment us without end, for they do so with the approval of their own conscience.
It's Seb says for the religious people to do it, because you're kind of like, they have a religion that's like guiding them.
They have some form of religious
But the left, it's just like some made up moral weird control thing.
The problem is that when it's the left doing it, it is still a religion. It's just a secular religion of their own creation to celebrate their own deity.
Yeah.
So Seb echoes my point. Ubisoft hasn't made a good game in a while.
To be fair to them slightly, the new Prince of Persia game, the side-scroller game, did get good reviews, although I haven't played it.
Which one?
The latest one that just released.
You were talking about Prince of Persia?
Yeah.
Didn't they remake the very first one from the 90s?
That's what he's talking about.
No. It's not a remake of the original.
It's a new game.
Okay.
The Lost Crown. It got good reviews.
Emulation is booming on YouTube. You can emulate every system since the beginning of time. RetroArch, a front end for emulation, is even on Steam.
Yeah, RetroArch is like if you took one emulator and just put them all together into one little like hub.
Yeah, we covered this too, where they were removing smoking and cigarettes from old movies and comic books, where they were like haphazardly removing cigars from Wolverine's hands. Game publishers have made getting physical copies impossible, and resellers have made them insanely expensive. Stay tuned.
Oh, I remember the thing I was going to say is that games, unlike I guess you could say CDs are kind of like this, but unlike movies or anime, like we have our thousands of anime in our collection, you use that disc constantly over and over again for hours and hours on end. So your disc is going to get roughed up. So it's even worse because like you have the physical copy, but you have to get even more of the physical copy. You know, God forbid that game breaks. So I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess the subscription would be arguing that, well, when your game breaks, you have a digital copy.
Well, in theory, the whatchamacallit, the Copyright Office has allowed cracking games for backup purposes, right? But I mean, you shouldn't have to do that either. But
Old Man goes on to say, games that are now that are on streamed from
Steam?
servers or tied to servers will disappear when the servers stop. Yeah, like fucking that Love Live game that's going to only be up for 3 months. There will be no backup of those games. It'll be like they never existed. That's why Ubisoft wants everything online served from
local servers. Yeah, that people
imagine though, like we now live in a world where and this is like the state of streaming right now. Like Netflix, everybody went to Netflix because it was better than trying to watch cable TV. Ads everywhere. Like we got our entertainment from YouTube and Netflix because it was better. But now we have YouTube with their ad block stuff going on. We have Netflix stopping you from sharing passwords and creating tiers now where you have mandatory ads. You have to watch or pay more, right? So basically we're now returning to the world of cable TV where we have to pay for the channels we want and we have to pay even more to have those channels without ads, right? Like previously, it's like you bought cable and you got 100 channels. Half of them are in Spanish and you didn't want them to begin with. There's maybe 4 you actually give a shit about, right? Well, now you have to buy the entire thing again. Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu, HBO Max, Paramount Plus, Disney Plus. Like you're spending an arm and a leg monthly just to even have this shit. Now game companies want in on that too. $18 a fucking month for Ubisoft? No, thank you. Plus another $8 to have the Classics catalog. Imagine the people who don't pay for the Classics catalog. Ubisoft is going to be looking like, well, we don't want to give people in the Classics catalog access to this new game because now it's crossed that threshold where it's 4 months old or whatever the fuck it's going to be, right? But also it's like, look at all the people who are currently playing it who don't have the $8 add-on for the Classics game. Let's fuck those guys over and move it into the Classics game category. Now they have to pay us $8 a month to continue playing new game. Like
this is
I wonder
the
if they'll
subscription thing kind of reminds me of this battle pass trend. How everyone's like, oh yeah, just get the battle pass. When back in the day, it used to just be like, do your microtransaction, outright buy like the skin or whatever you want on League or something, and there you go, you have it. You might have paid $20 or whatever, but you have it. Whereas now battle pass is like, oh, well, get this, and then you can work towards the rewards. So you have to take a month to grind out to get the full extent of your rewards.
Pay us $30 to play the game, to force you to play the game for a month, and if you don't beat it in the month, you can't get the cool item that you paid $20 for.
Yeah, and every single game does this.
Like,
so now you have to log into 10 games daily just to meet your minimum threshold of your battle pass thing. So at that point, that's where it's like, bring back the old microtransactions where you could just buy your stupid skin.
You will start playing a game that has a dopamine hit that's like addictive for like one day, and then it quickly becomes far more work than is necessary for the fix, and you're like, I'm done. Like, fuck it. Like, I can't believe modern gaming. It's absolutely absurd.
I just to take it back to Ubisoft for a second though. Yeah, luckily. Oh, did they? I was gonna say luckily they aren't doing that. Did they do that at one point? I know Sega was gonna do it, and Square Enix, right? If I remember correctly. But what I was gonna say is, I wonder if they're gonna take their old games with this new subscription thing. I wonder if they're gonna take their old games off of Steam, because right now you can still go get like the old Prince of Persia games on Steam.
Mm-hmm.
But I bought all
of them for like we've covered this before. The reason that they remake all of these games is because they want you to have to buy it again to play it on the next console. Like, the reason they're doing all of this stuff is to create a world where you cannot play without paying.
That's like why I said, PlayStation was working on not giving backwards compatibility like Xbox was, because they're like, well, we can capitalize on this and resell it.
Yeah. Like, you were gone while I said it, but you know, if they make the game and they remaster it, I don't mind paying for it again, right? Like,
if
the original ones are,
job.
The original game might be clunky, you know, give me HD graphics,
but
modern
am
controls.
I wrong? Or,
but yeah, there is definitely some like Spider-Man for the PS4. They wanted you to pay for it again to get the PS5 version, right?
Well, I feel like I have covered more botched remasters than good ones.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's usually, you know, they might add 2 good things, but then they take away 3 of the things that you wanted, right?
Well, not even taking away, just doing a shitty job.
Yeah,
you know?
well, I mean, taking away...
Silent Hill 2 got an HD remaster, and for some reason, they couldn't even keep the texture maps locked to the UV coordinates they're supposed to be on, so a character would load and her teeth texture would be on her eyeballs.
Yeah.
You know, like, like shit like that like, and sometimes the game becomes unplayable the way that they build it out. Like, it actually cannot be finished, and they still release that shit as though it's okay.
In the Majora's Mask 3D remake for the 3DS, they had good added features, better camera controls, better bombers notebooks. Yeah, they fucked the swimming
character model.
And they added better like fine-tuned controls for the swimming, but they fucked the like speedy swimming and made it rely on magic. So then you'd run out of magic and you'd be stranded without being able to swim properly. And then they also fucked Deku. Deku's supposed to be able to hop on the water, and they killed the momentum as soon as you touch the water, so you can't hop very far. They nerfed the fucking ice arrow. You used to be able to ice arrow any part of the water and make a little platform to stand on. Now in the new one, you can only ice arrow very specific spots in the water. You know, it's a give and take with any remaster, but
So Jacob Sharuzu says, a cool game coming out next month is a 2.5D hack and slash brawler in the vein of Devil May Cry and Guyver, with the main character having fused with some bioorganic armor. The game is called Slave Zero X. Cool. So let's jump into this next topic.
Speaking of games that don't require battle passes.
Let's talk about this. An open world survival crafting game, Palworld, sells 1 million in 8 hours. So it is a monster catching open world survival and crafting game by Japanese indie developer Pocket Pair, which has been dubbed Pokemon with Guns. And it surpassed 1 million copies sold in just 8 hours.
No, it's Pokemon meets Zelda meets damn it, what's the other game?
Horizon versus
Fortnite
Ark versus Fortnite versus So here's a tweet from the developer celebrating 1 million copies sold in 8 hours. Woohoo! Since its launch on January 19th, the game has been sitting on an aggregate review score of 92% for a very positive score on Steam. The 1 million copies sold in under 8 hours was also enough to recover its entire development cost of 1 billion yen in less than a day. So just to show you a little idea of what this thing kind of looks like.
I wonder what their budget is, considering it's like an early access game, and consider like they're going to continue their budget, presumably. So I assume that they recoup the budget that they've spent up until now. I don't know.
Terrible fucking name for a game, though.
What? Hold
anyway,
on. They knew they didn't want to put Mon in the title, okay? They're
Right.
like, we're not going to get that close to the sun.
Well, I mean, Digimon did it.
Yeah.
I know.
So here we...
They did it back in the day. They did it 24 years ago or whatever?
I think Digimon predated Pokemon too.
No,
so in addition,
Tamagotchis predated Pokemon.
In addition, they like every day they were like, 2 million in 3 days. It was like 8 million PAL tamers on Steam in less than 6 days. That's where they're at right now. 8 million copies in less than a week. Right? Now, also, these are the Steam charts ranked by all-time peak hours or gamers?
Players.
Is that
Yeah.
players? So 2 million. It's sold 8 million copies, but I guess 2,101,867. So the only thing that's above it currently, and this game just fucking came out, is PUBG. It's the only game that's currently ranked higher in terms of all-time peak.
And PUBG was free to play at one point, at least.
Yeah. And currently it's at 1,100,000 and PUBG's current is 213,000. Right? Like, I mean, it's just massively popular right now.
Sort by current?
Yeah, because PUBG is like not hot anymore.
Yeah, so it's number one current game.
Like by a long
played
shot,
right now.
by double.
Yeah.
Right? Effectively. So just prepping this. Okay.
And that's at 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning.
Continuing from here. I just want to share this with you.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and I'm homebound. And I need you, and I miss you.
That scene is so great.
So previously, Starfield was like the most hyped thing in the world and completely fell apart. It's like looking at the stats, how much they spent. It's fucking the Blair Witch of video games, you know, like a breakout success.
Well, you could probably compare the bugs as well, and it probably has fewer.
He cut out entirely. The bugs as well, and what?
It probably has fewer.
Yeah, it probably has fewer bugs than Starfield as well.
I mean, it had some bad server lag issues, I heard, but they fixed it as fast as possible. So Stone Toss said this: Pokemon with Guns game sells over 7 million copies.
Oh, they should put the gun to his head. Like, come on. Missed opportunity.
Palworld developers seemingly working on a Palworld card game. What? Wasn't there?
They're like, we need to encroach on the Pokemon card game now.
So hard.
Pokemon was a trading card game too, wasn't it?
Palworld anime when?
They already have toys of their guys up there.
So the creator shared an image on Twitter showing what appeared to be a prototype of a Palworld trading card game. While the creator didn't go into detail about the Palworld card game, the image shows that the game has been thought out with gameplay rules and different card types. The developer Pocket Pair hasn't announced anything official for the card game, but fans have been demanding it to be merchandised ever since the creator shared the image. If anything, some fans are happy to see the Palworld creators going after yet another market that Pokemon dominates in Japan.
Pretty soon I'll be sending them Palworld booster boxes. So you get
Palworld Tengas when. Also, so apparently the Palworld devs are based So they said the decision to make it Pokemon with guns was because they were worried the game would not be a global success unless they added guns to it because, quote, Americans like to shoot things. The gender-neutral Type A character creator was likewise because Americans sometimes want to make very ugly characters.
It's a low blow.
I thought this was a very appropriate.
Yeah.
All right. Continuing. Palworld devs say they have received death threats amid Pokemon ripoff claims.
Who's this guy?
Was this one we're
Max.
reading the whole thing for? Right?
Did he make a death
think
threat
so.
personally? He's the threatener.
Okay, so read everything but that part that I highlighted and read. Okay, cool. Amid the explosive launch of Palworld, its developers have taken to social media to say they have received death threats. Last week, IGN reported on how Palworld, aka Pokemon with Guns, what if they literally just changed the name of the game to Pokemon with Guns? Had sparked.
I'm just gonna refer to Pokemon as a power knockoff.
Oh,
Palworld sans guns.
Real quick though,
G-rated Palworld. Good.
I hate how everyone's just calling it Pokemon with guns because they're underselling the fact that you can like have sweatshops at least in the end game and all that stuff, and they're
Pokemon
your
with
servants, your slaves.
Pokemon if it was real.
Yeah. Realistic
Pokemon whorehouses.
You know what sucks though? You know what sucks or is a great thing?
Your Pokemon in this game, they suck.
So far, I haven't noticed any like babe pals. You know.
Nothing
There's
we're
a
smashing
couple.
just yet.
The witch
Whoa.
one's kind of kawaii des. Wait, what?
Wow.
Hold up. But what is it?
Did Footnum just come out as a furry?
What? No. Hold up. Okay, anyway. Jesus Christ, you made me derail that train of thought.
Okay, and then that brief moment of silence was like, yes, okay, you're right.
So anyways. All right, so anyway, it says here, Pokemon with Guns has sparked a vociferous debate online about whether it had ripped off Nintendo's famous franchise. Some Pokemon fans say Palworld's pals are too similar to Pokemon, with a number of social media posts that place pals next to Pokemon going viral. Palworld developer Pocket Pair has insisted Palworld is more akin to survival crafting games such as Ark Survival Evolved and Valheim than Pokemon, but that hasn't stopped people from continuing to hit out at the game. Pocket Pair community manager Bucky, who has been active on Twitter and Palworld's Discord, posted to say that they had received death threats since the game went live in early access form on January 19th. Frantically working through all my DMs and emails, I promise, Bucky said. However, you'll excuse me if I skip over the death threats to the company, and massively outlandish claims. If you're capable of writing like an actual human being, though, I'll reply ASAP. Pocket Pair CEO Takuro Mizobe also tweeted to say that they had received death threats and hit out at slanderous comments. Quote, currently we are receiving slanderous comments against our artists, and we are seeing tweets that appear to be death threats. I have received a variety of opinions regarding Palworld, but all productions related to Palworld are supervised by multiple people, including myself, and I am responsible for the production. I would appreciate it if you would refrain from slandering the artists involved in Palworld. In a new interview published by Automaton, Mizobe addressed the questions of potential legal issues surrounding Palworld's release and its likeness to Pokemon. According to the site, Mizobe said Palworld cleared legal reviews and insisted there has been no action taken against it by other companies. Mizobe said, quote, we make our games very seriously, and we have absolutely no intention of infringing upon the intellectual property of other companies. Controversy rising with Pokemon with Guns Palworld designs. Honestly, some of these Okay, so these must be the Palworld ones, because that's definitely a Pokemon, right?
No, you
Palworld
reversed that
ones-
specific one.
Yeah, all of them. The Palworld ones are on the right
3D.
or the left, except for
They're
the top
they're
right
the 3D
one.
ones.
Yeah, the top right one is flipped for whatever reason.
Is this the one you want to smash, Footnum?
Let's be clear. It's the closest thing that resembles a human. I'm not saying that it's ideal or smashable. However, there is one called Lavender.
However, I heard a however.
Yeah, and you didn't let me finish the sentence, you prick. Anyway, there's one called Lavender, and she's clearly the one that they're trying to sexualize the most. But I remember the point I was going to say before you rudely assumed I was a furry. And the thing I was going to say is that
What
you're
the F and FDM was for?
the thing is, you go into the game thinking, yes, I'm going to make my empire of all these sweatshop workers, but you're incentivized
But you fall
to
in
treat
love
them
in the
well.
process?
No. I
Is
mean,
there-
that's your prerogative if you want, but
Is there a
the
dating
thing is,
simulator?
you have to treat them well to be productive, and then when you throw them out, you can fight with them, unlike Pokemon where you're like, go, do my bidding, right? So you go out there, you beat them with a bat, you beat these wild Pokemon with a bat while your Pokemon companion's beating them with you. You build an actual weird bond with them. You're like, you're my man, I've known you my whole life, right? So it weirdly succeeds in the thing that Pokemon fails to do, apparently, is it make you bonded with your Pokemon or whatever.
Mm-hmm. So
that
let's
center
figure-
one is the first one that Footnum caught, and he bonded with that one really well. That's the one he wants to fuck.
The sheep.
No.
So while the game itself plays more like Ark than Pokemon, with pals being able to be used as mini factory workers, the main criticism the game has been receiving are all about the art and art style. Several pals more than resemble actual existing Pokemon like Luxray and Cinderace, and it didn't help that the developer's previous game also borrowed a very similar aesthetic to Zelda Breath of the Wild. Cinderace, thank you. What did I
Honestly,
say?
it's probably closer to replicating, what is it, Arceus? That game? Because you throw your Pokemon out and you just see them, like, from the sideline just murdering the other Pokemon.
So they say, can I copy your homework? Yeah, just change it a bit. So Palworld on the left, Pokemon on the right. Honestly,
some of these are really, like, it's just the colors. That penguin is wildly different.
Yeah, but the colors, I mean, yeah, it's pretty damn close.
I like how you
Gyarados
go
one
to the sheep when sheep, it's like they have a dark.
can only look so many ways. No, but it's just
Yeah,
like the
exactly.
dark and white, like I
That
actually
Volt
like
is a stretch.
when I showed that thing with the chicken and whatnot, like I legitimately thought I was looking at Pokemon at first. This
Well, they
character looks like a
clearly
Digimon.
captured-
Like he looks even more like a Pokemon than the actual Pokemon.
No, he just looks like Totoro with Electabuzz.
These are some terrible screenshots to compare with. But look at this fucking bird with a hat.
Yeah, the designs are very clearly influenced, and some of them
my joke to
are mixtures as well.
My joke to Random 11 was that Pokemon's next game is going to bootleg the Palworld designs.
I like the idea that it retroactively just becomes a Pokemon game. Like they buy out the company and just turn it into a Pokemon game. Look at all these new designs we got.
But then they make it ethical, get rid of the guns.
I think there's a significant chance that Microsoft buys them, honestly, because
I guess they do have the.
Yeah, it's exclusive to Xbox and PC right now, and it's on Xbox Game Pass. So Microsoft, having previously tried to buy Nintendo and failed, with a massive success that it's having right now, if they can keep it up for a little bit, I think Microsoft is buying them.
So they say some of the reactions to Palworld's designs from people arguing for and against the case across the world. That isn't even close to the worst example. The Wooloo clone is pretty blatant. Here's your argument falls apart. These are clear inspiration, yet don't look like direct ripoffs. These, however, their only difference is the body shape.
I mean,
Well, the
only
clouds
difference.
are different.
The only
Yeah, there are
similarity
differences.
is the color.
Yeah, well, I don't know. And the long neck and, body.
Yeah, one has like the popped collar. The Pokemon has the popped collar. The other one that doesn't have a popped collar.
This is just a fucked up illustrator. Why is this tweet? Oh, because I highlighted these. These are the ones I'm skipping. Cool. Got it. Nice. Good job, me. There's one more in here. It's the Dragon Quest one. Oh,
Yeah.
Nice job. Good thing I
Not
remembered.
not highlighted very well.
If Palworld copied Pokemon, did Pokemon copy Dragon Quest?
So if you zoom in on them, there's some equally similar designs across the two different games. Now, arguably, it's a little bit further than the. Like I think Palworld gets closer to Pokemon than Dragon Quest did, but and I'm not 100% sure if all of these designs are pre-Pokemon or if some of them are from after Pokemon.
Bro, Palworld's legal defense is, well, you got us. We copied Dragon Quest.
Whoa! Holy shit! Let's nobody panic. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Put me off screen for a minute. Oh, I don't want to know where that's going to take me to. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right.
Good thing the blur was there, whatever that was.
Ooh. All right. So I also saw this one. They said, ha ha ha, holy shit, at this Palworld design that they left in the data. You cannot be serious, man.
Significantly different. Clearly inspired, but significantly different.
Yeah, this one's black. This is more diverse.
Palworld Pokemon plagiarism accusations pile up as the CEO responds. Artists accused of copying 3D models. Pocket Pair claims it's received death threats and abuse. So the director of Steam's colossal breakout hit Palworld has responded to allegations of plagiarism as accusations mount that the game could have copied Pokemon design. Could have. It's a possibility. Although the actual gameplay of Palworld is vastly different from the Nintendo series, debate has raged on social media around the obvious influence its character designs have taken from Pokemon and whether it could be interpreted as plagiarism. So somebody with a lot of time on their hands has started to point out, yes, these ears, this
leaf type
neckerchief.
Mane.
On Monday, the game's director and CEO of developer Pocket Pair, Takuro Mizobe, posted a response to the accusations. While he did not deny any influence from Pokemon, he claimed the game's artist had received online abuse and called for it to stop. Quote, "We are currently receiving abusive and defamatory comments against our artists, in addition to tweets that appear to be death threats. While we have received various opinions about Palworld, it is important to note that the supervision of all materials related to Palworld is conducted by a team, including myself. I bear the responsibility for the produced materials. I would appreciate it if these comments towards artists involved in Palworld would cease." However, the accusations against Palworld took another turn on Sunday when an anonymous Twitter account appeared claiming to show evidence of not just design inspiration, but plagiarism of actual game assets. User Bio posted several videos comparing Palworld's in-game 3D models to those of Pokemon and claimed to show evidence that they were likely copied. While none of the half dozen models compared by the Twitter user appear to be one-to-one copies, they claim that their proportions were nearly identical to Pokemon models exported from Switch's Scarlet and Violet games. So here you can kind of see.
So the Palworld model's just white. And he's going back and forth between that and the Pokemon model, which is a light gray.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of hard to see the difference, but they're close.
Here it is in wireframe.
This is actually two different Pokemon, but
okay,
like it's a different PAL. It's a different comparison.
This is kind of an ass way to compare it because half of it's hidden, so you don't see how much it perfectly aligns.
Yeah, that's why I did the wireframe at the beginning.
According to two experienced AAA game artists who spoke to VGC, the model comparisons on Twitter are likely evidence that Palworld's character models were indeed based on Pokemon assets. Look, if you show me those wireframes lining up 100% perfectly, like somebody just squashed and stretched them, show me the UVs, show me that the UV layout is exactly identical, then maybe I'll give you some, credence there.
If you break it down to its most primitive form, you could theoretically take a Pokemon at its side view, trace it on a piece of paper, and then manually recreate it from scratch. At what point, does it constitute it's okay, you made it?
Well, the meshes don't really matter. It's more the end result, right? The end result can't look substantially similar to the other character. But so the question will be where the line is as to how much difference there is in the two designs, whether or not they're legally distinct. And some of them are really close, but there are other examples, which we'll get into later, of other things that are pretty damn close and hasn't been an issue. So it's a very case by case situation, and it'll be up to whether Nintendo or Pokemon wants to sue, and whether or not Palworld wants to bother with a lawsuit, or more likely just update the designs if Pokemon has an issue with any of them.
I said that before podcast Cool 2T that we should make an OCA Palworld server. So join the Discord if you want to join the Palworld server.
We're slaves as far as you can see.
They all yearn for the mines.
All right, so you cannot in any way accidentally get the same proportions on multiple models from another game without ripping the models, or at the very least, tracing them meticulously first. I would stand in court to testify as an expert on this. To give you an idea of how impossible this is, sometimes we have to copy one mesh to another when we make sequels to games. For example, redrawing an NPC from one game to another, and even when we rework those old models, they only sometimes match this closely due to rigging changes that might need to happen. There have been times when dozens of artists are given the same concept art to create a 3D model. For example, during art tests for jobs, I've seen 30 artists try to make the same horse using the exact schematics. None were as close to each other as these Palworld models are to the Pokemon models. None. The silhouettes and proportions here are near perfect matches. Another senior character artist in the games industry agreed the model comparisons could be compelling evidence of plagiarism. The wireframe meshes look different, so they're not the same models, but it's so close that they may have been built over the top of the Pokemon models and made a few changes so they aren't exactly the same. Somebody's super upset over the existence of...
All this leads back to the one thing I said before podcast. What about parody law?
Mm-hmm. Exactly, yeah. As we already looked at the adult video parody, if they can do it, so can Palworld.
Yeah,
Palworld just needs to put dicks in their mouths.
There would be a real question of whether or not this is considered a parody or not. Parodies are
pretty abundantly clear to me, but hey, I'm just one guy.
The Sobel one is weird because it almost has to be a rip, right? They're kind of similar, but at the same time, Palworld Finn is pretty different geometrically. This one also had a telltale sunken geometry aspect to it.
I hate how they say it has to be a rip, and then they say they're kind of similar. Like, what is it?
This one keeps me up at night. Are they the same? Not really. Not even close. Like, this is like a heart shape, and this is more like a oven mitt shape. When does heavily inspired become a blatant copy? It's much easier to take a successful style and tweak it slightly than it is to come up with a new, cohesive style, right? I wouldn't be comfortable passing this off as my work. It's just too close in many places. David Hansel, an intellectual property and digital media lawyer at Hansel Henson, told VGC that if it could be proven that elements of the 3D models were the same, then it would represent a smoking gun for any legal case brought forward by the Pokemon Company. It's down to Nintendo to absolutely prove copying, not merely taking influence, he told VGC. Quote, it's got to be obvious copying. You look at one picture and you look at the other alongside it. The industry would have come to an end years ago if you weren't allowed to take influence. You can't have a monopoly on a certain style of artwork. It literally has to be copying. The Pokemon Company will be looking for a smoking gun. And these 3D model videos could be gold dust for the lawyers because they're not just thematically similar from what those videos show. It could be extremely compelling evidence of copying. If those are original Pokemon models shown in those videos, then Nintendo should be home and dry in terms of demonstrating copying. That could be a smoking gun. Hogue law attorney Richard Hogue commented, quote, I can't speak to the science used in this Twitter account, but certainly evidence of actual assets being stolen is the kind of thing that is likely to make a more successful case. Simply being inspired by existing designs, even if that goes so far as to use certain design rules, proportions, coloration, curve usage, eye size, etc., is generally not. Speaking to Japanese site Automation, Pocket Pair CEO Mizobe claimed that Palworld had cleared legal reviews and that there has been no action taken against it by other companies. Continuing. So this person that was featured heavily in the article said, I'm doing this because I think it's disgusting how much Palworld glorifies animal abuse.
Well, that's the glory of it.
Yeah, so just keep that in mind that he's coming from a very biased viewpoint.
So this person said that I'm a technical animator. I rig 3D models for a living. I did this quick test by intentionally tampering with Superior's bones to just match the bones of Azurobe. And well, look for yourself. Funny how edge loops work.
So those cone things are
those are joints. Yeah,
bones.
This is Autodesk Maya.
Yeah.
The music they attached to this is the fucking Mortal Kombat theme with like a goddamn like flute or something.
I love how it's a giant like cigar shape and it's like, look how much copyright is taken.
Right. Like,
and so he's purposely matching the bone structure to the other.
Yeah. So he's
model.
snapping the joints on top of each other. And when you do, I guess the head lines up, I guess. I don't really know what the big issue is here.
And here he's showing off that each of
the edge loops line up. Like that's not
each one of those circles that make up the. I think it just shows that like they've squashed and stretched this. Usually, what happens when you make you're the more expert on this than I am, but usually when you make a circle in 3D design software, there's preset like edge loops on that circle to form the vertices, and then when you start to stretch and squash that model to make the form of the long snake, right? If you want something bunched up, you'll want more edge loops there so it's more defined, and so there could be a reason that if you've started from the same, and they all usually do, right? The sphere that you load into the system to start modeling is usually a base sphere that comes with the software. So it'll be the same for everyone, the starting sphere that they start to squash and mold. And so if you're then taking that same sphere and molding it to the same rough, size, there is a chance that your loops would line up. I don't know how likely it is, but
so to answer your question, just real quick, there actually are multiple types of spheres, but the vast majority of them are the revolved sphere because it's the one that is able to be, scaled to any size easily. The soccer ball or the dodecahedrons or whatever are more accurate spheres because they don't pinch. Like the pinching causes it to be less accurate. If you get a dodecahedron style sphere and you scale that up, it's going to be rounder uniformly than the revolved sphere. But for the argument you're making, this is what they would use. Like literally, I need to build a head, start with a sphere, and then start deforming it, cut it, reshape everything. Try to get rid of the pinches if you need to move them to a different area. This is how it's going to be done. So naturally speaking, if you need to make a tube-shaped character, you're going to use a cylinder and increase the edge loops, and they're going to line up nearly identically because the place where you're going to put the goddamn joint is going to be the same place for the rigging purposes. In order to make it deform properly, you're going to line it up with the edge loops to a degree.
Yeah, and they manually rearrange the edge, the joints, which are attached to the edge loops, so they are kind of manually putting the edge loops in the same spot by doing that. So it is I guess thinking about it that way, it is kind of stupid.
It does seem to me like they may have exported the models and then kind of brought them into ZBrush or something, and then changed up the characters completely in ZBrush. Manipulated their posture and stuff a little bit. And
that's 100% what they did.
That's truly what they did, and I'm okay with that. I don't see an issue with this. It is different enough. I think the only problem with it is that when you look at them, they look enough aesthetically like Pokemon that you could.
Oh, you mean Palworld
screenshots.
people?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you meant this guy. I was like, yeah, they took both models, but yeah, you're talking about Palworld.
No, I think Palworld took a lot of the characters straight out of Pokemon and then brought it into ZBrush and sketched in ZBrush, because the models from Pokemon are actually pretty simple. In terms of a lot of the detail is textured on kind of thing. So the actual base model to work with, you could turn into something else without it being a massive task, right?
I think,
and I bet you that's what they did.
Mainly because, how you can't just copy someone else's code because that's copyrighted. It's kind of like that. You use their proprietary whatever. They made that model originally, so that's the issue more so than it is how similar the design is.
I'm if you were to take a model.
I was reading. I had Sankaku Complex up over here still, and I was distracted by articles we'll cover next podcast.
If you were to take a model and load it into Blender or whatever that from an existing game, and edit that model to create your new thing, that would be I believe, from a non-lawyer, obviously, what's the word again? Derivative work.
Yeah.
And so that would be a problem, but they have to be able to prove that happened.
I would argue that it would actually be harder to take a Pokemon model and change it in Blender or Maya or 3ds Max and have it change enough that you could look at it and say, yeah, it's a new thing, than to just do it in ZBrush or something like that. Because in Maya and all those things, like you're going to be moving those stuff edge loop by edge loop, and you're going to have to make creative decisions to try to build it into something new. That would take so much fucking time for each of the 100+ characters that it would actually just be easier to do it in ZBrush and sketch it quickly and use that just to come up with the idea for the character.
And when you say do it in ZBrush, you mean build it as like a quick sculpt, like from scratch,
like
that resembles
take the
what you're
export from Pokemon, bring it into ZBrush, and then you can do stuff where like you do a quick rig on it, and then you can like move the leg back so the posture is even more dynamic or whatever, so that you can do things to change it so it's not 100% identical. And then you're going to sculpt on top of it to add like the clouds or whatever the fuck that one had. And you're just going to do that to kind of get started, right?
I think legally, if you did that, I think you're in shit.
No,
if
but
you started...
I'm just saying that would be easier than starting from a export in Maya and manipulating it in Maya to
sure.
Like that doesn't seem feasible timeline wise. That actually seems like it would take more work than to just start fresh on paper, look at a picture. Like honestly, what you could do is say like, okay, so what we did to copy Pokemon is we asked people to draw the Pokemon from memory.
Yeah.
And then we went with that. You know, it's kind of what it feels like.
So now again, they would have to prove it in the courts for it to matter. But if you took a model and you took that data and you put it into ZBrush and you loaded it into ZBrush and it loaded that model's data directly, and then you just kind of use the sculpting tool and the position tool for the rig to warp the model and, you know, add some extra details in certain spots, and then now you have a new Pokemon or a new pal. I think legally that would be you're in shit's creek. But again, they have to prove that, and the way they could prove it is, you know, potentially if there's like some metadata on the file that somehow gets you know, saved along the chain. Or I don't know if that would happen.
I think the smoking gun would be the UV layout.
Yeah,
because
I mean,
that's
part of
something
the metadata.
That's something that you would not really change if it wasn't necessary, right? Like UVing stuff takes too much fucking time to begin with. So if you found a bunch of them that were like the closest 1-to-1 copies, as the Pokemon counterpart, and the UV layouts, like literally, like you can lay them on top of each other. They're because the same topology and everything, they line it perfectly. Then you're dead in the water. You've got them, you know.
Yeah. But if they sculpted it from scratch, there's much. They have a greater leg to stand on when it comes to
what if they made it from scratch, and then they took the Pokemon models and they squished it to match it better?
I mean, that's probably what they did. Like took the Pokemon model and squished their own models to match.
What if the real controversy here is that they just used the rigs from the Pokemon ones, so they had to build them around it?
Well, there's I don't know if it's in the thing. I don't think it is actually, but there was a comment from the creator that said something along the lines of like, we were,
oh shit,
we were doing all the animation by hand or something, and then we found out about rigs. I'll find the article. You can move on. I'll find the article. I forget which one it is.
That's weird. Yeah. So then we've got this one I got to show you guys.
Okay, so help me understand. How do I not have a case? That's literally a black Lucario.
That's not a black Lucario. That's Anubis.
Anubis?
In Palworld, they call him Anubis. Yes.
What? They stand in the exact same though.
What? They can't stand the. Come on, his legs is closer. They can
what?
Stand the same
a little closer? Are you?
You don't have a case. Listen, you're the Pokemon CEO. We understand. You don't have a case right now. I'm trying to help you out.
I understand. Okay,
you're my client.
Maybe you're right.
Like, you don't have a case with.
Is that not easy?
Somebody texted me. Hold on.
Man, who you texting, man? I'm paying for this time.
Oh, no, it's my other client. Chill, bro.
Can he not wait?
Yeah.
Is that not easy?
That's Crimus.
Crimus. How much time have you spent on this game?
I had to do what I had to do.
How much time? You know every Pokemon
Listen,
name.
I had to do what I had to do.
How much time did you spend on
that?
this
I had a case for you. I was looking. I was playing the game to see how much.
How much time did you spend?
40, man.
What?
40.
40 hours. This game hasn't even been out a week yet.
Time be going by fast when you playing it.
I see what's going on.
What's going on?
You protecting him.
I'm your lawyer.
You're a fan of this game.
I'm not, man. Palworld, you pay me. I play Pokemon Yellow, Blue, Red.
Get up. Get up.
I was trying to build a case for you. So I got on Palworld thinking about Pokemon. I had to get detail after detail. Hour after hour, slaving pals. And I put the gameplays of Palworld and Pokemon next to each other and realized it was perpendicular.
Man, this forget my house. Ooh.
I like the perpendicular.
I like the Crimus thing. That's Crimus.
That's Crimus. All right. Palworld creator AI tweets taken out. Did you find the one you were looking for?
Yeah, it's that one that you said you'd put aside. The 100. It's the niche gamer one.
Ha ha. Okay.
I can link it to you if you want.
I got it. It'll be the. I'm just gonna put it in after the one we're currently on because it'll be the follow up.
Sure.
Anyway. All right, tossing it in. Palworld creator AI tweets taken out of context. Wait, this is from January 21st, 341, 1246. Okay. Due to the success of Palworld, critics have been digging through the creator's social media in order to drag it down, especially since their past work includes games which use generative AI as a gimmick. The comparison between Palworld and Pokemon are impossible to avoid, but some have taken it a step further by claiming the CEO of Pocket Pair, Takeru Mizobe, explicitly made new Pokemon using generative AI. The truth, they were discussing how BuzzFeed did exactly that. Don't believe the lies that Palworld is using AI-generated art. Liars are claiming that Palworld used AI art based on posts made by their CEO. The problem is he was talking about BuzzFeed using AI to create Fakemon, not Pocket Pair's staff. As seen above, Mizobe expressed their excitement for how AI technology could be used in future game developments and was surprised they could hardly tell the difference between AI-generated Fakemons and real Pokemon. Games using generative AI assets released on Steam are required to disclose this fact on their store page, a disclaimer that's lacking from the Palworld Steam page. Okay, so when we got this part, Palworld developer claims 100 plus pals are original, not AI generated. In their blog post, one of the bigger claims Pocket Pair made is that their 100 plus pals were not AI generated. AI generation has been a frequent accusation made at Palworld by critics due to the creators' less than outraged response to the burgeoning technology. Many critics have chosen to make Mizobe's previous statements out of context to diminish the game.
They also did release a game that you literally used generative AI, so there's that. But
I noticed this after I started making it. It took a month to make one PAL, just the 3D model. Mizobe's journey into game development is starting to say the least, as he recounts a story of how he thought it would take 2,000 days to animate all the pals in Palworld, It turns out that at the time, Mizoe didn't even know what a rig was for, and what a rig was for animation, and was just doing everything manually. One day, I received a call from a human resources company, and they had found a person named Adachi-san. He was a veteran motion designer with a lot of experience, and apparently he became interested after seeing how Craftopia was made. Then, everything changed when I was hired as a contract worker. Mr. Adachi was also taken aback at first. Did you create the motion in this state? What about the rig? Simply put, a rig is a useful auxiliary mechanism when adding motion. So what they mean by this probably is that they put the skeleton in, but they didn't have the controls that you get to key and animate. So they were just animating the bones. A human joint have a fixed direction or bending. It won't bend any other way. However, if you don't have a rig, you'll have to manually modify the motion each time you create it. Although Pocket Pair is aware of the existence of the rig, it had not adopted it. Also, I don't even know. Didn't even know the word rig. Wow. Well, it sure seems like you're using AI if you don't fucking know what that is. Holy cow. Okay. Also, Palworld's release not... Oh, that's not it. I'm reading the wrong thing. Here it is. Okay. The Naughty Dog developer says that making a game is hard, so Palworld is cheating somehow. So, my gut is telling me Palworld is made nefariously. I just have no proof. Just dev intuition. It does feel like that, doesn't it? Making a game is just so difficult. They're cheating somehow. I just can't pinpoint how.
I think he's just mad at how much budget he has to put into all of these.
So, yeah,
remember I was talking about the pizza?
Yeah.
I don't know how the pizzas taste bad, but it tastes bad.
So this is what their argument was. It's impossible.
Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps.
I would like to source my wife who found Sir Memes-a-Lot's post and shared it with me. I did not plagiarize that Instagram reel.
You did not plagiarize finding someone else's reel.
All right, so Nintendo DMCA's Palworld mod that makes everything Pokemon. So one argument I did hear was that the Pokemon mod came out eerily quickly for the game coming out.
It came out eerily quickly. We also have no evidence that they ever released it.
Well,
there was
hold on. Oh.
There was a video of him playing the game, so I don't think it was fake, but I don't think it was ever actually released. And when you get into this article, they only DMCA'd his trailer and anyone talking and showing gameplay footage of the mod. But as far as I know, it has never been released anywhere. So technically they haven't DMCA'd the mod itself.
Well, something else to keep in mind, because I made that comment. I'm like, damn, that was quick. But people did have like early access to it. So someone who had early access could have had a head start of like, I don't know, 5 days compared to, just 24 hours.
So it says here that Nintendo has taken action against the Palworld mod that would have made the Pokemon with Guns label much more literal. So if you're hoping to play Pocket Pair's monster taming survival game as longtime Pokemon anime protagonist Ash Ketchum, capturing and enslaving Game Freak's monsters, you might want to temper your expectations, as the mod seems to be in a more dubious position. The mod was revealed yesterday, January 22nd, by one of its creators, YouTuber Toasted Shoes, who posted a short clip teasing the mod and a full video that went up on the channel today, January 23rd. However, the teaser has been hit with a DMCA from Nintendo on Twitter. As a result, the mod will not be made publicly available right now as previously planned, as Toasted Shoes wants to tread lightly for the time being. The video showcasing the mod shows Ash fighting, capturing, and enslaving different Pokemon to build his strongholds, as well as fighting anime antagonist Jesse during one of the game's boss battles. While this mod is obviously built off the bones of the original game, it's also been one of the better showcases for why the ways in which Palworld distinguishes itself from Pokemon result in a game that just doesn't click with me. Oh, tell me about it. The guns were really always a grabby, mimetic inclusion that made Palworld stand out, but they're also emblematic of some edgier mechanics and vibes that aren't really what I'm looking for in a monster entertainment game. Wow, thank you for telling me all of your thoughts and dreams.
Yeah, I think
Notably,
that's the author of the article speaking there.
Yes. Notably, there's a fair bit of voice dialogue in the mod for Ash, and while he sounds a bit like actor Sarah Natashni's take on the character, given that he says lines like, "I must have had a huge bender last night," I assumed these weren't pulls from actual clips of the anime. Therefore, it used AI. Oh,
They should have hired her for that mod.
I'm
sure she was.
Kill him, draw and quarter him for using AI. Oh.
I would actually put money on the fact that the audio clips were added in post, because the game doesn't have voice acting. So for him to add in the ability to voice act lines and stuff is a lot more, because basically what he did was he just model swapped everything.
Yeah.
Right? And that's not too hard. He had the models from Pokemon already. They're everywhere on the internet. You just model swap in the existing bones and like you re-rig the mod.
You might even be able to. You might even be able to export the animation and stuff.
Man, this modder needs to go to SAG-AFTRA. Give them the ability to voice act, as you said.
So I would be surprised if the mod, if it ever gets released, if it actually had any voice acting in it at all. The other thing is he only added in, from what I could tell, Pokemon that would appear in the beginning of the game. The way I can't remember one of the words he used in one of his release statements on either community YouTube or Twitter or whatever he said. What made it seem like he wasn't done modding in every Pokemon from so I think he focused on just the starting zone so he could do a little gameplay footage and then release the mod later after he worked on it a little bit more, but then things got shut down.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I don't even know if he ever actually intended to release it, because he's kind of, from my understanding, this might not be true, but just my quick understanding, he seems to have like a somewhat notorious or infamous reputation online for other mods that he's made, that he's put behind paywalls and that kind of thing.
So Nintendo comes after Pokemon Palworld mod. Says here, previously Niche Gamer covered the mod, which was kept under wraps by its developer, but shortly after, our Twitter was flagged for a DMCA violation due to the thumbnail they used. We received an email shortly after with the information about the DMCA request and can confirm that it was sent on behalf of Nintendo. The creator tweeted out, "Nintendo has come for me," alluding to Nintendo's relentless legal challenges against mods, fan games, and other creative works. Palworld has come under attack by critics and competitors, but criticisms such as Pocket Pair using AI to develop the game are thus far lacking in evidence, with critics relying on taking comments out of context and death threats to try to make their point. One user pointed out that, ironically, if Palworld really was plagiarizing Pokemon, then it's surprising that the game is still up when the company is so eager to stamp out the mod.
I like how people are complaining like they used AI, when I'm thinking it's just like, yeah, it's this indie developer who has like probably a really tiny budget that can't really have a full team of like 7,000 people.
Is that you?
How dare they use AI? What?
Is that you, Footnote? Making love to that.
The GIF in the.
Yeah.
This is you hugging your
seen
Pokemon.
That, pal.
So the Pokemon Company makes an official
there
statement.
you go. There's the waifus you were talking about. The literal waifus.
So the Pokemon Company has made an official statement on Palworld saying, quote, "We intend to investigate and take appropriate measures after nearly a week since the game was released. While the statement was provided in Japanese and English, it doesn't specifically mention Palworld by name. It says, quote, inquiries regarding other companies' games. We have received many inquiries regarding another company's game released in January 2024. We have not granted any permission for the use of Pokemon intellectual property or assets in that game. We intend to investigate and take appropriate measures to address any acts that infringe on intellectual property rights related to the Pokemon. We will continue to cherish and nurture each and every Pokemon and its world, and work to bring the world together through Pokemon in the future.
All right, so I want to put this in a little bit of context,
Mhm.
right? That Bio Frog guy on Twitter, his tweet thread comparing the models and the wireframe meshes blew up, right?
Yeah.
Nintendo then gets stormed by all these people who already fucking hate the game for being like anything like evil about Pokemon and shit. And they start demanding that Nintendo take down this game that is clearly infringing, and look at this evidence. This person on Twitter posted that they stole the models directly from Pokemon, and we have evidence, and here you go. You better do something about it. And I'm sure some even are stockholders and said, I'm a stockholder and you need to do the blah, blah, blah. So then Nintendo makes this statement, or well, Pokemon makes this statement. So does that mean that they are actually going to sue Palworld? I don't know. They might look into it based on that tweet thread, but I think it's mostly they've made the statement just to shut people up and let people know. Yes, we've
just
seen
to
the
say,
game.
yes, we fucking know.
Yeah.
Shut up already.
And in terms of this comment, I saw those comments as well. I still have yet to see any evidence that it actually happened. Okay. It may have got put up behind a paywall. I have not seen a paywall existing or anywhere to the creator saying like, hey guys, it's over here. It's possible that he has a paywall like Discord and the files got released there early. That maybe, but again, everything that he has said publicly about it seems to imply he has yet to release it anywhere.
Now, isn't that kind of a different can of worms where it's like a paywall, so people are paying for a mod they made using Pokemon's assets? Like,
yeah.
Oh yeah,
that's the point. That's the point he's making.
If it's a paid, I mean, even if it's a free mod, Nintendo would go after that mod, I'm sure. But if it's a pay mod, then he might actually get sued, depending on, the popularity of it. But the market harm would actually be the direct determination on whether or not he would get sued. But still,
that's the funniest part though, because it's like, oh, they have a much more competent game than what we can put out. We feel threatened, and now that they've made actual Pokemon,
yeah. And then this comment, didn't Ash endorse the OCA podcast?
Yes, totally did. Very real. It was the real Ash, not Sarah.
Did you put those? Did you put those images anywhere?
No.
Of Robopon?
No. Do you want me to grab them?
I'll just quickly say it. There was this game called Robopon.
I could grab them and give you some visual references here.
I don't know how quick you could do that, but
because I have to go to the mods channel and I have to go to the comments section. I have to download it. Talk slower.
So there was this. So Pokemon came out on Game Boy in '96. I think it was in 99, 98 or something. There was this Pokemon or this game released for the Game Boy Color called Robopon. I believe it was made by Hudson Soft. And it borrows heavily from the Pokemon game. So this is the Pokemon Red title screen. And then their title screen.
Oh, come on. It opened on the other window. Hold on.
Drum roll. That's their title screen. They also released multiple versions, just like Pokemon.
Yeah.
They released 3 versions actually: Sun, Moon, and Star. I believe the US only got 1 version though. This is the your home, your bedroom in Pokemon, and then
Wait, so Pokemon
in
stole
Robopon.
from them after?
No.
With Sun and Moon?
Oh, with Sun and Moon. Yeah, I guess. So yeah, their homes look very, the computer in the corner, the TV in the center of the room, the bed in the
stairs.
bottom left, the stairs. Very heavily inspired by Pokemon here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then even their battle arena. This is the Pokemon battle scene, battle. What would you call this world? I don't know.
Screen
There you go.
interface.
Yeah, and then their battle screen looks very. And now it's different, obviously, but the HP bar, the level where it is. All of this. Now, these elements were probably also in other games too. Pokemon might not have been the first one to do it like that either, but very heavily the same. And then here's another example of something that's minimally changed. So the context of this was in the early, I guess it was the 1920s. Walt Disney worked for Universal and made this character called Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. And he got into some disagreements with the higher ups and got ousted from the company. But because he was working for Universal at the time, Universal owned the copyright to his creation. So he wasn't allowed to use it anymore. So instead of using it, he decided to make a new character. He made Mickey. If you look at the design of Oswald the Lucky Rabbit and Mickey Mouse, basically there's 4 differences. His ears are shorter, his nose is longer, he's got a wispy tail, and he's wearing shoes and buttons on his clothes.
He's also not as thick on the legs.
So slightly,
Yes.
depending on
He has more noodly arms and appendages. Yeah.
depending on the adaptation, it's basically similar. But my point is very minimal changes here. If we're looking at in Palworld's aspect, right, we're squashing and stretching small aspects of the character to create a quote unquote new character. And from my understanding, Disney was never sued by Universal over this character. And then later, actually, Universal updated Oswald's design to be more like Mickey. They gave him shoes, they gave him gloves, they gave him the little buttons on the shorts. They changed the design of his face a little bit. And this one was first, and then the second one, this one was slightly later. But my point is they were updating the design to clearly, in my opinion, look more like Mickey. Because Mickey had also gotten gloves at the time, and his design had slightly changed too. So, and these people never sued each other over their designs, right? So, what is distinct differences in a character is debatable, and obviously you can convince a jury of anything in theory, but the biggest, but there's been examples of minimal changes and people getting away with it no problem. And so I think the biggest thing that'll come down to is whether or not they want to spend, either company wants to spend the money in court to try and battle it out.
Yeah, but it is pretty funny still that a game can come out in less than a week, knock Pokemon off its pedestal. I think that's pretty fucking funny.
Well, so that's one aspect that we didn't really cover is Pokemon has been, since its inception, exclusive to Nintendo products, right? So this is, while there's been other games like Digimon and whatever, they've all been kind of like distinct in their gameplay aspect. And this one is the most like Pokemon, even though it's also distinct, on on another platform, and so I think that's why we're seeing it blow up. On top of the fact that Xbox has it in Game Pass, so everyone with Game Pass instantly has a copy of it. But then there's also the people on PC who have never had a new Pokemon release. It's always been, having to be emulated or whatever. So now they have an outlet to buy and play a quote unquote new Pokemon game, right? So I think that's why it's doing good.
I think it's also, like introducing mechanics where it's more hands-on, like a lot of Pokemon is training and then telling the Pokemon to do things, but you don't really control the Pokemon. You just tell it from the sidelines, Thunderbolt or whatever, you know what I mean? And I think getting to be involved where you just like in Age of Empires where you select your character and right click on the target and then you run around and do like basically a more Zelda style, like pull out the bow and arrow or gun or whatever, kind of start taking it down with your team kind of thing. I think that it creates a more immersive experience where, and I haven't played the game at all, but it just seems like that aspect of it would be more fun. It also has like the fort building and crafting and all that from like, other games that are.
Pokemon has gotten stale with their they've definitely rested on their laurels and not really adapted or to anything new here. They've recycled a lot, and it was mentioned earlier, but Legends Arceus has been the biggest change and most like Palworld, but it was also a smaller game, and it was the only one of its kind. So we'll see if they decide to go in a different direction going forward.
Anybody else have any more thoughts before we move on in the interest of time? Because we do have a watch club tonight.
Oh, shit.
Someone made this comment.
I don't remember that. Skyrim and Notch?
Skyrim had a notched pickaxe as like a reference or whatever. I don't know if that was the reason that Notch was upset with them. But
no, Notch was releasing a game called Scrolls, and
right,
Bethesda was going after them because they owned Elder Scrolls, and they were going after them for trademark issues.
Yes,
and I thought Notch
had a game that was like something of something craft, or what? It wasn't Fortress Craft, was it? And because they both were like, okay, we're both kind of doing a thing with the name, they called a truce or whatever instead of pursuing.
How's it going, Danny? Okay, so moving on from here, just so we can power through this. Viz Media publishes Eiichiro Oda's Monsters one-shot manga in English, so it's coming to Viz. If you were interested in the one-shot manga.
Was it just coming to Jump?
Also, Crunchyroll's exclusive Initial D omnibus manga variant cover revealed. And it looks fucking awful.
Deja vu.
We're just going to see the back of the vehicle. Okay, cool.
And it looks like it's kicking up dust, too.
It's like Crunchyroll colored, too. Like,
gross.
Yeah. Anyway, that exists. All right. Per Robert's Anime Corner Store, Crunchyroll, physical media master distribution is going to be moving to Sony Pictures Home Entertainment over the course of March and April. This is why their Q1 new release schedule is currently so thin, as they didn't want a lot of releases overhead. They didn't want a lot of release overhead during the transition.
Yeah, which is why they don't have an April slate at all.
Yeah. So, with that in mind.
So I went to their website recently, and their website fucking sucks.
Dude.
It's like, I
Could
thought
not
you'd be
agree
on
more.
like right stuff level for being as old as you are, but like, damn.
So, you want me to just do it?
No, I'm doing. I got.
Okay.
No,
I
He
was
wants
just,
to take
I was,
time.
I was just opening. I was just opening tabs in a new window. Sorry.
He wants to take his time and go through each one individually, even though it's 3 in the morning.
Let's do it. I'm so thrilled.
Sorry. Okay, so here we are. So Love Live live action movie that's coming out.
That's not what that says. Lovely complex.
Oh, fucking it. Kill me. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is 2:00 in the morning. Kill me. Metabots Spirit.
Good thing we started an hour earlier, right?
Yeah. Japanese version of series 2. Buddha Love.
Fudakoi. Wait a minute. What's that eye shaped like?
Oh, good lord.
Oh.
There's love coming out of it too.
The negative space between the two mirrored versions of them looks like a person.
It looks like
a dress.
That's the secret hidden waifu in the final episode.
That's a super narrow tanga.
You have a problem. You
Is
see
this
Tanga
Japanese only
everywhere.
or dubbed?
Are these all twins? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, isn't that what the names of play
Damn
on?
it. No, I thought it was about Fudas.
Hans Christian Andersen's The Little Mermaid, where she's a white blonde with blue eyes. Fist of the North Star, Legend of the True Savior, Legend of Kenshiro.
Man, have
once
they
in my
gotten all
life.
of it besides
Like
Legend
imagine
of the Blue Sky?
imagine that power fantasy of just flexing so hard your clothes just evaporate. Like
You got to learn how to do the.
Yeah. All right, Berserk on Blu-ray.
Yes.
I already pre-ordered it.
So have I. I noticed this. OLM from Pokemon. So it's like on like the blurb on the back on the front from the creators of Pokemon.
From the creators of Pokemon.
That's that's a little fun,
It's
fun
like
fact I like to
Pokemon
throw
with
at people.
guns. I mean swords.
And rape.
It's like Pokemon, the world that Footnum wants.
I don't like my big brother at all. This is coming from Media
This
Blasters.
art is disgusting.
Yeah, Media Blasters.
Wow. Why is the art so awful? They look like anime meets Ed, and Eddie or
Look
something.
at that hand.
They look like they were stretched up, and what the hell?
Yeah, her the one on the left there, her shoulders are not
annihilated.
They're not.
They're not in proportion to her hips. Like
They're
all
very
of them.
unappealing. All right. Anyway, we're done. We're done throwing up in our mouths. Thanks.
Taku Elf.
Is this dubbed?
Why is this not called Joe Biden Elf? The way that character looks, ready to
Right.
molest you. Jeez, you mind if I,
I mean,
take
if
a
it was
whiff?
her, I wouldn't mind though.
She's getting an eyeful from back here. Anyway, Peter Grill and Philosopher's Time Super Extra. This is the standard edition. It had the
For
steelbook
season
before.
2.
Yeah, for season. This is season 2.
wow, they're totally stealing Harry Potter's title.
What?
J.K. Rowling should sue.
Philosopher's
Oh,
Time.
Philosopher's Time. Wow. J.K. Rowling doesn't have the trademark on the word philosophers.
Yeah, or even the copy on
The
Philosopher's
concept of the
Stone.
Philosopher's Stone, like
you actually,
Fullmetal Alchemist.
you actually can't copyright or trademark the title of a movie. Reese, you would know that if you learned trademark law.
Actually, Harry Potter is a series, and therefore it can be.
But the Philosopher's Stone is just the title of a singular movie, not the series. Only the Harry
it's
Potter
90
part is
bucks?
the
Holy
series.
shit. Damn.
4 series,
hold
7
up.
years, 39 episodes.
Yeah, there's
So
28.
this
Why is it on
season?
Sorry, what?
Zurich Spellin original, and what is the other one called? There's 4 series?
Hold up. So just to be clear, so this includes season
Charmed.
1, which
Charmed.
hasn't gotten a Blu-ray, right?
I don't
You
think so.
probably know more than I do.
Sentai's releasing it though, right?
1 to 12, 1 to 12.
So you can't even trust if it has a dub because they lie to you.
No, it has a what?
Well,
It's
it
been
already
dubbed.
has
It was
a
dubbed
dub.
forever ago.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
Not
the disc
all of
doesn't have
them.
it for some reason though.
I don't think
Maybe
was
they
Trawman
removed
dubbed though.
I
Trawman
can't
does that thing where they have the like blonde eyelashes, which I hate.
I can't trust them anymore. They lie to people. Tell
Was
them they
season
have
3
dubs.
just 2 episodes? That's weird.
I think
Maybe
that's
they're
the
like
OVA.
OVAs. Yeah.
Yeah, those are the OVAs of series 2.
No, I remember this one's dubbed because Karen Strassman plays like the dark version. Of
No,
whatever the
but it's
blonde is.
it's not about whether or not it's dubbed. It's whether or not the dub is on the disc.
Which
Why would
one
the
did
dub
they
not be on
mess
the
up?
disc?
Only $89.99. No thanks.
Are you
Did I-
mixing up when I was reviewing World Trigger's release being
Did I
partially
stay
dubbed?
in the mods chat over here? Whoops.
Moving right
Oh,
along.
I'm familiar of Zero. Isn't
Weird.
It's sub only,
Dangerous-
but the first season is dubbed.
Dangers in My Heart, season 1. And then Black Bullet getting a re-release.
Isn't this the third one?
I guess it does have dub. Okay. And that's it, the end.
All right, cool. Not that I don't
thanks
love
for
that
for
segment,
tagging
but
along, guys. See you
it's a
next
little,
time.
all right.
Man.
Walmart is reportedly starting to purge physical games next week. As reported by Andrew Marmo and Wario64 on Twitter, Walmart will supposedly be getting rid of Xbox games like Starfield. Get fucked. Starting next week. An internal memo has surfaced online stating that all copies will be reduced to 3 cents and sales will be blocked by the store system and then removed from the store. As of right now, it appears this is only for Xbox games, but this move was reported last October and it seems to be coming to fruition.
When
You
they
are
say
on
purged,
notice, JT Vega.
when they say purge, they should literally do that. They should like do a 10 or like a 1 hour thing, like play their the siren and just say like, all right, you have 1 hour to go through this store and take every Xbox game you can. All theft is
Walmart to
legal for
start
the next
removing
hour.
Physical Xbox games in store starting with Starfield. Copies are either going to be 3 cents or be destroyed. Well, actually, stopped by my local Walmart to see about picking up a copy of the 3-cent Starfield, and this is what I got from the employee: non-sellable item with 11 copies on the shelf at $69. So they won't even let you buy it for 3 cents. Like, it is set up so that it's a non-sellable item. Item should be taken to claims. Literally, it's a device set up in order to get Joe Schmo at the store to restock the items without being told specifically, hey, go grab all the copies of Starfield. They're just thinking as soon as somebody tries to buy it, we'll stop them from buying it, and then we'll tell the employee who has to deal with them to go pick them all up and take them to claims.
I wonder if Xbox, like if Microsoft is like paying to have these returned to them, or if they have a deal where they let Walmart return them.
Yeah, so most companies do have like a thing where if stock isn't selling, they can return it for a refund to the manufacturer. So I know this because Fry's Electronics, I had a conversation with them one time, and they said that unlike most companies, they don't do that. Or I mean, Fry's Electronics is long gone, right? But whatever. But they said that we just mark down the price until it's gone. So we don't actually return anything. But it is a very common practice that if a product is not selling, it can be returned in order to get the value of the wholesale price returned to the company.
So JT Vegas says he works at Walmart and they will be disposed. So in comics, there used to be this buyback program where the distributor would buy back unsold comics, and to save on having to ship the comics back, all that they'd have to do is rip the front cover off and then send them back the front cover. And then obviously what ended up happening is newsstands would rip the front cover off, send it back, say it didn't sell, and then sell the copy without the front cover for like, 5 cents less or whatever. And then get a full refund. So, just because they're being disposed of by Walmart, in quotes, doesn't mean that Microsoft wouldn't be doing the refund.
And just
but
so
I don't know if
so
that's
that
the case,
audience
but I'm just saying it's
aware. Yeah, that's
not
true.
necessarily
They still
true.
may refund them without actually wanting the product back.
Yeah.
So just so the audience is aware.
Especially since Microsoft's going all digital. Sorry, but
Yeah,
it's not like they're going to turn
logistically
around and sell them.
Right. Logistically speaking, it is difficult to contain the stock, even if you could sell the product. And when you have a surplus of product that you can't move quick enough, it burdens the entire profitability of your business, because when you have product you can't sell, it takes up room that you'd rather have occupied by stuff that is selling. And so if you've got a section of your warehouse where you just cannot move this fucking product, then it hurts your company to not be able to have sellable products constantly occupying that space, going back onto the store floor, getting sold, and then getting new shipments coming in. So it's actually cheaper to just cut the loss and destroy the product than it is to return it or, do all that stuff. So they actually probably will get a refund and also just be responsible for destroying the product, because the actual manufacturer they think that it'll cost them less to just destroy it than they would earn by actually selling it.
I like the idea of them just dumping them in the dumpster and there's like people watching. There's like
100% that does happen. 100%.
Without like opening it up and scratching
JT Vega, I bet you if you keep looking at the dumpsters at work, that it will occur and you will have 20 copies of Starfield for 3 cents that's actually free. And just covered in like
open up an
vomit or
eBay
some
store
shit.
and sell them for $5.
Yeah. Anyway, if you would like to support the OCA, what?
Sorry, I had one thing to add back to this. With
Yes.
Microsoft losing their retail space in Walmart, do you think they're actually profitable enough to want to buy Palworld?
What do you mean?
Microsoft is profitable enough just on fucking Microsoft Works.
Okay,
in
the aspect of it seems like their games are failing or something.
Nah. The amount of money that they make strictly on fucking schools that have a copy of goddamn Microsoft Word and PowerPoint on
I
every
would
school.
say that's a separate division that they're.
So before you two idiots continue, yes, Microsoft's games have sucked ass for the last 2 generations or so, and they have been getting new studios to bolster their roster. So, yes. But the thing is, they are still making money, so you're both right. They're making so much damn money that they bought Bethesda for $7 gajillion billion.
They bought Activision, not Bethesda. Oh, both. Yeah. But so to Reese's point though, they're literally going all digital in like a year. So that's why they're taking and we covered earlier that they're getting rid of their physical media department. Like they don't give a shit about physical sales. So that's why this is happening. That's why it's only Xbox games.
Well, Reese was asking Palworld, would they get them if they're making enough money?
So
What do you think?
So the reason they're taking the games down is not because of their financial situation, right? So that wouldn't affect whether or not they could buy Palworld. They're taking the games down because they're going all digital.
Cool. If you would like to support the OCA podcast, stealthweeb.com is a place where you can buy clothes that you previously would never have paid money for because you were a child and only got clothes on Christmas. But now, as an adult,
I'm actually wearing the fun shit shirt right now, to be honest.
Nice.
Take it from Reese.
Fun shit. All right. Also, you can buy the Fuck Blind People shirt.
I also have that one.
Soon to be available as an embroidered polo, so that your blind friends can even do the braille in real time. All right.
Dude, you need to make a braille version of the power shirt, so they have to grab your titties to find out what it says.
Do you know what number it is?
Cardcaptor Sakura 25th anniversary figure open for pre-orders.
Lame.
What is she keeping? This giant phallic shaped thing. Is
I think it's her baton.
Oh, that could be. Yeah.
Because she's in cheerleading.
Her magic wand or whatever the hell it is.
No, that's a key that goes on her neck.
Anyway, all right. You're not.
It's not like I would know because I'm currently watching the show right now. But
okay, cool.
Gridman. What's that thing people like about our character? Oh, the thighs. Let's overdo it.
Yeah, I don't remember
Holy
the promo
cow.
art having that.
Thunder thighs coming
cow.
through.
Whoa. Oh
No-
my god. What's another character that's known for their thighs? Hold up, wait. Chun-Li statue is thick and ready to squat on your face.
Jeez.
I
This is
guess
the
that's a
current
good.
state.
I guess that's as good a headline. Too.
Wow.
Nice.
There you go.
She can break my pelvis anytime.
Death
Alright,
by
also-
snoo.
Hello Kitty Crocs take kawaii fashion to new heights in Japan. Wow. Crocs are really just becoming a thing in Japan, huh?
Yeah, they saw the West and they're like, why haven't we been trending over this for the last 10 years?
They finally watched Idiocracy.
They're getting it late. Wait, watch what?
In the movie Idiocracy, they needed to make like a future fashion sense idea, so they made all the characters wear Crocs, and it was supposed to be like the dumbest outfit, but then they caught on.
For real?
It was like right when Crocs were first invented, so all the characters wear Crocs in the movie or whatever.
They took it too
Anyway,
far, man.
In other news, iconic Cartoon Network building signage was sold letter by letter in an eBay auction. They were $300 a piece. I wonder if somebody bought all of them.
Imagine trying to do this and not being able to get one of the ends.
Ugh, pardon. $300 was the starting bid for each one. All right. Japanese food container lid liquor continues in soy sauce liquor's footsteps. A new licking incident has occurred in Japan, despite the news about the 3-year prison time sentence given to the soy sauce liquor at one of the famous conveyor belt sushi chains. This time, in early January, a boy was filmed licking the lid of the water pitcher of some ramen shop, which went viral on Twitter as expected. The internet sleuths did their thing and discovered that the store was part of the nationwide ramen Yamaoka K ramen chain. But later on, they also found the boy's Twitter and Instagram accounts, and that the boy was enrolled at a makeup school in Hokkaido. Oh. The school attempted to hide the boy's photo, only to be criticized on social media for the decision. The school countered by saying they did not wish to give private information to their students. To their students? You mean of their students?
Probably of their students.
However, it turns out that after news moved on from the incident, the school promptly expelled the student for their behavior, saying that this behavior was beyond the limit of what their instructors could correct. There's no hope for you, boy. You're damaged goods. As for the
Too far
takedown of the
gone.
photo, the school revealed that it was only ever to protect the other students next to the perpetrator. Oh, of course. Good night, old man. Man arrested for camera and toilet. Quote, I wanted to see what made them dirty. Man was arrested for allegedly installing a camera in the bathroom of an after-school daycare facility, claiming that he was only trying to see how the toilets were getting dirty.
Daycare?
Oh, he's talking about the toilets. Okay. I thought he was talking about the women. 27-year-old Kento Omura of Kobe in Hyogo Prefecture was an employee of a social welfare corporation and not a ward, was arrested on suspicion of violating a child pornography prohibition act. Oh, no. I need to know how the little tyke toilet was getting so filthy. Wow. In March of 2023, Omura installed a camera on the ceiling of a unisex toilet of the after-school childcare facility where he recorded 4 kids aged between 8 and 10 and a 27-year-old female employee using the toilet. On November 2023, a parent of a child attending the after-school daycare consulted the police saying, "My child may have been victim of indecent behavior as a school child." During the investigation, the suspect Omura's smartphone was found containing multiple images of kids. Never mind. Already left. Could you grab my keto one? Thank you. Thank you, loving wife. It's only my best interest in heart. There's no doubt that I installed a hidden camera and recorded, but I did not do it to satisfy my sexual desires. I merely wanted to see how dirty the toilet was. That'll hold up.
What?
The police plan to further investigate whether there were any other obscene acts that took place at the daycare. Wow.
I don't think
Man, with a track record of having being on probation, I'm sure that's the case.
Definitely.
I don't think they care why, like what your reason was.
All right. A Utah teen is facing charges after allegedly taping fish to ATMs.
The fuck?
That's against the law, son. Police believe the 17-year-old was responsible for dozens of fish taping incidents between August and October. Imagine this not being so dull that you do it more than once. They taped one to a police car. Guilty as charged. Oh, you're still patting yourself on the back for that, David. A teenage boy in Provo, Utah is facing charges after allegedly taping fish to various ATMs in the city and even a police car. And of course, the fishy behavior was all documented on social media. Authorities at the Provo Police Department alleged that the unnamed 17-year-old was responsible for about a dozen fish taping incidents between August and October. One photo showed 3 fish taped to a police car. Authorities told KSTU Okay. Authorities told KSTU they suspected the fish taping was done in innocent fun, but charged the teen with 2 misdemeanor counts of causing property damage back in October, mainly because cleaning up the fish carcasses off cars and ATMs started to cost money. After the teen was referred to juvenile court, the case was officially closed. Officials told the station they did not know where the teen got the fish. Honestly, the biggest mystery in this whole ordeal is where he got the fish.
He got him the old-fashioned way. Hook, line, and sinker.
The fish taping photos were uploaded to an Instagram account titled fish_bandit84, which has the tagline, "Live, laugh, tape fish on ATMs," and promises no fish were harmed in the process. Wow. A happy ending. All right. Not so happy ending. Man undergoes penis enlargement procedure. Sues doctor after organ shrinks. What do you think happened here? I haven't read this yet. Do you think he was 2 inches in diameter? These are all things I love to hear yeses to.
I think he was 2 centimeters in diameter.
A Turkish man is suing the doctor he paid for a penis enlargement procedure after his sexual organ allegedly shrunk by 1 centimeter following the botched operation.
Oof,
so I like the idea. Oh, don't worry, I'm going to give you an extra 3 inches. Gets out of surgery. Doc, why am I 1 inch shorter? Ilter Turkmen, a wealthy banker from Tekkerdag. Oh, dear Lord. How do you pronounce the G with like the V on top of it?
Bag?
Seeking 500,000 lira or 16,500 US dollars in compensation from Dr. Haluk Soylemans? You trusted a dick doctor named Soy?
Oof.
The man who was supposed to help him enlarge his penis in both length and girth, but ultimately caused it to shrink. Turkman claims that the doctor promised him an extra 3 centimeters, or 1.1 inches, in both length and girth, but after 2 botched procedures, he ended up with 1 less centimeter than he originally had. The banker's lawyers told a judge of the First Civil Court of First Instance that he had to endure excruciating pain that left him unable to walk properly for a month and was left with a shorter, severely scarred sex organ. According to the documents presented, Ilter Turkmen's lawyers, according to the documents presented by Iltman Turkmen's lawyers, he underwent the first penis enlargement procedure at Dr. Soyleman's clinic in January of 2022. During his recovery, the banker started experiencing bleeding and told the doctor about it. After examining his patient, Soyleman scheduled him for a second operation. Only this one left Turkman feeling even worse. He experienced agonizing pain that made it difficult to walk properly. Even after the pain subsided, his sex organ remained permanently scarred and shorter than before. Turkman dreamed of adding 3 centimeters to his 12-centimeter penis, but is now lamenting the fact, hold up, centimeters. Oh, no. Oh, buddy. And you lost
4.72.
Oh, man. Wow.
4.72 inches.
You're
so that would
Turkish
be
and not Korean? Oh, boy.
a downgrade to 4.3 inches.
That's rough.
Pour one out for Turkmen.
Look, what really should have happened to the KyoAni arson is they should have practiced penis enlargement surgeries, you know?
Make it smaller at 1 step at a time until he didn't have one. Started inverting surgery.
Well, they don't care about the state of his penis, so chances are they'll take more risks and get a
crime
breakthrough.
would you need to commit to get a radical new surgery tested on your penis?
Child molestation.
Putting a camera in a toddler's bathroom? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's child molesting.
I don't even know. Like, I'm just thinking, like, all right. Anyway, back to this. So Turkman dreamed of adding 3 centimeters to his 12-centimeter penis, but is now lamenting the fact that Haluk Soyleman's procedure left him with an 11-centimeter organ. When you're that short, every centimeter counts. Dr. Soylemans now? You were Soylemans a second ago. He disputes the claim, insisting that the banker's penis was 11 centimeters to begin with. Well, actually, we take before and after photos next to a ruler for this very reason. He admits that due to the patient's anatomical structure, enlargement of the penis organ failed, but insists that he did nothing wrong. There is no fault in the procedure I performed, Soyleman told the court. adding that he never made any commitments to the length or girth of the patient's penis following the procedure and accusing him of seeking unjust material compensation. The bizarre trial is still ongoing, and neither party has responded to the request for local press. God damn it, I need to know. The judge the judge orders a penis transplant as punishment.
It's all probably just a cover-up because they mistook which surgery he was going in for. It was supposed to be like, oh, we're transitioning him. And it's like, partway through, they're like, we took a centimeter off. Ugh.
Turns out they just circumcised him.
All right, they need to that's what they really should have done with the KyoAni arson is figure out how to decircumcise people.
Uncircumcised, yes. Seb says soil amends. Yes, pretty much. All right. So as promised last podcast, I will be covering the rabbi. How deep does this rabbi hole go? Cops clash with dozens of Orthodox men in a synagogue as a riot breaks out over secret underground tunnel. Easily one of the weirdest things I've ever read. Headline-wise. An unholy riot broke out in a historic Brooklyn synagogue when a group of rogue members armed with shovels dug a secret tunnel to gain access, and cops and hard hats tried to thwart them. Young renegades from the Chabad Lubavitch movement, wielding very elementary tools, began religiously digging the tunnel under the sect's world headquarters in Crown Heights on the Eastern Parkway during the pandemic because higher-ups were dragging their feet on expanding the synagogue sanctuary, sources said. The idea was to force the establishment into growing the space by essentially starting the effort for it, beginning with the roughly 3-foot-high, 20-foot-wide, 50-foot-long tunnel, sources said. Why is the tunnel so fucking wide if you're only going to dig it 3 feet high? $20 fucking feet wide. Why? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's only 50 foot long, so it's like twice as long as it is wide. The crowd keeps getting larger, a source somewhat sympathetic to the rebels' cause told the Post on Tuesday. It's packed on Shabbos and during the high holidays. It's unbearable. The rebels, described as in their teens and early 20s, first gained entry to an abandoned Jewish men's mikveh, or ritual bath, around the corner on Union Street. They then broke through a roughly 2x2 metal gate in the former bath's basement wall and tunneled their way under a sanctuary space reserved for women next door to the synagogue. Then they breached the synagogue's main massive sanctuary. The private pathway was discovered last month when neighbors reported suspicious noises underneath their homes, Israel Nation News said. Quote, for about a year, they were doing the digging out of the private mikveh, a source told the Post of the upstarts. They were using very elementary tools, shovels and pickaxes, sledgehammers, stuff like that. No professional equipment. None of this was sanctioned by any authority. I like how when they said they used elementary tools, I was thinking like a fireplace poker or something. No, they mean the normal tools you think of. They just don't mean jackhammers or heavy machinery. Video footage revealed the bizarre tunnel and at least one beer can in it, along with hanging electrical wire. Can the Jews drink beer? Also shown was a dirt-filled room in the abandoned bath and clothes and other items scattered around it. Videos and photos captured by the wild scene Monday when the diggers tried to thwart cement truck workers attempting to undo their work at the request of synagogue authorities. The rogues were filmed tearing down wood panels and wooden support beams as they desperately tried to get into their tunnel to protect it. The NYPD officers arrived at the scene around 3:30 p.m. A dozen men were taken into custody. Quote, some time ago, a group of extremist students broke through a few walls and adjacent properties to the synagogue at 784-788 Eastern Parkway to provide them unauthorized access. Rabbi Modi Seligson, spokesman for Shabbat Livovich, said in an email statement to the Post. So this is where the tunnel is, apparently. It goes underneath the women's prayer section. Come on, this is an anime protagonist if I've ever seen it. He just wanted to peep those women praying. A cement truck was brought in to repair those walls. Those efforts were disrupted by the extremists who broke through the wall to the synagogue, vandalizing the sanctuary in an effort to preserve their unauthorized access. They have since been arrested by and the building closed pending a structural safety review. Another statement from the headquarters added that the group of young agitators were primarily in the U.S. on student visas. From where? From like actual Israel? These individuals have been squatting in the synagogue and attempting to take control by demolishing walls to connect the basement to the adjacent building, intending to expand the sanctuary. Steps are being taken to revoke their student visas and repatriate them to their countries of origins.
That synagogue is supposedly like their religious headquarters, so that's why they're coming in from like Israel and shit.
The busted young men were charged with a variety of offenses, including criminal mischief, attempted hate crime, attempted criminal mischief, and reckless endangerment, cops said. All of the suspects live in Brooklyn. They opened up a wall, said Beryl Bendit, 30, a congregational member, of what he witnessed on Monday, noting that the diggers caused significant enough damage. Some of the rioters jeered the cops and filmed their efforts to get inside the tunnel, according to Forward. I just can't even fathom what I'm experiencing right now. Officers were also seen holding back men from the synagogue headquarters of the largest group of Hasidic Jews in the world. But Bendit said it was only a small minority that have acted very badly and caused the destruction. Wow, the sounds.
We are currently not hearing any sounds.
These are some very unmanly noises I'm hearing these guys make. Anyway, after several hours, footage showed officers taking the men out of the tunnel in handcuffs. No injuries were reported in the brawl. It is very bad, Bendit said. There are thousands of people who come here to pray every day. Thousands who come to learn also. A dozen men were taken into custody. You would see hundreds of people right now going to pray, but they're all standing out here in the rain because no one can go in today. Ah, shame. Synagogue leader Rabbi Yusuf Braun urged other members of the Jewish community to call the diggers out in all possible ways in strong terms. Braun was horrified they defaced the shul, or synagogue, saying that demolish and destroy a shul, never mind the dangerous aspect, never mind the religious aspect, it's mind-boggling. They need to be put in their place in so many meanings of the word, he said. The riot came amid ongoing disputes over who legally owns the property. Seligson noted the movement has attempted to gain proper control of the premises through the New York state court system. Unfortunately, despite consistently prevailing in court, the legal process has dragged on years. Wow. So I couldn't help but notice they didn't show any of the fucking soiled mattresses. Now, another post I saw said, whoa, if only dirt and tools are found in the New York tunnel. There were no mattresses. That didn't happen. It didn't happen. See, old mattresses and booster seats were not found in the tunnels, right? That's the claim. And we find this claim to be false. Our rating is false. See, the description in this post paints a false picture of the tunnel discovery, which was reported to police by synagogue officials. City officials says there was one tunnel, not a series of tunnels. Don't be ridiculous. Not a series, just one. It was adjacent to the synagogue, not under it. And mattresses shown in a viral video came from behind wood paneling inside the synagogue, not from in the tunnel. So literally, they had to address the mattresses by writing an article about how, fact check, false, no mattresses, no. The falseness is that the statement they made is that they came from the tunnels. Like, they didn't come from the tunnels, they came from the walls. Like, ridiculous. Anyway, just simply because I have a bunch of posts here, let me, here we go. Let me decide which of these. Let's share this one without making any statement whatsoever on the state of the world and Jewry. What is this? Oh, be human, stand for Israel, because ceasefires are anti-Semitic. Wow. Oh, and what's this? I don't know. Let's throw this one in here too, just cause. Guess who's funding the Tokyo Trans March in Japan? The Embassy of Israel in Japan. What? That's weird. I don't know how that got in there. How did that get in the doc? I've got a couple more that I probably can't show. What? God, how did that happen? How were there fucking 4 mattresses found? Yeah, anyway. What else is there? What else do I got in here before I... Oh, here we go. Why don't we look at this? There's a mattress.
But it wasn't found in the tunnel on Wednesday during a thunderstorm.
Don't be crazy. It's not like a daycare was discovered under the abandoned synagogue. Don't be silly. That's not weird at all. It's perfectly normal. I don't know. It's very strange. I will say that there are some massive amounts of, there are people who very much dislike the Jews, and they're going to see a completely different angle than people who don't, right? Like, I did see this one. I'll just throw this. This will be my last one. Then we'll do our... I thought this was pretty funny, actually. So this is not related to the tunnels. This is related to the ongoing conflict in Israel with Hamas, I think. So let's share this with audio. This is an insane Freudian slip.
And I would like to use the rest of my time to say how appalled I am that people are bringing up the Holocaust. Do not use other genocides to describe this one. I have been...
Accidentally referred to what the Israelis were doing to the Palestinians as genocide. Anyway, no comment from me. I don't give a shit either way, honestly.
I feel like she was trying to be like the next Greta,
The next
but
Greta,
like
yeah.
pro-Israel.
How dare you?
How dare you use the Holocaust to describe what we're doing?
Kids should just stay out of shit. Like, please.
Something tells me she's not going to maintain the Greta status. So anyway, let's talk about Psycho-Pass.
Oh.
So a couple things.
Yeah.
I can't tell if it's cringe or clever that the only people who are immune to the Psycho-Pass reading are psychopaths. And the katakana for Psycho-Pass is the same as the katakana for psychopaths. Almost like they were telling you the whole time. So I actually really liked the show the first time I watched it. Rewatching it was a bit of a chore because apparently the show doesn't really get like really good until the last like 3 episodes.
I was gonna say until season 2, isn't that the one that's awful? So only the last like 3 episodes?
So the part where they go to the rice fields or whatever.
Welcome to the where's the clip?
The wheat fields, I guess.
Welcome to
like that part is where it gets really good.
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker.
The character with the glasses there in the back who's not wearing them in this shot behind Random 11. Completely unnecessary character. Hated him. Like, did not need to be there.
Voiced by Jesse James.
Especially at the beginning.
Yeah. Completely useless.
I hate the trope of like the audience knows that they're right, like the main character is right, but there's some character that's just like obtusely like, no, you're wrong. Like, I don't know. It just bugs me.
When written well, 2 characters that feel strongly about their ideological belief and it's the driving focus for why they do the things that they do can be a very compelling story for which, like, for example, it is a great example actually. You are on the side of the people who are in the Psycho-Pass civil employ or whatever, right? The PSB or whatever they're called. But I can't help but also be for the guy who's trying to crash the whole system. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Like I legitimately look at it from the perspective of, yeah, like he's going about it in the most asinine, insane way possible. But I also have the same goal as let's
I kind of respect him though, oddly enough, when he's offered the position of being the quote unquote god, he's like, I mean, I'm self-absorbed, but I'm not that self-absorbed. Like,
he's like, where's the fun in playing the game on God mode or whatever? Like, yeah. So I really only remember the first season. I'm pretty sure I watched season 2 as well. Is season 2 the same characters, or is that season 3 where they switch it out?
Season 2 is the same characters. Season 3 is where they bring in the new characters.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to season 3. But
well, I'm not gonna watch season 3. From what I saw of the stuff
I thought it was decent. And I've seen everything for Psycho-Pass.
Go.
The thing is that so Makishima was the bad guy. But every time I hear the name Makishima, I think of the guy I call Bakugo's dad, Grumpy. What's his name? Terumi.
And what?
I can never remember his fucking last name. So Akane and Terumi are like the power characters, right, in the show that you want to follow.
Power.
And everybody else is unimportant. Right?
Oh, Kogumi?
Well, I like the other supporting characters. I wouldn't say they were necessarily unimportant, but
well, like the girl who only exists for that one episode where her friend who's in the band or whatever, like unimportant, unnecessary.
Right. You didn't mean
Hey. She has the best scene in the whole anime.
Yeah, where she
right
sleeps
at the
with
end.
Oh yeah, right at the tail. I don't think.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think she might be gay, but the friend.
Oh,
chick,
then
I think she's just a whore. I think she's.
Like that was literally an episode 2. She was
She's like, when she's like, "Hey Terumi, how come we never hooked up?" You're like, you're
Right,
a fucking
I think
skank.
she's just a
Like,
whore.
Kogami?
Kogami. Terumi
Yeah,
Kogami, is that his name?
I think she'd fuck orange hair. I think she'd fuck Kogami. I think she'd fuck
Shinya.
all the.
Shinya.
Shinya
Yeah.
Kogami.
Yeah, I
Who's
think she'd fuck
Terumi,
all the
then?
guys as well.
Who the fuck
And
am I?
Akane.
What are you on?
Is it Terumi Makishima? Am I fucking that up too?
Shogo Makishima.
Shogo Makishima.
Oh my god. Oh my.
Kamome is the guy's dad, the one guy's dad.
And then I wanted orange guy to live, the orange haired guy. I was like, no, he fucking dies. Why didn't you kill the old
Devastator.
man? I didn't they kill the old man. I
The
felt
comedic
super bad.
relief. The comic relief character.
Yeah.
Honestly, for some, I don't know if it's like it kind of like what Random 11 was saying, like, oh, everything's against them, getting them down on like their ideals or whatever. Like I was off put by like most of the cast, even for their like a few moments of like, oh, I guess that was kind of a fun or funny thing. Like I just didn't vibe with them.
Yeah, Brett, are you thinking of? Are you saying Tsurumi? Like, are you thinking of Lieutenant Tsurumi from Golden Kamui? Maybe that pulled that name out of thin air.
I
felt that way for the.
No, I'm
most of the
definitely
show,
thinking
honestly.
of Kogami.
I know.
I don't know why I look at that guy's face and think Makishima.
Well, good for you.
Makishima was the albino guy.
Having been the first time I watched it, like I said, I didn't like the glasses guy, Ginuza. His attitude is
Yeah, I didn't like him
doesn't
until the end.
gel with me.
The end
was weird.
As the series goes on.
I don't like him at the end either. I liked him in the middle. At the end, he becomes a slave, like, and it just like throughout the entire show. Yeah, throughout the entire show, I had pictured the what are they called, enforcers, as like a job. Like, even though I had known that the main guy Kogami was previously an inspector, and then became an enforcer,
latent
it had still been like, well, this is a job. But at the end, when Ginuza became the enforcer, it seemed more like you're now a slave. Like, at that point, it turned in my brain.
Everybody in the series.
Yeah,
I would
So
argue
it
that
seemed to
everybody in
me
this series.
a couple of flaws. I think I think the show could be a 10 out of 10 if there were a couple things that I thought were done poorly that it could have done better. So one of those things is identity on the characters. I did not feel like for example, the thing I couldn't help but think of was Ghost in the Shell standalone complex.
Yeah.
Now, all of the characters in Ghost in the Shell, with the exception of Motoko, have one name, right? That you know them by, right? So Motoko is Motoko Kusanagi, and they call her the Major, right? But everybody else, Pazu, Boma, Ishikawa, Bato, like, you know them by one fucking name, right? And they're different enough that it's easy to follow who you're talking about. With this show, the first name, last name thing and everything, and just constantly going back, like, that made it difficult to
I barely remember anybody's names.
Keep
I
on track
remember
of who's
Akane
exactly.
because she
I
matches.
remember Akane's name, and
But
I remember
only know
I couldn't
Akane's
even remember
name because
Kotomi's
of
name
Ranma
apparently
One
because I thought his name was
Half,
fucking
unlike
Terumi
Oshi
or whatever.
shares.
So yeah, it just I think that aspect could have been better. And then oh shit, I had something else.
I thought Akane was annoying.
When she shot Kogami in the first episode, I was like, "You're such a bitch!" Like, he is there to like. It was the one time that she kind of like goes against the Dominator. Like throughout the rest, she's like, well, it's like whatever the Dominator says is like good. But in that one, she's like, well, the Dominator says kill, but no, we need to let them go and like be merciful to this person.
Just let
And
her
then
calm
she
down for a minute.
and then she shoots Kogami, and
I
I'm
remember
like,
the other thing now.
You bitch.
So the other thing, you remember how she has her friend that's like, oh, I'm useless in life, and I don't have
The one that
good
died?
attitude or whatever.
Yeah, the one that died.
So like, it wasn't immediately apparent to me until the flashback that that's who that was.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
You know what I mean?
You didn't know that? Oh.
No, because it's like, oh, my friend, you slit her throat. No, you bastard. And then it's like, it wasn't until the flashback where you see her thinking about her, and then they connect the dots of like, oh, that's that girl who was useless and was going to have a terrible life anyway. like,
Well, I mean, she only showed up in the first
Oh.
episode.
Yeah.
I didn't care.
Oh, the humanity.
And then
But
she looked
watching-
almost identical to the girl who got beaten up in broad daylight in front of everybody that they filmed.
Oh, I didn't think that, but
Well, no,
The
'cause
one-
her
the one
friend
who
was
gets
in
beaten
that
up
entire
and, like,
episode of
choked
her,
on the
of
street
them
or
trying to
whatever.
get.
but that was
Kogami out of
after.
the room.
But I'm just saying, she looked just like her.
Oh, well, I mean,
Like, oh, long brown hair, like, I just...
He's saying that she was so meaningless that he couldn't even distinguish like her from the other chaff.
So, yeah, and I also felt like, so one of the things that I really like about anime like this is that they present like almost like a thought experiment of...
I didn't
like-
think they presented that thought experiment very well, honestly. Though.
Yeah, so I'm saying anime like this present a thought experiment, right? And it's interesting to picture the scenario it's building and kind of get an idea for how it's going to work, right? And kind of trying to visualize, how this would work in like real life settings or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So, like, for example, a thought experiment that I like the idea of that I've brought up before is the idea of in Death Note. I said that I think when they do the sequel to the live action Death Note on Netflix, I think it would be a really interesting way to approach the world that gets created once you have somebody utilizing a Death Note, in that you create a world where you decimate crime because people are so afraid of getting on Kira's wrath that crime goes down drastically to the point where the people whose job is dependent on stopping crime start to become more and more oppressive, because in order to justify the existence of their career, they have to start busting people for really stupid, petty stuff that otherwise you wouldn't bust somebody from, like a tail light that's out in midday. You know what I mean? So like the dynamic that would create to start causing unrest amongst communities because there's not enough crime, and that creates a need for the police to justify their existence by writing tickets for things that otherwise there'd be so much crime they wouldn't even bother to write a ticket for, because they know just as well as we do that it's a bullshit infraction most of the time.
I think Assassin's Creed 3 handled this way better than Psychopaths did, where it was the idea of control versus freedom. The Templars want control, and argued the Loki argument of people want to be controlled. People want to have that safety net of like, but do you go for the other side? Do you go for freedom? It's like, no, people deserve freedom.
Right. And so there's a comic, like a what do you call those, like comic art, what is that called? Like a political cartoon, I guess, if you will call it, that's pretty famous, of a woman walking a dog, right? And the dog is labeled Liberty, and then she feeds Liberty, and Liberty grows into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then Liberty, freedom, ends up turning on her, right? So the idea is, or maybe it's security. Maybe she's feeding security, and then the security turns on her. But the idea is that it's very difficult to balance freedom and security, right? And the idea is that as the founding fathers put it, I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful tyranny. Right? You can like any government capable of giving you everything you could want is strong enough to take everything you could have. Right?
Right.
And I think that, like I said, so shows like this propose these ideas, and I think Psycho-Pass doesn't quite hit the nail on the head.
I don't think, especially at the end, it does anything at all with it. It's like, well, we're
and I also feel like so. There's a couple people that they bring up, like Foucault, and was it Wizard of Oz? They keep quoting or something like that. No, Gulliver's Travels.
Yeah,
right.
If we put in enough quotes, it will be deep and meaningful.
No. I just feel like there was an unsophistication level of. They were touching on things like literally at one point a character is actually reading 1984. You know what I mean? And it is just so on the nose that it loses all meaning. You know what I mean? Like if the character had at least been reading Animal Farm instead. You know what I mean? It would have just not broken the immersion so much. So I really liked the original watch I did of it, but mostly the ending. I just think is so good when Akane is going after the Makishima character, and she like gets on the back of the truck and shoots out the tire and all that shit, and Kogami ends up killing the guy, right? But I also feel like there's a bunch of aspects to the story that feel disjointed and almost like the creator's like internal monologue is talking. Like when Kogami is talking to his college professor level guy that he's just talking to, that he gets involved in the conflict to the point where that guy's fucking toast at the end of the series. So Kogami can go kill Makishima. You know what I'm talking about? That guy with the glasses. Yeah. So it just feels like it's a little disjointed in a lot of ways, and I don't know. I guess I have to really pick up season 2 again and figure out where it goes from here, because I just
don't know if that's going to help.
It didn't quite give me the rewatch I was expecting. And going back to the last thing, I was talking about like shows like this do a good job setting up a premise and like running with the story. I do not like the idea of the masked characters and like the psychopaths, like the thought experiment of if you have a perfect system that allows you to stop crime and take care of people, what happens when it doesn't function as it should?
Mean helmet?
Yeah, the fucking stupid helmet things.
Or
helmet, please?
Or the gun not firing at
not
the
masked.
bad guy.
Whatever.
I thought you were talking about the Avatar shit, but you're talking about the helmets.
Yeah, I'm talking about the helmets. Yeah. So, but the point is that the concept of it is how do you like stop somebody when your relied upon method doesn't work anymore, right? When the Dominator
pointing
doesn't
a gun at
let
Tsukishima, and he was holding a weapon. The gun could see that he was holding a weapon, and it's like, nah, he's fine, he's cool.
Yeah, so there's actually I think I had a lot of problems with it in my rewatch here, because I did not like the idea. It doesn't make any sense to me why the Sybil system would bring Akane into the mix. Seemed unnecessary.
Well, so this is a question that I had. Do you think that Akane is a psychopath?
And
No.
that would explain why she doesn't have her.
She actually has a number. She actually has numbers that fluctuate, but she's like a very rare case.
I mean,
where even if she does commit a crime, and it still stays below, but it does fluctuate.
Makishima was fluctuating too.
Okay.
Like his number wasn't always just a static number; it was moving up and down. It never got cloudy. That was the whole thing.
So what if the real thing is it's just autism that allows you to
right?
Well, there are functioning psychopaths, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not all psychopaths are criminal. So if she is a psychopath, but she just has yet to or will not commit a crime, then initiating her into the whole brain thing at the end is kind of like, well, you haven't committed a crime, so there's no point in putting you in here. You're out there.
Did they want her? I can't remember. Did they want her? They did at the very last episode, right?
Way.
They did want her.
But they were going to use her for other means as a pawn.
It just seems so unreasonable too. And the other thing is, like, you keep watching the hands go down and like pick up the brain and move it. It's like, why is that necessary?
Yeah, I think it's just a flourish. I think it's just a
holy shit! Like, lay some goddamn cables. Holy cow! You can't just like transmit the thoughts between them.
The thing that I didn't really get is if they are brains and they're presumably getting this data directly, that means they're human.
Yeah.
Right? So how does a human not see a guy holding a knife to a girl's throat and not say, this is bad, I need to...
Did they ever explain why he's able to dupe the system? Like,
no.
They don't see the gun.
No, he just has that emotional, like, he's a 1 in a billion chance of just
so he was the same
fooling
as
the
Akane.
system.
And then they had the system with the masks where it would transmit somebody else's psychopaths when you scanned him, which I thought was hilarious that he brought the helmet to put on Akane. Don't worry, it'll just take my psychopaths and we're gonna blow them away. Oh fuck, it took Makishima's. I didn't think of that. Like immediately after they set up that plan, you're like, what a great plan. Oh
yeah,
fuck.
here's Chekhov's gun. No, we're not gonna do anything with it.
So I remember having some weird issue. I mean, we all have the issue, like, fundamentally of like, oh, well, what is it? Inspector Kogami is like, oh, he's a latent criminal, so we're gonna use him as a whatever, right? Like, I didn't rewatch it. What are they called?
Enforcer.
Okay, an enforcer. So we're gonna use him as an enforcer. Obviously, it's like, well, you didn't commit a crime, so that's dumb. But obviously, that's part of the lore. But my issue that I just remembered with that is, like, if he's a latent criminal and the point is he's using his criminal intuition to think like a criminal, how does he do that if he didn't commit a crime yet? Like, like, that was one of the weird fundamental issues I had, as well as I could be misremembering this.
When I first started, I was.
I don't think they ever used that as an excuse to.
But they're not.
I don't think they ever used that as an excuse.
I thought that's how they introduced it. But the other thing is, well, actually, no. I'm pretty sure literally he said that when he was investigating the one time, which was the other thing I had a gripe with, which was I could be misremembering, but there wasn't much investigation into the mysteries. It kind of just was like, yep, this and this and this and this happened. And literally, I swear one time Kogami was like, yep, if you're a latent criminal, you think like a criminal. So that's his explanation for why he knows, oh yeah, this is what happened. It happened this way because he's a latent criminal or something.
Well, the biggest crime that happens is when the new theme song starts and you don't hear the first one ever again. That was truly the work of
you didn't like Kardashian?
No.
So I think he said something along the lines of like, I do think like him, but maybe I was just missing the fact that it was.
Yeah, so I think the thinking like him was that they had the same like reading habits and stuff. Like they were.
Yeah, and I think that was just Kogami. That I don't think that's all enforcers.
That was just Kogami with Makishima. Is that they were like wargaming, like what would he have heard, or like what would they, if he was here with us, how would he be acting? What would he be talking about? And he was just sort of getting in the mind of him. And again, it was like, oh, we both listen to Foucault. We both read, the French philosophers on postmodernism and shit. Like,
yeah, the reason they use criminals is because they're expendable. That's from my watch. That was my takeaway. The only reason they use criminals.
Maybe I'm just thinking about how he was able to just magically figure out, oh yeah, this is how it was done.
Yeah. He said he thinks like Makishima. He did say that. Mm-hmm. They think alike, but
Yeah, I wish they had gone into more backstory on some of the characters because it seemed a bit lax in that department as well. It's like I didn't even know that like that other fucker was the other guy's dad. I was like, what? No, I
Right,
felt
until
so
the
bad
very
for him, like,
fucking end,
dying.
right?
I was like, what? No.
No, they
Huh?
say it a couple times.
Yeah, but like
Not
they
the
don't
very
really
end.
make it obvious. Oh, he means literally my son, not just not just the guy that I'm sort of mentoring a little bit.
No, because he brings up like his mom and
then his dad, but we don't like. He just says my dad. I'm thinking, oh, some dude.
and I think he
not,
even had a
like,
brother they mentioned that died.
I don't know.
Like,
I will say that one of the reasons I was kind of eager to revisit this series is because there's that podcast clip that I've been sitting on for a long time about the British police building a Sybil system. And I got to be honest, like Minority Report just did this so much better. I already edited that thing with footage from Minority Report, and I thought, oh, finally, I'm gonna get some footage I need from Psychopaths. There fucking is none. All the footage from Minority Report is better. Like that is objectively a better take on the concept of pre-crime.
Yeah,
just a better film and better story altogether. This series, like, I mean, I don't dislike it by any stretch of the imagination, but I also feel
I'm not watching it again.
I guess again, and the other thing is that Minority Report is from the perspective of the inside man who you root for, who also tears down the system because it's corrupt, right? Like,
yeah, which is what she should have done.
Which is what I want from this series. I don't want to uphold this oppressive pre-crime system that's full of bullshit and people can't blow off any steam without being
we're all
criminals.
insane brains in a jar, but you can totally take our word for us that as a hive
Well,
we
I
totally
mean,
function
they want season 2, right?
despite the fact that
And 3 and
fucking-
movie and then movie series that comes after that or whatever.
Well,
Now
it's like about
I like the
food and
concepts
movie.
that are at bay. Like there's a lot of potential with the ideas going around, but the cast is just like I was always at arm's length with them, or just kind of didn't care because they had this weird vibe to them, or simply there's
They
no
never-
time to develop any of them.
Yeah, they never developed barely any of them. The only one who
And-
got any semblance of development was Guitar Chick.
Guitar
Who's
Chick.
that?
That's the black
The
hair.
Ponytail
lesbian
lesbian
one.
chick.
With her backstory about wanting the guitar in the jail.
Yayoi Kunizuka.
Yeah.
And while
I
we're
swear
on
I
it,
just watched this, but I've forgotten all their names. But anyways.
now while we're on it though, like I just hate Akane. Okay, she is always just this like what is it,
How dare
dead
you
face,
hate
like
Akane.
indifferent to everything, and she just came off as bland, boring. I don't care. And even when her friend has the knife up to her, she had that stupid cringe thing where she's like the half-hearted, like I can't even try.
I
to shoot to
definitely
save my
did not
friend."
like that.
I'm not going to shoot him. Oh, I'm gonna miss twice.
She
I
couldn't
thought-
even if she fucking wanted to.
I
She
thought
shot
it
with,
was
like one hand or something, wasn't it?
yeah.
Like she didn't even try. It's like that's
It's like
her
your
personality
friend
the
is
whole
going
show.
to die. You could at the very least,
Yeah,
at the
so
very
that's-
least, incapacitate him.
But seriously, she couldn't though. She could not reach him from where she was. The gun wasn't doing shit, but like her not being in despair over the fact, like they acted like she was conflicted over pulling the trigger. But even if you pulled the fucking trigger, nothing would goddamn happen.
Well,
Because
I mean,
the dominator didn't see him as a threat.
No, she had like,
no,
the
but she had
shotgun or
a
whatever.
shotgun. Yeah.
Oh,
If
The
she had
analog
shot,
medium.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, she's holding both.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm talking
she's
about.
she's one-handed
If
holding
she
a
dropped
shotgun.
her fucking useless fucking gun that apparently
Yeah, drop
can't
the
read
goddamn
fact that-
dominator and steady your fucking aim.
to be fair to her, the shotgun probably would have fucking blew off the head of her friend.
Yeah.
Like,
Why she
it's
aims
not
a
like
little
he
off
was
to the side.
standing.
Especially
I
at,
don't know. They didn't tell us if
especially
it
at
was
that-
buckshot.
You
especially
say
at
that,
distance.
I'm not saying that won't happen, but A, you gotta try because she's dead anyway, and B, She fired shots, so
Yeah.
she was gonna make
And
an
again,
attempt.
Incapacitate him. Go for the legs.
It seemed
go for
more
the-
like
so
she accidentally fired it rather than
Yeah, it
intentionally
did seem that
firing
way.
it.
Going back to what I was talking about though, like this is kind of the idea what I was discussing about, like, oh, we have a concept here where we establish the rules of this world, and then but what do we do when the rules fail because character can't be shot by the Devastator? And that's an example of me feeling like, Jesus Christ, come on, like do something else, you know? Like,
You know what though? I have to give the show credit for actually having the balls to kill that character right then
to
and there.
slit a girl's throat.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
it was
not be
pretty
like
easy when they didn't develop her.
no, but like I feel like a lot of shows would
Pop
like
out.
have the guy have Kogami show up, or I guess it was the dad Masoka.
Yeah.
Have someone show up at the last second and then he end up running away, something. But no, they followed through with it. She got her
Despite
throat
that, though,
slit.
I'm kind of
and
not surprised. I'll be real with you. I'm not surprised, given the nature of the show prior to like the episodes prior.
Yeah,
It's like,
because
Lord, look what
like
they
you said, orange haired guy died, and then eventually like
Well, that was
Grandpa
later.
old man died. Or
That was
whatever.
later.
later, but yeah.
I won't forgive the show for not giving me a close up of the guy who got the pair of scissors shoved into his face, because I needed that for a podcast thumbnail and I never got it. They just wouldn't give it to me.
You need that.
I mean,
scissoring.
the body art shit was pretty gross, and they took it that far, I suppose. So I guess it's not as big of a thing.
I don't know, but see, this is the problem with a lot of series like this, is that it's effectively monster of the week for the first couple of weeks, and then it's like, okay, now let's get into an actual story
At the end. Huh?
Maybe it's because I binged it, but I didn't really feel that it was Monster of the Week, even though, it was. Like,
totally
there's
was.
some, like with JoJo's, there was a part where it was like, okay,
painful. Yeah.
like we're doing Monster of the Week here.
Especially the battle in Egypt arc. Oh my
the
God.
whole Egypt shit.
Oh,
It's like, let's get through it. All right.
Especially Stardust Crusaders.
Yeah.
Stardust Crusaders are the worst for this.
In this one, I didn't get to the point where I was like, okay, come on, let's we're clearly in Monster of the Week mode here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I actually really enjoyed the show on my first watch. I was a little disappointed on my second watch until the ending, but even still, like, I feel like it could have been better. And I'd like to watch season 2 at some point, but we've got other stuff on the agenda.
Fuck that, I'm not watching it.
What? We're
I'm
not
not
gonna
in.
binge all of Psycho Pass for watch clubs back to back?
Well, we're gonna watch My Dress Up
My Dress Up
Darling,
Darling.
which I am swiftly approaching the midpoint of. So watch yourselves.
I'm not opposed to it. It's
We're
just
gonna have to watch club for that next podcast. Nice.
Yeah. So next week, just so we're clear, I will be in Orlando, but it also appears that I might be home by Sunday. And so if I'm able to stay on top of articles throughout the week, there is a small chance that we could do a show next Sunday without major issue. So anyway, with that in mind, it is currently 1:20 in the morning for me.
it's 4:20
And
for
Green
us.
Line.
Oh, blaze it.
Smoke them if you got them.
All right.
I think it's the perfect time to call it quits.
Yeah, so I don't like, to be honest with you guys, I don't know where all my energy went, but I do not like doing these 7-hour streams.
We even started. Oh, yeah, this is like 2 weeks. So we had the big ass Palworld stuff.
Anyway, I hope next week we can do a show, because it's going to suck to do another 2-weeker after that, especially considering my boss and everybody else is still in Orlando right now. So like when I show up to work tomorrow, it's going to be like I could practically sleep at my desk for a week, until I have to head out there. In terms of like the amount of pressure that would be immediately pressing on me. Obviously, I'm not going to sleep at my desk, but like I'm just saying, like the amount of pressure will be so minimal that I theoretically could. But yeah. Anyway, so let's go ahead and. Oh God, what's the ending outro? Who has something to say?
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Good night, everyone. Thank you for watching. It's too late.